2052, written by Eddie Upnick, narrated by David Dersch for B Audio. Prologue. As I think back to the year 2052 on Earth, so many different thoughts and emotions enter my mind. Each month of this earth-shattering year brought different challenges. Even with all that was going on, none of us could have imagined that this was going to be the last year of life on Earth. I'll begin this historical recap on the night of my 90th birthday party in 2052, and then backtrack from that point in time. Victoria had sent me to the attic in search of memorabilia, as our guests were about to arrive for the celebration. Victoria specifically asked me to look for old pictures and movies of our family. As I trekked around our dusty and cold attic, I came across this early version iPen scanning and recording device, which I hadn't used or seen in nearly 25 years. In 2028, the iPen was the most sophisticated piece of technology we had. When the holographic version of the iPen came out a year later, it replaced this model completely. My old living room lounge chair, which I told Victoria had been thrown out, at her insistence, was actually up here in the attic, hidden under an old bedsheet. I loved this chair way too much to ever let it go. It may not have coordinated with Victoria's ever-changing color schemes, but my fortress of solitude and I have been through too much together. Besides, it was still the most comfortable chair I'd ever owned. As I sat down and began listening to my own memoirs, recorded between the years 2022 and 2028, the overwhelming urge to continue this verbal diary washed over me. 24 years had passed since my last entry, and now, as my last two-digit round birthday arrived, I was overwhelmed by powerful feelings of both nostalgia and fear. It wasn't the fear of my own death that frightened me, but the disappointment and grief over the impending death of our planet. By the summer of 2052, many of the world's previous problems had been resolved, yet many more threatening ones had taken their place. On the positive side, 90% of all cancers had been cured. Heart disease, for those who could afford the artery wall opener artery cleanse, had been eliminated. You could now eat anything you wanted, including full-fat cream cheese, French fries, and bacon. You name it, you could eat it and not worry about any negative effects. Hank and Ina had cured Alzheimer's disease, so if you were fortunate enough to live until the very ripe age of 110, the average life expectancy in the wealthy developed nations, you were truly living. Having your mind and heart functioning perfectly until death was a monumental medical achievement for mankind. I still carried the mysterious power of the orb into my old age. Its life-saving abilities could cure leukemia or radiation-induced disease, but only if I handed it to the ill person. Over the years, I had cured thousands of people around the world. Yet I still felt guilty because I couldn't save everyone. When you receive 1,000 requests per day and you are only one person, unfortunately you must pick and choose who to save. As stated earlier, the iPen device that I am recording with right now was replaced by air computing. Holographic tablets tied directly to Earth's satellite network are now being used everywhere. Virtual reality helmets replaced the old Xbox video games. It's a sight to see thousands of people on their lunch breaks sitting on park benches with motorcycle-like virtual reality helmets on their heads. Pickpockets were having a field day preying on these individuals as they mindlessly walked around the city. The United States had become the world's leading energy producer due to the gradual global changeover from oil to natural gas. Trucks and buses were the first vehicles to switch over to natural gas, but cars soon followed. Oil is still widely used, but amounts to a mere 20% of the world's various energy sources. Enemies of freedom and democracy were hurt drastically by the transition to natural gas from oil, as they had less money to fund trouble around the globe. On the negative side, half the world's 7 billion people were still desperately poor. Their lifespans were significantly shorter due to nutritional deficiencies, starvation, squalor, and disease. It was hard to believe that in 2052 people were still dying of typhoid fever, dysentery, Ebola, and AIDS, just to name a few. Every few years, condoms and birth control pills were donated and brought into villages all over Africa, with little effect. The women forgot to take the pills and the men didn't want to wear the condoms. To be blunt, forced sterilization was the only long-term answer, but few political leaders anywhere in the world had the stomach to fight the civil liberties groups and see this plan through. To my way of thinking, this was the reason our planet would never be able to solve the dichotomy between the richer nations and the poorer ones. To remedy overpopulation, particularly in the poorer nations on Earth, the boys' sterilization formulas were being discussed once again. However, once we learned of our planet's inescapable fate, those plans were no longer necessary. Charles Dickens said it best, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times," on Earth in 2052. Depending on where you lived and your financial position. With all of our advanced technology, we never managed to elevate the poorest people on Earth to a decent living standard. Gerald hit the nail on the head when he spoke at the United Nations. When people who live in abject poverty have multiple children per family under such conditions, the problem is increased tenfold. I'll get off my soapbox now. I will pick up our family's history where I left off, filling in the historical blanks from the time of my last entry into this device, recorded back in late 2028, when Prela and I were traveling back to Earth from the planet Elkin. 2029. On our flight back to Earth, Prela used the Saskian word Klee to describe when one individual mentally contacts another. Now I had a term I could use when Prela sent me telepathic messages. I had developed a special mental connection to the Saskian people after I had entered another dimension to retrieve their souls while on the planet Elkin. The Saskian people could now read my mind and I could read theirs. My main side effect from entering an alternate dimension for those 2 fateful minutes was, and still is, extreme dizziness. I'll have bouts of vertigo once every 2 weeks or so for the rest of my life. But this is a small price to pay for saving the Saskian race. After returning to Earth with Prela, I began to love using the expression, Prela Kleed me. Victoria soon grew tired of my new favorite phrase, and she let me know it, so I tried to stop using the word in her presence. The family was beginning to grow apart in many directions. Victoria left her part-time job at the CIA to become a full-time businesswoman, traveling the world and making speeches about both her Vena rejuvenation cream and our alliance with the Elkin people. Due to the ever-increasing stock price of her product, Victoria was now on the Forbes 100 list of the richest people on Earth. The minor downside of this increased wealth were the constant phone calls and visits from charities and politicians looking for donations. Okay, I will admit that this was a very small price to pay for never having to worry about the cost of anything anymore, but it still drove me nuts. I found myself using a Chinese accent whenever these charities called asking to speak to Victoria, despite the fact that we were on the galactic do not call list. "Oh no, she no live here no more. Move to Elkin." It didn't work. They kept calling. Hank and Jake were now young men, having left their minimal childhood behind them. My son, Hank, was close to 6 feet tall, and as Victoria liked to call him, tall, dark, and handsome, due to his Dutch and Antiguan heritage. In contrast, Victoria's son, Jake, was short, maybe 5 feet 5 inches tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Both boys were frustrated by their inability to solve the remaining problems with the body shield they invented to make the device fully operational. I had never heard Hank and Jake argue before as much as they did when discussing the possible solutions to the body shield's remaining glitches. I actually had to separate them a few times. Jake believed the problem was that the Elkin shield technology, which the body shield was based on, was flawed. He argued, "If this planetary shield is the answer to stopping the Kraz from attacking, then why don't the Elkin use this shield on their own planet?" Hank, on the other hand, was sure that the problem lay within the airflow systems, which didn't allow the human inside this full-body suit the ability to breathe properly for long periods of time. My opinion, for what little that was worth, was that they were both right. Jake had begun dating Prela. Despite Prela being bald, 4 feet tall and having very small ears, she was a delicate green-eyed beauty who could pass for human. The Elkin told us that humans and Saskians could mate if they chose to do so. Because Prela was mute, she used sign language to communicate with the rest of the family, but she sent me hundreds of questioning pleas about the intricacies of dating. I tried to help her understand Jake's motivations, but it also fell to me to argue on her behalf with Jake, as she couldn't speak verbally. Strange didn't quite cover how I felt about doing this. I remember once yelling at Jake, "Sometimes you have to consider my feelings and not just your own." I found out pretty early on that I needed at least 2 beers before I could take on the role of speaking for Prela in these little spats of theirs. Taking the female side of the argument wasn't easy for me, but I have to admit it did help further my gender-based negotiating skills. Despite the barriers to their communication, Prela and Jake did seem to be falling in love. We were happy for them. Lola, an inch taller than her twin brother, was very attractive and had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as Jake. She was dating a minor league baseball player, Joe Collins, who she had met in high school. Joe was born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina, but his family had moved to New Jersey when he was a teenager. Joe was blue-collar, hard-working, and very devoted to Lola. As I had heard the story when Joe was failing English, Lola let him cheat off of her so he could pass the course. After that, Joe went around the school telling everyone how great Lola was for helping him. Years later, they ran into each other and started dating. Joe didn't comprehend half of Lola's talents, but we felt that he would be able to handle it once all of her gifts were ultimately revealed to him. Both Jake and Lola had master's degrees by the age of 13, but being homeschooled, they were completely isolated. Victoria decided that they needed to go to high school to make some friends their own age and also to be part of normal adolescence. The high school teachers were fully aware of Jake and Lola's academic achievements, so they were in on the scheme. The kids purposely tanked some of their tests. Lola said, "We've got to pretend to be average so we can fit in." Jake put it a bit more insultingly when he said, "Going to high school for us is like a college graduate auditing a kindergarten class." Hank and Ina, my 2 adopted children, were both unattached, and they planned to stay that way. Ina stood 5 feet 7 inches tall and was a striking brunette with dark skin and light brown eyes. I kept telling her she should have been a model. Both Hank and Ina dated sporadically, but none of these relationships ever went beyond casual levels. Their focus was on saving Earth from the predicted 2052 Kraz invasion force. They committed all of their efforts to making sure that our planetary shield would work as it was designed to when completed. It bothered me that Hank and Ina seemed to carry the world's problems on their shoulders. Unfortunately, fun was not something either of them expressed any interest in at that time. Our thoughts soon turned to Sheltok, our Kraz friend, who we all prayed could prevent this attack on Earth from happening, somehow. However, we had not heard from our Kraz ally in over 2 years. As of 2029, our good friends Victor and Zing, who we all considered part of our family, had a 2-year-old son. They named him Ben. Ben had no special talents we could ascertain, but he had an incredible ability to listen and to understand what he was being told. You don't see too many 2-year-olds that are better listeners than talkers. Defender the Second, who I will simply call Defender from now on, was a cool dog. He had 2 distinct personalities. He wanted to play 99% of the time, chasing balls, frisbees, and birds. However, the other 1% of the time, he'd sit and stare at me, seemingly looking right through me. Hank matter-of-factly stated that the actual Defender, the supernatural being who has helped us in the past, would enter our dog's body from time to time to relay messages to us. When Ina confirmed what Hank had said, I found myself unwittingly talking to this dog in serious, one-sided discussions. Zing spotted me a few times having deep philosophical monologues with the dog when I thought I was alone. On a number of occasions, Zing told Victoria, "Vito should be watched closely and not left alone for long periods of time." Prela was now officially an ambassador to the planet Earth, representing the Saskian people's interests. I went to the United Nations several times to interpret for Prela and speak her thoughts to the General Assembly. I was very proud of Prela and what she was doing for her people back on the Saskian homeworld. With the help of the Elkin transport vessels, food and raw materials were sent to Saskia from Earth to help the survivors of the Kraz attack build a new society. When the U.S. suddenly liquidated the tens of thousands of pounds of gold brought back from Elkin, the United States was saved from financial and political ruin. 40 U.S. states had been on the verge of forming a separate union to prevent the enormous debts of the other 10 states from sinking them as well. The $50 trillion national debt the United States had built up over decades was gone overnight. The U.S. was saved at the 11th hour from the harsh austerity measures that our European allies had faced in recent years. But the abrupt flooding of the gold market caused the price to drop from $5,200 per ounce to $400 instantly. By the time representatives from Europe traveled to Elkin to get their own gold reserves boosted, the supply and demand equation on Earth had changed. To say the rest of the world was jealous of our gift from space was an understatement. Farewell, old friend. Gerald and his family returned to Earth from Elkin. His tour as ambassador had ended after 2 years. I met little G when the ship landed in Washington. Gerald looked great, but I noticed that he raised an eyebrow as he glanced my way while exiting the ship. I soon knew why. Zoe, Gerald's oldest daughter, was holding a baby in her arms as she walked off the Elkin ship. The writer, Paco Stevenson, who was living with the Finkelsteins in the human-friendly residence while chronicling Elkin-Earth relations, apparently embarked on a relationship of his own with Zoe. Knowing Zoe's propensity to flirt, I had an open mind as to who may have initiated this horizontal hoedown. Claire Finkelstein kept insisting to anyone who would listen that her daughter had been taken advantage of by the suave South American who was 3 times her age. When I spoke to Paco about this, he told me that he was willing to marry Zoe, but Claire wanted him gone from their family ASAP. Poor Gerald was once again in the middle of a family crisis, trying to do the impossible, keeping his wife calm and rational. Zoe named her baby boy Pablo after Paco's father, so you could imagine Claire Finkelstein's opinion of this name. She was a complete basket case. After being home for a few weeks, Gerald called to inform me that Walter Crone, our good friend, the former Undersecretary of State, was very ill. I felt guilty that I had lost touch with Crone for the past few years. We went together to visit him at the Walter Reed Army Hospital. Crone had liver cancer. Gerald chastised Crone for ignoring the early signs of precancerous lesions in his liver, which had been scanned years earlier with his eye pen. Crone, ever the calming force, told Gerald, "I wasn't going to give up drinking just so I could live another year or 2. I wanted to go out on my own terms." I brought Defender along with us to the hospital, though I suspected the hospital rules wouldn't allow him entry. I held Defender in my arms as we entered the hospital. We walked past several employees who I felt certain would detain me and my dog, but no one seemed to take notice of our canine at all. Defender jumped from my arms and led us directly to Crone's room. Gerald and I just looked at each other, asking with our eyes, how could the dog know Crone's room number? While visiting our emaciated and extremely ill friend, Defender jumped on the bed. Crone stared deeply into Defender's eyes for what seemed like a minute or 2 before he came out of it. Crone then whispered, "My God, I have just seen the future. Your adventure has barely begun." Gerald and I looked at each other but said nothing. Crone then asked in a fading and graveled voice, "Could you get me some crushed ice to suck on?" The last thing Gerald and I saw as we left Crone's room in search of ice was Defender sitting on the bed staring into Crone's eyes. When we returned, Crone was dead, and he had the most peaceful smile on his face. Defender looked at both of us for a moment, and suddenly our sadness over Crone's death turned into an overwhelming feeling of calm and peace of mind. Crone was a great man. Gerald and I both eulogized him at his funeral. As I was standing at the podium speaking about the lifetime achievements of my good friend, I glanced out into the audience to see dozens of beautiful women of all nationalities crying profusely. Gerald and I knew that Crone had younger, beautiful women on his arm in nearly every country, yet it still surprised us that they all flew in for the funeral. Crone would have been delighted that all of his lady friends showed up to pay their last respects. The feeling that a part of you is missing after someone close to you dies is something we all experience. Yet in Crone's case, Gerald and I were spared this feeling of loss, as we were somehow at ease. It's hard to explain why we shed no tears for our old friend. Perhaps the reason was that we knew his soul was in good hands. After the service, Gerald and I noticed that several congressmen and senators were moving in on Crone's lady friends. The women didn't seem to mind, but personally, hitting on women at a funeral always seemed in poor taste to me. However, life does go on. Family business. With the help of Elkin engineers, Jake and Hank developed long-range scanners to detect the element eptol. Shortly thereafter, our world began serious mining operations on the moon. Deposits were detected at depths beginning at 7,000 feet below the moon's surface, prompting big equipment companies to bid on the contract to mine the moon. This project created over 75,000 new construction jobs on Earth's lone orbiting natural satellite. Because this element could be used to partially deactivate the Krauss Eradicator weapons, it would be placed in orbit around Earth outside of the planetary dome as an added means of defense. As we had observed on Elkin, the orange, yellow, and green eptol particles floating in orbit were quite beautiful, but more importantly, they would absorb the energy of the Krauss Eradicator weapons. Meanwhile, on our never-dull home front, Lola's boyfriend, Joe Collins, suffered a career-threatening eye injury while playing Triple-A baseball in the Detroit Tigers farm system. After Joe was hit in the left eye with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball, the doctors felt he would never regain sufficient vision to play baseball again. Joe came to our house after the accident, incredibly depressed over his lost dream of playing in the major leagues. We all tried to console him, but honestly, nothing we could say would ease his pain at the loss of the only true goal in his life. Lola decided to set her mind to finding a cure for Joe's diminished vision. Hank and Ina assisted her, and with the help of an Elkin formula, over the next 6 months and several rather painful eye injections later, Joe's vision showed amazing improvement. 8 months after his injury, Joe had not only regained his previous eyesight but had gone way beyond it. His vision was now sharper in both eyes than anyone else on Earth. Joe could now read the bottom line of an eye chart from 50 feet away. Joe's return to the minor leagues was short-lived. His upgraded vision, combined with his raw talent, propelled him to the major leagues in a matter of weeks. Joe was batting .560 in Triple-A before being recalled by the Detroit Tigers. He said that the baseball not only looked as big as a grapefruit to him, but the ball seemed to be traveling in slow motion as it left the pitcher's hand. Jake was fascinated by Joe's explanation, so we did an experiment. Jake asked me to throw a tennis ball directly at Joe as hard as I could from a mere 10 feet away. Joe easily caught the tennis ball when it was a blur to everyone else in the room. Jake theorized that Joe now had a unique ability for slowing down real time when he chose to do so, giving him cat-like reflexes and reaction time. I remembered my father telling me that Ted Williams had the best vision in baseball back in the 1940s. If Joe had even better vision than Ted Williams, who knows what he might be able to accomplish in this game. Late in 2032, Prela informed me via her latest dinnertime Clee that she was pregnant. I returned Cleed, Prela, to ask her if she wanted me to tell the rest of the family her news. She answered in the affirmative. So, while staring directly at Jake, I stated quite casually, "It would seem that we are going to have another member of the family." To deflect attention away from himself, Jake's quick wit responded, "Mom, at your age? That's amazing." Victoria was completely in the dark as to what was going on, as she confusingly said, "What?" I then stated plainly, "Victoria, your son has been playing the horizontal mambo with the Saskian ambassador. You are going to be a grandmother." Congratulations via words and hugs were directed at Prela. Jake did the right thing and married Prela in our backyard a few weeks later. I asked Victoria if she wanted to make it a double wedding, but she preferred to keep our relationship an unofficial marriage. Victoria tried to talk Jake and Prela into a big wedding, but both of them refused her generous offer. 7 months later, with Defender sitting calmly at Prela's bedside, she gave birth to a baby girl, just as the sun came up. Jake and Prela named their child Dawn. Little did any of us realize what incredible gifts this child would possess. I'll give you all a preview. Dawn was telepathic like her mother, but, unlike Prela, she was born with vocal cords so she could speak. In point of fact, I had the same telepathic connection with Dawn as I did with her mother. A few years later, Dawn's other special ability became evident, but I'll reveal that in time. Within a month, Victoria got a phone call from Bartholomew Cabra, the richest and most corrupt businessman in Brazil. He had located the safety deposit box that Hillman, the SS agent from the future, had rented some 30 years earlier. Cabra was the richest man in Brazil for a reason. He extorted money from people for information as casually as I'd ask a stranger for the correct time. Cabra wanted $10 million from Victoria to gain access to Hillman's safety deposit box. Despite the high price, she willingly agreed to his terms. Victoria flew down to Brazil the next day with a bank check and returned with the contents of Hillman's safety deposit box. Victoria hit pay dirt, as the last remaining copier-scanner historical database from the future was indeed inside. It had originally belonged to Sigmund Lloyd, the historian who was her father's fellow time traveler from the future. Also in the box was an address book with the names, addresses, and phone numbers of dozens of high-ranking Nazis from World War II who had fled to Brazil. Since these men were now all dead, this information was not timely or crucial. Nevertheless, Victoria turned over the list of names to an Israeli agent she knew from her days in the CIA. Victoria quickly checked on Victor Kartoff's lineage, another time traveler from the future and the supposed descendant of our Victor Kartoff, but there was no mention of Zing as his great-grandmother. Gerald supplied the logical answer to this by saying that since the past had been altered, beginning with the Allies' victory in World War II, a completely new timeline had taken shape. All that I knew for sure was that talking about the time travel paradox gave me a migraine headache. Regardless of the lineage issues, Victoria felt she made a good deal in getting the futuristic unit back. The historical account it contained was a part of Victoria's family history. Having it under her roof again put quite a smile on her face. Of course, we all had to swear to secrecy, as Victoria was concerned that the Secret Service would confiscate the device because of its counterfeiting abilities. A few quiet years passed before things began to get interesting. Word came to me from my friend, the Elkin ambassador Flinneron, that there indeed was a fatal flaw in the almost completed planetary defense shield their people had been building for us. Flinneron said, "Since the planetary dome is solar-powered, Earth could be attacked during a full solar eclipse. If the Kras find this out, they could schedule their attack to coincide with such an event." Jake was right. Our dome did have an Achilles heel. Despite this potential weakness, it was decided to complete the dome. At the very least, it would work as an asteroid deflector. Hank and Jake began to work on a short-term power source for the dome that would keep it operational during an eclipse. However, they could not resolve the power conversion issues with any certainty of success. Victoria purchased a small Pacific island in 2035 for family getaways in total seclusion. She hired 1,000 men and women to go to the island, to build a small hotel and a large house for us, and to build roads and an airport. The workers were dropped off by seaplane to begin the project. As 2035 came to a close, we were all together at Christmas in our New Jersey residence, watching an old home movie from my childhood. In the film, I was being thrown into the air by my father. Dawn, now 2.5 years old, was sitting on my lap when she casually stated, "That's Clem Rizzoli." The entire living room went silent as we all turned our heads in Dawn's direction. I softly asked Dawn, "How did you know that was Clem Rizzoli?" She just shrugged her shoulders. Clem Rizzoli was the code name used by my father during his top-secret career with the government. 5 minutes later, as the movie continued, there was a scene showing my father and Jeff, Victoria's father, standing next to each other, late in their lives, in the 1990s. After Dawn noticed Jeff on the screen, she said, "Jeff was the love of my life." Now it was official. Any chance of Dawn's comments being a coincidence was gone in an instant. Victoria took charge of the soft interrogation, asking her 30-month-old granddaughter, with the brain of a 7-year-old, some questions. "Do you recognize me?" Dawn showed no recognition of Victoria as a grown woman. However, there was a scene in the movie of Victoria at the age of 14. We froze the frame on the screen. When Dawn looked up to see the still image of a young Victoria, she casually said, "Isn't my daughter beautiful?" I don't know why, but right after Dawn said this, I turned and looked at Defender, who nodded his sage canine head at me and then stared into my eyes. The next thing I knew, I was speaking to everyone in the room. The Defender told Mac that Louise's soul would be returned to Earth in a generation or 2. Victoria looked at me with disbelief. "Excuse me, but are you talking out of your bum? Or do you have further proof of this?" Jake confirmed my words after he too looked into our dog's eyes. "Vito is right. The soul and spirit of my grandmother does indeed inhabit my daughter's body." I broke our family's stone silence after Jake's statement with my best Rodney Dangerfield impersonation. "Is this a crazy family or what?" Prela was fascinated by the apparent reincarnation of the soul of Victoria's mother, Louise, manifesting itself in her daughter's consciousness. Prela asked 1,000 questions about Louise and her life and her many accomplishments. Victoria and I told Prela every story we knew about her mother. Louise had led an amazing life, as a spy for England during World War II, living with Jeff the time traveler who was Victoria's father, and being instrumental in saving the Earth from the first Kraz attack in 1968. Now, somehow, at least some of Louise's memories resided in Dawn. There was never a dull moment in this house. We all decided to keep Dawn's gifts a secret from the outside world. The last thing we needed was more public scrutiny. The wedding. The year 2037 started out innocently enough. Lola and Joe Collins had progressed from dating to engagement. I was truly impressed by Joe. He loved our little brainiac, and he wasn't intimidated by her supernatural intelligence or mind-reading abilities. Victoria told me that she had a little sit-down with Lola months earlier. "Honey, are you sure Joe is the right man for you?" Victoria queried. "Mom, I know that Joe loves me. He's the only man I've ever dated who's not intimidated by my intelligence. I realize that he has a simplistic view of life, but that is one of the things I love about him. When I'm around him, I can shut my mind off and relax, which is something I desperately need to do from time to time." With the green light given, Victoria got into full wedding planning mode. Her resources were nearly unlimited, so Victoria invited thousands of guests, a veritable who's who of politicians, athletes, Hollywood stars, and even some off-worlders from Elkin. The one alien we all wanted to come, of course, was Sheltok, but this was impossible due to the political situation. Until our friend was able to implement his hidden agenda of turning his planet, Kraz, away from its planet-conquering course, the Kraz would remain our enemies. The planning was in full steam. Every once in a while, Lola and Victoria sought my opinion, but, as you might imagine, that was not my thing. So I always deferred and said, "You girls decide." That would end up biting me in the ass. Lola's gown was classified as top secret. Victoria had arranged for a top Elkin designer, G. Mara, to design the dress, using a holographic mannequin of Lola. All of the women in the wedding party were sworn to secrecy. Even I had no idea what it would look like. The person who had the hardest job keeping the design under wraps was Prela. She could hardly keep herself from cleeing me about it. One day, as I was in total relaxation mode watching a baseball game in my lounger, Lola walked in to talk to me. "Uncle Vito, I need to ask you something." "Shoot, I'm all ears," I blurted out as I was throwing popcorn into my mouth. Uncle Vito, I've already asked Mom, and she said yes. Uh-oh. No, this is a good thing, Lola responded. Would you be willing to walk me down the aisle? Honey, not only would I be willing, I would be honored. My laid-back parenting style must have made some impression after all. I was actually thrilled that Lola wanted me to stand in for Mickey. She ran into my arms for a big bear hug, and then I gave her a kiss on the head. The wedding was finally at hand. The shindig was being touted as one of the most spectacular wedding parties of all time. We completely took over the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City for the festivities and the guest accommodations. The rooms were done up in grand style. Everyone was in formal attire. There was a large picture of Jake and Lola's father, Mickey, in the hallway, which I felt was a nice touch. The bridal party looked sensational. Ben was the ring bearer and Dawn was the flower girl. Hank escorted Prela, the matron of honor, and Jake, as the best man, escorted Ina, the maid of honor. Joe's father died when he was a child, so his mom, Shirley, walked him down the aisle. I know every bride looks good, but Lola was beautiful. Her gown had been made of a special, nearly weightless elkin fabric that shimmered as it hugged her in all the right places. Instead of a veil, she wore a little cap that had cascades of inert Eptol particles. The guests turned and gasped. They were unanimously stunned and impressed. I noticed Joe staring, mesmerized by Lola as she walked down the aisle with me. It really was a spectacular ceremony. Hours later, Gerald and I looked at each other during the party and started laughing at how ridiculously over the top this affair was. Victoria had spared no expense for her daughter's wedding. A waiter was assigned to each guest. Limoges china, Christofle sterling silverware, and gold-laced centerpieces were all cornerstones of the decoration. This had to be the only wedding party that had metal detectors not just when you entered, but when you left as well. Victoria didn't want anyone walking off with the silverware by mistake. The waiters walked around with hors d'oeuvre trays filled with caviar and poached salmon. Never a big fan of such dainty food, I asked, "When are the pigs in blankets coming out?" My personal waiter raised his nose at me and sneered, "Sir, hot dogs are not served at the Waldorf." When Victoria informed me that the main course was going to be larger portions of this same poached salmon, I grabbed Hank and we cut out of the cocktail hour and found a Burger King a few blocks away. Knowing that there were dozens of my friends at the party in need of some food they could actually eat, I brought back dozens of Whoppers for the guys that had the same look of menu panic on their faces that I did. I made sure to put the Whopper meals into a Tiffany shopping bag an old lady had dropped on the street before we headed back to the affair. When we returned, Joe's eyes lit up like he had just won the league MVP award when I handed him a value meal on the down low. Even Gerald came over to grab one. Before I knew it, there was a crowd around me and I was handing out the hamburgers like it was a soup kitchen. Shit, even the vice president came over to ask if he could take one. 2 Secret Service agents pulled me aside to ask me where I had gotten the fast food. I gave them the location and they thanked me profusely. Victoria spotted me in the middle of the scrum of men, so I asked the guys to hurry. "Grab your value meals and head for the 4 corners of this place." Victoria was closing in. My fellow carnivores separated quickly, so Victoria had no way to be sure what was going on. I said, "Hi, honey. Great party." As Victoria was looking around to see my friends scattering, she said, "Thanks, I think. What were you handing out from the Tiffany bag?" I had stuffed the Tiffany bag into my pants pocket, but apparently some of it was still sticking out, and of course Victoria noticed. "Just some cufflinks. Would you excuse me, sweetheart? I have to make sure the caterer takes care of something." I ducked away at that point and felt that we all had made a clean getaway. That was until Claire Finkelstein saw her husband taking a bite of his hamburger near the men's room. Gerald folded like a cheap suit and confessed to Claire. She, of course, had to tell Victoria. Victoria spotted me from across the room and sexily sauntered over to ask me to dance. At first, she was acting flirtatiously innocent, but then she whispered in my ear while we were foxtrotting, "Honey, isn't the food great?" "Fabulous, truly amazing, top shelf." "What was your favorite?" Was it the caviar, the pâté de foie gras, the poached salmon, or the elkin kelp dumplings? At this point I became a bit suspicious that Victoria was baiting her trap. I glanced over at Gerald, who was gesturing wildly to me with his index finger pointed toward his own head and his thumb pointed in the air. I got this message, that he should be shot. As it now became obvious to me that Gerald had spilled the beans, I decided to confess. You know about the hamburgers? Oh, yes. Are you mad? I'm not sure. In that case, I love your dress. Somehow I managed to get off with a severe reprimand, no jail time. Days later I showed Victoria the article about the wedding in People magazine. Joe and Lola's wedding was called the greatest ever thrown. Victoria was walking on air for weeks. If I gave everyone 10 tries to figure out where Jake and Lola decided to go for their honeymoon, I don't think anyone could guess it. Cooperstown, New York, the home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. Lola was a good sport. Paradise Lost. Joe not only made the major leagues, but he was on the American League All-Star team as its second baseman. At the All-Star break of the 2037 Major League Baseball season, he was batting .463. He was being written up all over the sports pages as the next possible 400 hitter in baseball. No one had accomplished this feat since Ted Williams in 1941. Despite having thinning hair 3 years earlier, Joe now had a completely thick black head of hair. He was at a complete loss as to why his hair grew back and twice as thick as ever before. Jake and Lola suspected that the formula the Elkin provided to repair Joe's eyesight may have had something to do with this regenerative hair growth. So they hit the basement lab shortly after the wedding and soon realized that dihydrotestosterone, the main cause of male pattern baldness, was totally absent from Joe's body. By the end of 2037, the cure for baldness, in the form of a topical cream called Grusum, was available for sale. Since Victoria had the laboratories, public relations, and distribution channels for her Vena cream already in place, she took charge of the business end of this baldness prevention cream. Our family fortune multiplied exponentially. Less than a year later, the pill form was developed. Jake and Lola held the patent to our family's latest discovery, and within several months, you couldn't see any bald men walking the streets. In fact, you could actually tell which men were using this product because their hair was too thick. Zing called these men woolly mammoths. As men felt better about themselves and their appearance, they seemed to get their mojo back. There was a big dip in men's hat sales, however. One night, I woke up suddenly with Defender staring at me from the foot of the bed. Hank's 30th birthday was coming up in December of 2037. 10 years earlier, the Defender, in human form, had told me to give Hank an Eradicator weapon on his 30th birthday. Defender, the dog, was giving me a timely reminder. I had to track down and assemble an Eradicator weapon, and fast. The problem was that anyone found using, building, designing, or trying to acquire an Eradicator weapon would suffer the death penalty. The governments of the world had finally taken a strong and unified stance. Making the penalty so severe was felt to be the ultimate deterrent. Yet I had no choice but to locate one immediately, as Hank's life and who knows how many others might be at risk if I didn't get my hands on a workable weapon. I asked Victoria and Ina to help with this project, and I told them my reasons, as I didn't want them to question why they would be risking their lives. For a price, Victoria had one of her old CIA contacts locate a small fragment of tasnium. Ina was going to build the Eradicator. She was one of the few people on Earth who knew the precise process needed to create the chip that would power the weapon. Radioactive tasnium itself was not sufficient. It had to be carefully encased in a 2-micron thick chrome shell within a tungsten-lined chamber to make the Eradicator operational. We knew the risks we were taking, but the Defender had gone out of his way, more than 10 years earlier, to very specifically instruct me to give Hank an Eradicator weapon on his birthday. It was not easy to find all the necessary components, but we managed. Ina completed a working weapon in the nick of time. The family decided to fly out to our private island for the dual 30th birthday celebrations of the twins, Hank and Ina. Off we flew on our family's private jet to the island to begin what was to be a week-long celebration starting 3 days before the kids' birthdays. Victoria had the chefs and food flown out to the island with us. After her write-up in People magazine, Victoria wanted to make Hank and Ina's joint 30th birthday party a memorable one as well. It was indeed memorable, but not for the reasons we all had hoped. Our first 3 days on the island were totally mellow. The custom-built house was large enough for all of us, including the small staff we had hired. Victoria's vision had been carried out to a T. The wooden house was Polynesian style on stilts, but with all the modern conveniences. We settled in and started exploring our little corner of paradise. The kids surfed and kayaked, gathered coconuts, and just hung out. Our little ones, Ben and Dawn, played at the edge of the gentle sea under the watchful eyes of their parents. Victoria led me on a hike to scout the island. In the evenings, the 2 chefs prepared fantastic meals, with no caviar anywhere in sight, I might add, for our large group. We played board games, charades, and watched some ball games on satellite TV. At midnight, as my watch turned to December 3rd, Hank and Ina's birthday, Hank and I stood on the beach watching the waves roll in. I was struck by how peaceful the ocean looked at that one moment. Then I handed Hank the Eradicator. "What's this, Dad? Why in the world are you giving me the ultimate weapon of mass destruction, which mandates the death penalty on my 30th birthday?" Before I could answer my son's question, our gazes were pulled from the glistening full moon to the terrifying retreating ocean. Suddenly the water got sucked out to sea, followed a few minutes later by a tsunami wave 30 feet high barreling down on us. Realizing what was coming, I screamed at the top of my lungs for the family to come to the beach at once. Luckily, everyone in the house heard the urgency of my screams and ran toward us. As calmly as I could, I instructed everyone to stand directly behind me. Hank fired the Eradicator at the approaching wall of water, moving the weapon left to right and back again in a continuous motion. The Eradicator cut a 15-foot wide dry path as the monumental wave crashed on both sides of us, destroying our home and most of the island. I think Hank fired the Eradicator for only a minute or so, but that was all the time we needed to escape the tsunami's wrath. The wave blew past us at record speed. When the crisis was over, Hank turned to me and said, "Best birthday present I ever got, Pop. Thanks." This may have been the first time in history that an Eradicator weapon which evaporates all liquid was used to save lives. We smiled at each other, but then turned our heads to look upon the total devastation of our little island. Our new home was gone, along with the guest cottages and most of the trees. Some of us went back to pick up the few belongings floating in the knee-high flooded rubble, but very little was salvageable. With great calmness, despite the circumstances, Victoria used her global holophone, which fortunately was in the pocket of her bathrobe, to call for a seaplane to pick us up. We sat on the beach for 5 hours, and as the sun began to come up, our seaplane taxi arrived. The family was strangely quiet on the airplane, as we all seemed to be lost in thought. I was thinking about the Defender instructing me to give an Eradicator weapon to Hank on his 30th birthday. It made me wonder if the Defender understood how all future history would play out. The only logical answer was yes. Jake was depressed, dazed, and confused because he had not foreseen the tsunami. He began to lose confidence in his ability to see future events. Lola had no inkling that trouble was near, and Hank and Ina also felt that they should have sensed something. This was the first time I had ever seen doubt enter the kids' minds. Still, it was Joe who had the memorable line when we all boarded the seaplane. Joe was talking to his mom on the phone, who must have asked, "How was your week on the island, Joe?" Joe's response was, "Total washout." I loved how Joe put everything in life into baseball terminology. Prela cleed me that she was thankful a supreme being was watching out for all of us. Amen to that. Victoria took the loss of $30 million to build this island extremely casually. Things can be replaced. This was Victoria's only statement regarding our paradise lost. As time goes by. There was relative calm in our lives for the next 10 years. The most exciting occurrence for the world at this time was the nearly simultaneous completion of the Elkin defense shield and the approach of an asteroid that would have hit the Earth if not for our newly created dome. On February 5, 2040, an asteroid named 2011 AG5 bounced off Earth's protective bubble just 2 months after it was completed. These NEOs, near-Earth objects, as they were called, had been Krone's pet project for as long as I could remember. He would have been proud that our asteroid-deflecting bubble saved the Earth from a potentially devastating impact. This successful test gave the people hope that the shield would stop the Kras if and when they arrived in 2052. In 2047, I turned 85, but I still looked and felt 50, which was pretty cool. After all, with the average lifespan up to 110 years and no threat of dementia, I felt confident that there were many productive years left. Victoria still looked great, too. Ever the optimist, when Victoria turned 80, she said, 80 is the new 40. She wasn't wrong. That Vena cream of hers really kept people looking young. Our kids were reaching middle age, which was hard for us to fathom. Where does the time go? Prela continued to travel frequently from Earth to Elkin and Saskia on diplomatic missions. Jake spent most of his time on various top-secret projects. He was becoming more of a recluse, preferring to work alone in his basement laboratory most of the time. Victoria and I were happy to watch Dawn when Prela was traveling, as Jake was too self-absorbed to look after his daughter. Victoria and I were worried about him. Dawn was now 14 and had the same mental bond with me that I had with her mother. She could hear my thoughts and I hers. Like her Saskian mother, Dawn was bald and had cat-like green eyes, but, like her father, she had human-sized ears and vocal cords. At 14, she was already taller than Prela. Dawn completely freaked me out over breakfast one day. It was just the two of us sitting together eating our cornflakes. Vito, do all Earthmen have the same animal passions that you do? What are you talking about? Last night in Grandma's bedroom. I cut Dawn off at this point, as I now understood her reference. Dawn, this mental connection we have may be fun most of the time, but right now I am feeling very uncomfortable discussing my emotions from last night with you. In the future, would you please close your mind to my thoughts when I shut the bedroom door with Grandma? I'd really appreciate it. Okie dokie, V, she said playfully. I just wasn't ready to discuss the sexual urges of Earthmen and women with a 14-year-old, either verbally or mentally. Victoria's own issues with Dawn caused her to begin seeing a psychiatrist. I certainly understood why. When your granddaughter possesses certain memories of your mother, you need some professional perspective. Unfortunately, Victoria's psychiatrist did not believe what he was being told, which just further exasperated her. At home, Victoria talked to Dawn as she might have spoken to her mother. Dawn did not have total recall of Louise's life, but she did remember fragments of her past, especially when there was a visual trigger to bring things back into her mind. We had traveled to England a few years earlier, and Dawn somehow knew where she was going, leading the way through the streets of London. She even pointed out a secret operations center that the Allies used during the Second World War. Ben and Dawn had become the best of friends. I suppose all of us living on the same street had something to do with their close friendship. Jake and Prela owned the house next door, and Victor, Zing, and Ben lived down the block from us. Hank and Ina never left our home. Hank had become a somber and deep-thinking young man, as he seemed to carry the world's problems on his shoulders. I asked Hank about the distant attitude that he wore as a cloak. Hank shocked me when he said, "The Defender told me once that Ina and I should have died as teenagers. He said that we were given extra time on Earth to help the world through several crises. So we both feel that we can't lead normal lives and enjoy ourselves. We must keep working to better mankind, or our usefulness on Earth will end." Wow. I felt awful that he and Ina had taken the Defender's words so literally, and that they carried this burden in their minds and hearts. I think I did my best diplomatic work in many years when I sat them both down to tell them about Jeff and Mac. Victoria's father and his friend and fellow time-traveler, Mac, were also outside of time, as you both feel that you are. When they returned from a dystopian future now never to happen, they were both able to lead normal lives and live into their old age. Jeff and Mac had social relationships, took normal jobs, and lived as others did. As I sat between Hank and Ina, my arms over their shoulders, I said, "You know, the Defender told me that he wanted both of you to lead normal lives." "He did?" Ina asked hopefully. Yes, he did. After our little conversation, both Hank and Ina seemed to snap out of their serious attitude towards life. That was a very fulfilling day for me. When they were younger, Hank and Ina had such great senses of humor, but they had submerged that aspect of their personalities for many years. It was great to see them laugh and smile again. Since I was now on a roll, my next psychological project was to keep Lola and Joe from getting divorced. Joe was a nice guy, but he was as dense as a block of granite. When Joe hit over 400, 412 to be exact, in the 2037 Major League Baseball season, he became world famous for his on-the-field accomplishments. The problem was that along with his newfound fame came unscrupulous people trying to get Joe to invest his new contract wealth in various enterprises. Joe had no head for business, and he made countless mistakes while trying to make all these financial decisions himself. When he finally asked us for help, we were able to shield him from many of the people trying to extort money from him in one crazy scheme after another. Joe lost money on many of his investments, but one of them really took the cake. Joe invested $600,000 to build solar windmills on the moon. I kid you not. When we asked him what these solar windmills were supposed to do, he said, "Keep the moon's surface cool during the day." None of us who were present for Joe's explanation wanted to laugh out loud, but we couldn't help it. Tears of laughter began to erupt on our faces. Joe asked, quite seriously, "Do any of you want to invest? I can get you in on the ground floor." It was at this point that we all lost it. Tears were rolling down our faces. I'd never laughed so hard in my life. Hank and Victoria were right with me on the laughter scale. Even Lola laughed, though she tried to hide it to protect Joe's feelings. Once we finally caught our collective breath and stopped roaring with laughter, Joe said, "What's so funny? This is a great deal." Joe's comment just set us all off again. A few of us fell off the chairs we were sitting on, holding onto our stomachs. But Joe's gullibility and financial naivete weren't the only issues causing problems. Joe had been approached by several beautiful women wanting more than just his autograph, and he gave in to temptation on several occasions. Joe was so brutally honest that he caused more trouble for himself than needed. Every time some woman attempted to seduce him, usually on a baseball road trip, he told Lola about it. I respected him for his honesty on one level, but what this did to Lola was unintentionally cruel. I was reluctant to play marriage counselor, but Joe looked up to me, and he always sought my opinion and approval. My 3 failed marriages gave me a certain negative authority, as in, don't do what I did. As we began our discussion, Joe hit me with a particularly tough question. "Vito, when a beautiful woman comes uninvited to your hotel room and starts taking her clothes off, what's a guy supposed to do?" I think I held my left hand over my mouth for 30 seconds or so before answering, as I tried to compose my words carefully. "Joe, when it comes to sex, most men are weak. If a beautiful woman takes her clothes off and throws herself at you, our first instinct is to grab her, throw her on the bed, and fuck her." Joe excitedly interrupted me with, "Exactly!" "Let me finish. But if you're married, you must think about the consequences of your actions. Do you love Lola?" "More'n anything." "Well, if you screw around with other women, that hurts Lola deeply, and you may lose her because of it." "Yeah, I know. Lola wasn't too happy when I told her about a few of these women. So you think I should think about her feelings and what she would want me to do when I get in those situations again?" "Joe, the point is, you have to make sure you don't get in those situations again. How did these women get into your room if they were uninvited?" "Guys on the team kept sending them up." "Well, if I were you, I'd talk to those guys and kick their asses if they do it again." "Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll do it. Thanks, Vito." My next step was discussing this with Lola. I still can't figure out how I became the family psychologist and mediator, but somehow that job fell into my lap. As it turned out, Lola was very easy to talk to. She knew Joe better than he knew himself. Lola shrugged her shoulders and said, "I know Joe loves me. He's just weak-minded about certain things. Like Mom always says, men think about sex every 15 seconds, and some women use that knowledge to take advantage of them." I considered arguing the point. My opinion was that men think about sex every 60 seconds, not every 15. But I held my tongue, as this retort wouldn't have helped the male side of this argument very much. Lola had it all figured out. All I could think of to say, after not saying one word to her on the subject, was, "Well, you seem to have this under control. If you need to talk further, my door is always open." Joe finally got a handle on his teammates' pranks and his wandering eye. Joe and Lola got through this rough patch and stayed somewhat happily married. Although our family members led very independent lives, moving apart in all directions, the one constant was our dog, Defender. In many ways, Defender was the glue that held the family together since everyone came over to see the dog at our home. I usually received my Cleese from either Prela or Dawn, but this time I received one from Defender. I was watching television in the living room when I received a clear message to go upstairs to my bedroom. When I got there, Defender was lying next to my bed, panting. His breathing was extremely labored. Defender's message to me was clear. He was dying. Defender was 17 years old at this point. In the sadness of the moment, I was given strength as I gazed into Defender's eyes for the last time. I don't think a dog ever had a funeral like this one. Every member of our family eulogized him, and we all had great stories to tell. As I said, Defender had been the one constant in the family for so many years. After the ceremony, our family friend, Ethan, came to speak with me. He told me that his dog had just had a litter of puppies and asked if I wanted to pick one. At first, I didn't want to even think about replacing Defender so soon, but within 48 hours, I changed my mind. Victoria, Ben, and I took a ride to Ethan's house to see his puppies. It took about 5 seconds to spot the pup of our choice. There were 6 Jack Russell Terriers in a large basket, all, of course, white and brown. 5 of the 6 dogs were nursing, snuggled up to the mother, completely oblivious to our presence. However, the 6th dog in the litter stared right at me and started jumping up and down. Defender the Third joined our family that day. We nicknamed the dog Trey, due to his being the third pooch in Victoria's life with the name Defender. After about a month, Jake was scratching Trey's stomach when he noticed that he had an unusual birthmark there. It looked like a planet. At about the same time, Victoria caught me staring at the dog and entering a trance-like state. Yes, the Defender was present with us in New Jersey once again. Looking back, it made cosmic sense. With all that our family would have to endure in the coming years, the Defender needed a younger canine body to inhabit so he could occasionally assist us. 2048. The decade of relative calm in our lives was now over. No one could have imagined what the next years had in store for the people of Earth. Our planetary shield was fully operational, or at least that was what our military leaders believed. All of the Elkin contractors on Earth were recalled, as they were needed back on Elkin to help prepare for an attack by the Kraz Empire at home. Hank insisted on going along to see what he could do to help the Elkin ready themselves for this impending assault. I wasn't about to let my son undertake this mission alone, so I joined the quest. One by one, our family dominoes fell. Before we knew it, everyone volunteered to go into space to see if there was anything we could do to help our Elkin friends. Prela was off-world at that moment, traveling to the Saskian home planet on a diplomatic mission. Since Saskia is equidistant between Elkin and the Kraz homeworld, the Kraz warships would have to pass close to it on their way to Elkin. With everything that was going on, Jake was understandably concerned for his wife's safety. Once we realized that Prela might be in great danger, there was no doubt of our course of action. The whole family decided to commit to the mission. We had to make sure Prela was safe. We took care of loose ends at home as we awaited the Elkin transport ship that would take us into deep space. Victoria appointed her second-in-command as interim CEO of her cosmetics and pharmaceutical empire that manufactured Vena cream and grew some. Lola had to say goodbye to Joe. She thought that would be a difficult conversation, but it turned out to be fairly easy. Joe was on a baseball road trip at the time we left, so they spoke by holophone. Joe certainly didn't realize the gravity of the situation when he told Lola, "Hey, hon, I've got a double-header tomorrow. If I get 4 hits, I'll have the highest batting average in baseball. Good luck. Have a great time in space." Ben had never been off-world, and he wanted to come on this trip. But every time he said, "I'm coming with you," the dog growled and shook his head no, so we forced Ben to stay behind. Ben couldn't understand why Dawn could go with us and he couldn't. I saw his point, but I went along with Trey's judgment on this. "You are the man of the house now," Victor told his son. "Ben, keep an eye on Joe for me. Lola called out as we walked out the front door. Off we went into the wild black yonder. The plan was for us to break into 3 groups. Jake, Dawn, and I were met in deep space by a smaller Elkin vessel to take us to the Saskian homeworld in search of Prela. Victoria, Lola, Zing, Victor, and our dog Trey were taken by a small Elkin stealth starfighter to the Kraz homeworld. They would try to find out where Sheltalk was and contact him if they could. Hank and Ina returned with the transport to Elkin to see what they could do to help our allies defend against the impending Kraz attack. We were all worried about Sheltalk. I just could not believe that he would have willingly given up the codes needed to enter Elkin space. I was determined to find out what had happened to my good friend on Kraz. However, first we had to find out what had become of Prela. Among our special equipment were the universal translators that Lola and Ina had perfected in case Jake or Lola, who understood all languages in the universe thanks to the Defender, were not present to translate for the rest of us. The Eradicator weapon, the body shield prototypes that Hank and Jake had just completed, and Jake's latest invention. It was a dart gun loaded with helium and nitrous oxide, a mixture that had proved deadly to the Kraz race in the past. Moments after impact, the gases would enter the bloodstream, killing the Kraz in seconds. We assumed orbit around Prela's homeworld of Saskia, a small gray planet with 6 moons. There were no blue skies on Saskia, just gray sky with an almost constant drizzling rain. We nicknamed Saskia Seattle on steroids. Jake's scans revealed 5 Kraz warriors on the planet's surface, but there were no Kraz vessels of any kind in orbit. I thanked the Elkin pilot for assisting us in this rescue mission. "It is the Elkin who should be thanking you," he responded. "We are obligated by treaty to defend the Saskian race, so we are in your debt." The Saskians were peaceful, had no weapons, and posed no threat to the Kraz, so I wondered why they would bother to occupy this world at all. Perhaps the Kraz wanted to use the Saskian planet as a supply base to launch their attack on Elkin. There were fewer than 2,000 Saskian people on their planet, and most were children. The scans indicated that they were massed in one location. As we flew through the atmosphere down to the planet's surface, both Dawn and I could begin to hear the thoughts of the Saskians. Collectively, I would say the Saskian hostages were scared but calm. The Elkin pilot landed the ship in a secluded area a few miles from where the Kraz were holding the 2,000 Saskian hostages. Jake put on his body shield and armed himself with his dart pistol. I holstered my 2 weapons of choice, the Eradicator and a .44 Magnum revolver. Dawn wanted me to give her a weapon too, but I was hesitant to give a 15-year-old a gun. As we made our way on foot towards the hostages, Dawn and I were in full communication with the Saskian leaders via telepathy. Prela was apparently not on the planet. We were told that she had never arrived from Earth as scheduled. Despite our disappointment and continued concern about Prela's well-being, we decided to stay and help the Saskians before resuming our search. The Saskians were being held in an outdoor sports field. 5 armed Kraz had herded them into this open area, awaiting further instructions. As we tried to devise a plan, Dawn took things into her own hands. She casually pulled the .44 Magnum revolver from my belt and checked to make sure it was fully loaded. She tucked the gun into her waistband behind her and then marched into the field where the Saskians were located. As soon as Dawn was spotted, a Kraz warrior grabbed her and shoved her into the giant circle with the rest of the Saskians. Dawn, totally cool and confident, showing maturity way beyond her years, relayed her plan to me via Klee. Both Jake and I assumed that Louise's soul and her extensive military expertise had taken charge of Dawn's actions for this crisis. We waited until darkness set in. Dawn wanted me to create a diversion 100 yards away in a forested area in the hope that at least 2 of the 5 Kraz guards would investigate the disturbance. Meanwhile, Jake, protected by his body shield and armed with his dart pistol, would sneak into the field and shoot the remaining guards, one by one. Jake's dart gun was silent, so this plan had a chance to succeed in the darkness. Our advantage was that the Saskians were deep-rooted pacifists, so the Kraz soldiers would not be expecting any kind of reprisal. I made my way into the woods, where I found a small clearing. There I set a fire, making sure that the blaze was accompanied by the clap of splitting branches. 2 Kraz warriors approached, looking for the cause of the sound and light show. As soon as they were within range, I leapt up from behind a large boulder and eradicated both of them. In a perfect scenario, I would have preferred to have interrogated at least one of the Kraz soldiers to ask about the whereabouts of Prela and Sheltok. Alas, this wasn't to be. I had no choice but to vaporize both of them after they spotted me and drew their weapons. Meanwhile, Jake took out two of the Kraz soldiers with dart gunshots to their necks, but the remaining soldier saw Jake and took dead aim at him, firing his Eradicator. Thankfully, Jake's body shield worked, and the Eradicator fire was absorbed by his suit. At this point, little Dawn stood, walked right up to the remaining Kraz soldier, and fired 6 bullets into the giant at point-blank range. As she fired, we heard Dawn yell, "Leave my grandson alone!" Jake finished the job with a dart to the Kraz warrior's neck. The hostage crisis was over, at least for the time being. The Saskian people thanked us profusely for saving them, but we didn't have time to linger because of our need to search for Prela. Dawn instructed me to eradicate the 3 remaining Kraz bodies so the Saskians would have plausible deniability if the Kraz returned looking for their comrades. The Saskian leader was both shocked and impressed with Dawn's cold-blooded decision to eradicate the remaining Kraz soldiers. He asked her, via telepathy, "Is this the human side of your personality? To kill first, and then ask questions later?" "Probably, but more likely it's the spirit of my grandmother who shares my soul with me. She has a take-no-prisoners attitude towards all enemies of freedom." Surprised and confused, the Saskian leader wished us well. It was at this point that we headed back to the Elkin ship to resume our search for Prela. On the walk to the ship, Jake said he had read the mind of one of the Kraz warriors before he killed him. "Uncle Vito, I have a very strong feeling that Sheltok is in some sort of prison on the Kraz homeworld." I turned to Jake and replied, "I thought it was your sister who could read minds." "I have a limited ability in this area as well." Dawn confirmed this as she sensed what her father just said was true. "We have to find Prela first. Once she is safe, we will attempt to help Sheltok." As the Elkin vessel raced back into space, Dawn entered a meditative state for several minutes. When she regained full consciousness, Dawn said, "My mother is now in the same prison with Sheltok." I was about to ask how she could possibly know this, but I held my tongue. Dawn was in contact with either the Defender or another non-corporeal race. Once again, my father's sage colloquial words came to my mind. If you know the person you're talking to knows more than you do on a particular subject, and other people are in the room, listen to and don't question those words. Why? Because if you argue the point and you're wrong, you'll look like a fucking idiot. Since we had several days before we would reach the Kraz homeworld, my thoughts drifted to some of my father's infamous one-liners. Every night he tried to teach his kids something new with his observations on life. One night our family went out to a local diner for supper. My dad noticed the waitress didn't write down our orders. She tried to memorize them. 20 minutes later, the waitress returned to our table to take our order again, which drove my dad nuts. Jesus Christ! There is nothing worse than a waitress with a bad memory. My father then took a small tape recorder from his pocket and recorded our family's dinner order. He then handed the tape recorder to the waitress. "Since you obviously haven't learned how to write, if you intend to keep this job, you'd better start using one of these." Some people at the next table thought my dad was overly cruel to our waitress, but I didn't see it that way. He was being his brutally honest self. We returned to this restaurant a few weeks later to see the waitress my father had confronted, now writing down orders. When Dad noticed this, all he said was, "About fucking time." I remembered another day. After all of my brothers and sisters had moved out of the house, Dad and I were eating TV dinners together. "Vito, your older brothers and sisters have college degrees now, so they don't listen to me anymore. Their heads are so far up their own asses, they think they've learned the secrets of the universe, when all they know is shit." Civil War. Our stealth Elkin craft made it through the Kraz planetary defenses without being detected. The journey had lasted a mere 2 days using Elkin space-bending technology. Despite this being a short trip, Jake, Dawn, and I were all frantic with worry by the time the Elkin ship touched down in a secluded area on the outskirts of the Kraz capital city of Pell. The Elkin pilot was able to make contact with Elkin spies, who maintained their hidden orbit just within message interception range. We were told that a Saskian body sign was detected in Pell, in their main prison facility. As Jake and Dawn had suspected, Prela was being held in the same prison as Sheltok. Eventually, we learned the details of their incarceration. Sheltalk, near exhaustion, was pinned vertically to the wall by chains made of titanium. A guard led Prela into Sheltalk's large cell, her hands tied behind her. She was amazingly calm despite the situation. The guard removed Prela's restraints and locked her in the cell with Sheltalk. When Prela saw Sheltalk, she recognized him from a picture that I kept in the house from our boys' night out before Sheltalk had left Earth many years earlier. Prela had difficulty communicating with Sheltalk. She could not speak, but she read lips, as she wanted to understand verbal communication. Prela grabbed a small rock from the floor and scratched the name Sheltalk on the wall. Sheltalk sensed that Prela was a friend, but he didn't know who she was or how she may have been connected to our family. Prela read Sheltalk's lips as he spoke to her, and together with her limited hearing abilities, she was able to nod yes or shake her head no to his questions.
Obviously, you were not sent by Alcon to extract information from me. He would never use a Saskian. Why would Alcon have you put in my cell, and why would they imprison you? You cannot speak, so torturing you would be pointless.
Prela took the small, sharp-edged rock and returned to the wall where she had written Sheltalk's name. As she chiseled the names Vito and Jake, Sheltalk's eyes opened wide, as strength returned to his body.
Vito and Jake sent you?
He asked in English. Prela nodded. Somehow she convinced Sheltalk that a rescue party was on the way. Prela later pleaded me that once Sheltalk realized we were attempting to rescue him, his hopelessness had turned into optimism. He now had renewed energy for the battles to come. On board the second Elkin stealth warship, our contingent was having trouble devising a plan. Victor had one idea, Victoria another, and Zing yet a third. No one was exactly sure which plan had the greatest chance of succeeding. At the height of their disagreement, the Elkin warship moved into a high stealth orbit of a Kraz moon. It was at that point that our dog, and occasional supreme being, looked into Victoria's eyes. Everyone noticed Victoria zone out for a few moments. When she returned from the trance, she nodded approval to our dog. The Defender-endorsed rescue plan was a bizarre one to be sure. Victoria, Zing, Lola, and Victor were flown to a remote location outside of Pell. Victor tied ropes around all three women, binding them at their hands and ankles. Victor was acting the role of a bounty hunter who was hired to find alien females for the Kraz leaders' harems. Victor carried the universal translator, and he had Lola to fill in the blanks of the conversations if and when they ran into any Kraz people on the planet's surface. Victor spoke to the first Kraz individual they encountered, a metal forger. "These women are supposed to be delivered to Sheltalk. Where can I find him?"
The metal forger laughed. "Ha! He's in Alcon's prison. I don't think Alcon will allow him sexual pleasure, but who knows? He may be using a new tactic." He laughed again. "The prison is 2 hours' walk in that direction," he said, pointing the way. They continued to travel on foot. The next Kraz they encountered was a female, the first Kraz female that people from Earth had ever seen. Unlike the male members of their race, Kraz females had no horn emerging from their foreheads. She looked over Victor and the women he had in tow and invited them into her home for refreshment. After conversing with the alien visitors for a while, she told them her name, Tessa, and she also revealed her political leanings. Tessa turned out to be a member of the Free Sheltalk movement. She reported that the organization had the support of more than 2/3 of the civilian Kraz population. Tessa was quite insightful, and she saw right through the plan that Victor and the girls were attempting.
"You were lucky I found you before the army did. Without papers allowing you transit within the city, as an alien male you would have been arrested and eradicated on sight. There are rumors that Sheltalk has been arrested by Alcon, drugged, and forced to give up the codes to enter Elkin space."
They reacted with horror at this news. Lola exclaimed in perfect Kraz, "How is this possible? Isn't Sheltalk in a position of power?"
Tessa explained, "Sheltalk's message of peace and limited expansionism are hard for a conquering race like ours to embrace. Alcon craves power far too much to ever allow Sheltalk or anyone else to change his ways. Alcon grew angry that many of his followers were beginning to listen to Sheltalk's message of peace, so he concocted ridiculous charges of treason and had Sheltalk imprisoned.
Victoria, aided by the translated device, spoke up.
What charges? Alcon publicized documents that showed that Sheltalk had made peace with Elkin and shared classified technical designs of our planet's defenses. As a result, we are now on the verge of civil war. Sheltalk has many supporters both on the ground and in space, but Alcon controls the majority of the military. The other Tetrarch leaders of Kraz fear Alcon. They will never challenge him directly, so they have gone along with Alcon's trumped-up charges against Sheltalk. They no doubt fear for their own lives, the sniveling cowards.
Lola put her hand on Tessa's shoulder and asked,
"Can you help us? We may be able to save Sheltalk."
Tessa agreed and decided to utilize Victoria's plan with one alteration. Tessa would be the one bringing the prisoners into the capital city. Tessa asked Victor to return to the Elkin ship.
"You must remain hidden," she reiterated. "As I said, male aliens are killed on sight by the Kraz military."
Victor saw no point in arguing. Reluctantly, he decided to take Tessa's advice. After giving Zing an ardent hug and kiss goodbye, he retraced his steps and returned to the cloaked Elkin shuttlecraft. Victor would continue to monitor his team's location through the Elkin-designed subcutaneous transmitter implanted under the skin of Victoria's left upper arm. By this time, Hank and Ina had arrived at the outskirts of Elkin space. There they witnessed a deep space battle of the Elkin and their allies versus an armada of Kraz warships. The carnage was enormous. Ships from both sides were being destroyed left and right. Dozens of warships floated dead in space. Ina realized there might be an opportunity, so she asked the pilot to approach one of the destroyed Kraz ships. Once they were within range, she directed the pilot to bring aboard a panel from the hull of the ship, hoping her analysis would lead to some tactical advantage. As she was doing this, Hank was deep in thought. He looked out over the battlefield and ascertained the strategic situation. Using some Defender-provided insight, he asked the Elkin pilot to transmit a message to the Allied fleet. All their firepower should be aimed at the port thrusters of the Kraz warships. The next attack was coordinated using Hank's suggestion. As in a chain reaction, several Kraz warships suffered a series of cascading explosions, resulting in everything from maneuvering problems to the total destruction of the Kraz ships. Hours later, the Kraz fleet broke off their attempted attack of the Elkin homeworld and limped back to Kraz space. Once the imminent threat was ended, it was safe to land on Elkin. Hank and Ina journeyed to the Elkin capital city of Foglan, and there they met with Flinneron, the Elkin leader and liaison to Earth. They were overjoyed to see their old friend, but this was not a social call. After relaying the technical information, Hank asked Flinneron for his help.
"We do not know where Jake's wife, Prela, is, and we are hoping that Sheltalk can help us find her. Do you have any knowledge of the situation?"
Flinneron responded,
"I don't know how much Sheltalk will be able to assist you. My spies have confirmed that Sheltalk has been taken prisoner. His rival, Alcon, has wrested dictatorial control of the Kraz Empire. To say that the situation is dire would be an understatement. Our hopes for a new, gentler Kraz Empire are crumbling."
The news was terribly disturbing, but inaction was not an option. Ina asked Flinneron,
"With Elkin out of danger for the moment, would you help transport us to Kraz? The rest of our family is there, and they are undoubtedly trying to find a way to help Sheltalk. We must assist them in any way we can."
Flinneron agreed. He would get them on the next available stealth transport. Our family was reaching Kraz in waves. Jake, Dawn, and I were next to arrive. As we approached the planet in stealth mode, we used Elkin radio code frequencies to contact Victor's vessel. Once we determined its location, we were able to land our ship next to his, in a secluded valley ringed by magnetic ore-bearing mountains that helped conceal us. We quickly made our way to the other craft. Victor was excited to tell us about Victoria's plan, but nervous about my reaction.
"Vito, I intended to accompany our women and to be part of the effort, but after we met Tessa, she took my place, convincing me that her plan was better."
"So now Victoria, Zing, and Lola are being led into danger without a protector?" I fumed. "How do you know we can trust this Tessa person?"
"She volunteered the information that she is a member of the pro-Sheltalk movement. Lola sensed that she could be trusted. Zing and Victoria are trained operatives, and their sixth sense was pretty strong on this too."
I calmed down a bit. What else could I do?
we needed cool heads to proceed. The Elkin pilot took the softening of our voices as the opportunity to confirm that Hank and Ina were also now on their way to Kraz. Then Trey looked into my eyes, and I was momentarily entranced. When I returned to full consciousness, I told Victor the insight I had received. If we manage to free Sheltok, he will have many battles ahead of him if he is to take control of the Kraz Empire. Indeed, Victor responded. Apparently, the special abilities of Hank, Ina, Jake, and Lola, too, are fluctuating at times. This is because of Trey. When the kids are within proximity to the dog, while the defender is present in him, the kid's talents will temporarily disappear. I had another thought that I did not share with Victor after my mental connection with the defender. I sensed Victor would not survive this mission. I tried to convince myself that the feeling about Victor was just that, a feeling, but deep down I knew it was more. At first I wondered why the defender would share this with me, but then I realized he was giving me time to mentally prepare. As we awaited Hank and Ina's arrival, Tessa made her way with her harem girls, in tow, into the Kraz capital city of Pel. Tessa led the roped ladies right to the prison, telling the two guards at the main gate,
"Alcon wants these women imprisoned with Sheltok."
One of the guards responded,
"He already has one alien female with him now. It would seem Alcon is trying a new form of torture."
He and his colleague laughed at the joke. The gate was opened after the women were groped by the guards to both make sure they weren't armed and to get their feels in. Once inside the prison walls, Tessa continued to talk her way past the guards with jokes about Alcon's new strategy to break down Sheltok. When the ladies were finally escorted to Sheltok and Prela's cell and freed from their bindings, Tessa told the guards she'd like to enjoy Renkal with him. Apparently Renkal is a potent alcoholic beverage. The quick inebriation it produces is often followed by a make-out session between willing participants. Tessa was buying time for the girls to devise a plan with Sheltok. Prela, who had been hiding in a corner when she heard the door swing open, ran to greet Victoria, Lola, and Zing. They were overjoyed to see that she was safe, but explanations would have to wait as they attended to Sheltok, who was still chained to the wall. When he saw his friends from Earth, Sheltok beamed. Lola reached into her shoe, taking out a small vial she had taped underneath the tongue. This vial contained an eptol and acid solution, which Lola applied to Sheltok's chains, freeing him in less than a minute, as the metal in his chains dissolved. Victoria asked,
"Honey, how did you know to bring acid with you?" "Jake told me to bring it along. It's actually more eptol than acid. It melts away any metal in seconds."
Everyone hugged each other after Sheltok was finally freed. Sheltok took a good long look at Lola and said, "My goodness, the last time I saw you, you were sitting on my lap translating languages as a little girl. How you have grown." Lola beamed.
"I'm married now, too."
Sheltok stared at Lola and smiled. "He is a lucky human." Although Sheltok was unchained, they were all still inside of a locked cell. Moments later, the door swung open and Tessa was thrown into the prison cell with them. Alcon then entered with 5 armed guards behind him. "This is your rescue party from Earth?" He diabolically laughed. "Females? Pathetic. They are hardly worth killing." Alcon walked over to Zing, caressing her face. "Perhaps these alien females would entertain me." At this point, Sheltok spoke. "There will be a day, Alcon, when the future of our race will be decided between us." "Perhaps, but this is not that day." Turning to face Victoria, he asked her, "Did you know that your planet is scheduled for invasion and eradication in just a few of your years?" Lola finished the translation for everyone, even before the universal translator did. Victoria responded, "Our planet will be ready for you." Strong words for a weak race. He walked over to Victoria and grabbed her roughly by the neck. "If you behave, several hundred Earth females may be saved to pleasure my men." Luckily, at that moment, one of Alcon's men rushed in and whispered into his ear. He abruptly released Victoria and quickly turned to leave the cell with his men following. Tessa walked over to Sheltok and bowed down to him.
"It is an honor to finally meet you in person. I have seen you speak in the Great Hall many times, You are the bravest Kraz warrior our planet has ever known. To speak so eloquently of peace to a race with barbarism running through its veins is true bravery.
Thank you.
Tessa is my name.
Thank you, Tessa, for your kind words. Now, do any of you have a plan to get us out of here?
Via sign language, Prela alerted Victoria that she was now in mental contact with Dawn.
There are now 3 Elkin warships on the planet's surface. Hank and Ina have just arrived on Kraz, joining Vito, Jake, Dawn, and Victor. They know of our location from my transmitter. They will arrive in 4 hours.
Victoria asked Prela to telepathically tell her daughter of our present situation. It was amazing how mother and daughter could communicate over such a vast distance. Prela provided us with important intelligence back on the Elkin ships. She told Dawn how many guards there were and their exact locations throughout the prison complex. We waited until dark. Hank and Jake put on their bodysuits even though they did not know if the shield design would withstand multiple simultaneous Eradicator blasts. As I was eyeing the boys' outfits with obvious envy, Hank noticed my jealous look. He said, "Dad, these body shield suits have to be built to the exact height and weight of the wearer. We didn't have enough extra material to make one for you. Sorry." I'm not certain, but I think my son was telling me that I was too fat. Hank was always finding creative ways to let me know that I could afford to lose a few pounds. Moments later, I received a telepathic message. Shelltalk was instructing Prela to tell me through our mental link that Victor and I should contact 2 of his friends on the outskirts of the city. It was wild getting these mental messages from Prela as she stood in her prison cell relaying Shelltalk's words to me. Shelltalk felt quite strongly that Alec and Chilko could safely escort us into the city under their guard. We were later to find out that both of them were fleet commanders in the Kraz military, but they were loyal to Shelltalk. I returned Cleed, Prela, to get the exact addresses of these men from Shelltalk. I was wishing I had a Kraz GPS device. Walking around on a hostile planet in the dark of night was not a pleasant prospect for any of us. Our dog decided who should go and who should stay behind. I put my hand on the shoulder of each person, and Trey would either shake his head up and down or side to side to determine who should be in the rescue party. In the end, Dawn and Ina stayed behind with the Elkin ship's crew. Victor, Hank, Jake, and I would make up the all-testosterone team. Jake armed Victor with the helium nitrous oxide dart gun, which had been so successful on Saskia, while I holstered the Eradicator. The boys had their invisible body shields covering them from head to toe. We were ready as we could be as we cautiously ventured out of our cloaked ships. Heavy pollution in the atmosphere limited the starlight that reached the ground. After a few steps in the darkness, Trey jumped out from the Elkin ship to lead us to Alec's home. He realized we desperately needed his help to find these men in the pitch blackness of Kraz night. Trey successfully led us to Shelltalk's friends within 2 hours. I could hear Victoria's voice in my head as she would condescendingly tell me that without a GPS unit, I couldn't find our house from 2 blocks away. Later on, we found out that Prela was providing minute-to-minute updates of our status as she read my mind and passed the information along to everyone else in the prison cell. I can only imagine how entertaining I must have been to everyone watching Prela's sign language play-by-play of our exploits. Dawn, back on the Elkin ship, could read my thoughts as well. Thanks to Saskian telepathy, we all remained in communication with each other. Trey led us to the door of a small Kraz home, which resembled a World War II German pillbox, a type of fortified bunker. There were no windows, just a rectangular opening, perhaps 2 feet wide and 1 foot high, which allowed the occupant to see who was coming to visit, be it friend or foe. I knocked loudly on the metal door. After seeing an eyeball peer at us through the rectangular slot, a Kraz voice boomed, "Who goes there?" Jake responded in Kraz, "Friends of Shelltalk." A giant Kraz male answered through this narrow slot with his cigar-shaped Eradicator weapon pointed directly at my head. "Hello, don't shoot. Jake, get your ass over here and translate before this rather large gentleman incinerates me." "My name is Jake. Our friend Shelltalk told us to come to your home to request your help," Jake continued.
"How do I know you were sent by Shelltalk and not Alcon?"
At that moment, Prela sent me a missive from Shelltalk. I repeated this plea aloud. "You cheated from Shelltalk on your military strategy exam, and the penalty for doing so is death." A sly smile followed Jake's translation. Suddenly, a switch was thrown and the metallic pillbox rose from the ground, revealing its full height. 90% of Kraz military quarters were subterranean until any threats were assessed. Once visitors were determined to be friends, the resident could elevate the domicile. We passed the test. With the home fully above ground, a large metal door was opened to allow us entry. In the center of what you could call their living room was a sunken area where a fire was raging in a char pit and some recently killed animal was being lightly cooked. We noticed that there was another Kraz giant eating nearly raw meat of some kind right off of his dagger and then swigging Kraz ale from a large jug. Since Jake spoke the Kraz language, he took charge, telling both men, "We're here to break Sheltalk out of prison, and we need your help." The Kraz agreed to help us, but first they invited us to feast with them before the battle. We didn't want to break some Kraz tradition, so we complied. Joining our new allies around the char pit, we sat on long planks with our feet dangling below. There was another recently killed animal of some kind hanging upside down from the ceiling. The Kraz kept slicing off pieces of this animal, cooking the meat for a mere 20 seconds, and then devouring it. Victor and I looked at each other, shrugged our shoulders, and ate what was offered to us. Jake, however, was beginning to freak out because of his strict vegan diet. Jake did not want to offend our Kraz hosts, but he was also deathly afraid of what would happen to him if he ate this raw meat. I whispered to Jake to pretend he had taken a bite, and then after I distracted our Kraz hosts by pointing to something on the other side of the room, he could spit it out. This worked out well, as Victor distracted them also, making it appear that Jake had eaten several pieces of the nearly raw meat. Our hosts were none the wiser, and we spared them any offense. Trey chewed a piece of the meat as well, and that surprised me. After a few mouthfuls of this Kraz animal steak tartare, my stomach turned into a groaning pool of discontent. I too was beginning to consider the benefits of becoming a vegetarian. At this point, we finally introduced ourselves. The one called Chilko looked at Trey and said, "Did you bring the animal for us to eat?" I responded, "No, he is our leader. We obey his every command." I noticed the look Alec and Chilko gave each other after Jake finished the translation. If I'm any good at interpreting expressions, human or alien, their mutual glance said they thought we were crazy. Jake told them, "Look into Trey's eyes if you do not believe us." Chilko reluctantly gazed in Trey's direction. Suddenly Chilko zoned out for a moment and dropped his meat skewer on the floor. Chilko spoke the Kraz equivalent of "Holy shit!" It sounded like "Fuck too!" Alec pushed Chilko aside. He too wanted the experience of looking into Trey's eyes. Moments later, Alec had a similar reaction. Let's just say that Alec and Chilko were now fully receptive to our suggestions, and they were instantly devoted to our dog. After Jake explained the plan to our new Kraz friends, we began the long walk into the city of Pell. As we went, the sun came up, causing Alec and Chilko to burst out into a Kraz marching song, which precipitated another swig of Kraz ale. These guys seemed as if they didn't have a care in the world. Once the sun burned off the morning fog, the mountainous terrain of the planet Kraz was revealed. The tremendous crags all around us resembled the Rockies. The sky was streaked with yellow and red, its usual color on Kraz. Even from orbit, the atmosphere had a dull red hue. Apparently, the pollution levels had been so high for so long that sunny days on Kraz were extremely rare. They occurred only after a heavy rainstorm and lasted for a very brief time. When we reached the outskirts of Pell, Trey left us. Alec shackled Victor, Jake, and me and then marched us to the prison. Alec and Chilko were generals in the Kraz army and were wearing full military garb, so they had no difficulty approaching this citadel. As we arrived at the prison gates, the guards bowed their heads to Alec. His command, that the gates be opened, was quickly obeyed. Within minutes we were taken to the cell where Sheltalk was imprisoned with Tessa and the rest of our family. However, once inside the cell, our leg chains were still not removed. Chilko addressed Sheltalk. "We are sorry, Sheltalk. Alcon guessed you would have your Earth friends contact us. He offered each of us command of 10 star systems if we were able to capture these humans for him." "The problem with your strategy, Sheltalk," Chilko continued, "is that you never offered us great power in exchange for our loyalty." As Alec and Chilko left the cell, locking it behind them, Victoria couldn't resist razzing me.
Nice rescue mission.
Sheltok spoke up. Do not blame Vito. It is my fault for trusting men who were duplicitous in their actions.
I walked over and hugged Sheltok, as old friends who haven't seen each other in many years would do. All seemed lost when Alcon returned to our cell 20 minutes later.
Ha! I see that your Earth friends have freed you. No matter. All of you will be incinerated at dawn, in the great arena, before the entire population of Pell. The myth of your wisdom and greatness amongst our people will be turned to dust.
Alcon abruptly left the cell.
I'm sorry I involved all of you in this mess. I wish you had never come to Kraz. This is entirely my fault.
Sheltok apologized. As bad as things looked, I couldn't let Sheltok bear the full brunt of our fate. We came on our own. We had to find Prela. Your rescue was just icing on the cake. Trey had returned to the ship, joining Ina and Dawn. Prela was able to communicate with Dawn aboard the Elkin vessel, letting her know of our plight. But something still seemed fishy to me. I sat down with Sheltok and spoke in whispers, figuring the room was bugged. Luckily, Sheltok was the only member of the Kraz race who could speak some English. Alec and Chilko knew that I had an Eradicator weapon on me, yet they did not attempt to take it from me. Jake had a dart gun that is deadly to the Kraz, and he was allowed to keep it. With his arm around my shoulder, Sheltok whispered in my ear,
My friend, the revolution begins at the hour of our execution.
Trying to maintain my sense of humor, I responded, How about an hour before our execution? Sheltok laughed. Meanwhile, Victoria gave Tessa some Vina cream as they spoke in a corner of the cell. Somehow, watching Victoria do her wrinkle cream pitch just hours before our scheduled execution relaxed all of us. I asked Prela to tell Dawn and the Elkin pilots to move the ships as close as possible to this great arena at daybreak. I couldn't hear Dawn's thoughts very clearly from such a distance, but Prela could. Obviously, her mental bond with her daughter was stronger than mine. 8 guards came at the break of day and marched us out to the Kraz arena, which reminded me of the Roman Colosseum, with its circular shape and stacked arcades. When we arrived there, Jake and Hank asked to be executed first. The Kraz guards asked Alcon if he objected to killing the 2 younger men first. Alcon cynically replied,
Cowards to the end! You would rather watch your children be killed before your eyes instead of all dying together? So be it!
Hank and Jake were led up a spiral staircase to a circular platform elevated 10 feet from the ground. 2 large Eradicator weapons mounted on wheels were moved into position, pointing directly at Hank and Jake, who were standing with their hands tied behind them. Mere seconds before their execution, Victoria and Tessa pleaded for the boys' lives as Alcon marched up to the platform.
Kraz people, behold these insignificant off-worlders. They have joined with the traitorous Sheltok to seek to weaken our empire. With their executions, the bond between Sheltok and his Earth and Elkin friends will end, here and now. Follow me and return to the greatness the Kraz Empire once enjoyed.
Suddenly, as Alcon lifted his arm to give the order to shoot the weapon, Eradicator fire came down from various locations inside the arena. Several of Alcon's men were eradicated, which prompted Alcon to yell out the word, Call! Which I took to mean either fire or attack. 2 of Alcon's soldiers fired the large Eradicator weapon at Hank and Jake as Alcon raced down the stairs. Both of them were hit squarely in the chest at point-blank range and knocked from the platform to the ground 10 feet below, but their body shields held. Hank and Jake were stunned and stayed down on the ground for a minute or 2, but they were otherwise okay. For the next 15 minutes, we were dodging Eradicator fire as the long-awaited Kraz Civil War had finally begun. We were slithering across the ground like snakes, trying to avoid the blasts that peppered the arena from all directions. Luckily for us, most of the weapons' rays were fired by one faction against the other, from one side of the stands to the other, and not at us. When I finally looked up, I saw Dawn at the front gate to the arena signaling for us to come towards her. Using sign language because we couldn't be heard over the roar of the battle, we signaled each other to move closer to the gate, as Dawn cleed me and Prela the location of the Elkin ships. Inch by inch, we made our way toward the exit. Hank and Jake were still dazed from their 10-foot fall, but they regained their balance, stood, and headed our way, fearless due to their body shields.
Get up! Get up! Stand between us. Jake, you take the rear, Hank instructed. We'll protect you.
We gratefully complied, forming a straight line of bodies between the two shielded men. As we reached the exit, Victor tripped and fell outside of our conga line of protection. He regained his footing, but before he could get back in front of Jake, in a flash, Victor was gone. He was incinerated just a few feet from the gate. In her anger, Zing wrestled a weapon from a fleeing Kraz soldier and began firing indiscriminately at the crowd. She must have eradicated at least 5 people when I grabbed her arm.
Zing, we don't know which Kraz are with Sheltalk and which are not.
You're right, she admitted tearfully, dropping the weapon. Just as we reached the exit, I looked across the vast arena and was able to discern Sheltalk staring in our direction. Our eyes met for a brief moment. Sheltalk was being escorted to safety on the other side by Alec, Tessa, and Chilko. It would seem that they were allied with Sheltalk after all. Sheltalk gave me a final wave which signaled both farewell and good luck. We finally reached the street. The ships had been moved and were hidden nearby, so within minutes we had reboarded the cloaked Elkin vessels and left the surface of the Kraz homeworld. The fate of the galaxy depended on the outcome of this civil war. As we moved through the Kraz solar system, we dodged the ongoing battles raging between the opposing factions in the nascent civil war. With the tremendous skill of our pilots and their advanced cloaking technology, we were able to avoid the warring parties and make our way back to Elkin. All of the codes to Elkin space had been changed since Alcon had brainwashed Sheltalk into revealing them, so another Kraz incursion into Elkin space was unlikely. Zing sat in stunned silence most of the way. We each, in turn, tried to comfort her, but the loss of Victor was too fresh and raw. It would take time. We had a 2-day stopover on Elkin. At our debriefings with Flinneron, we reported on the outbreak of the Kraz rebellion and the current situation in space.
I have been in constant communication with my agents. They have informed me that the chance of Sheltalk's forces being victorious is very slim. Did you know that his loyal fleet commanders are outnumbered by at least 10 to 1?
We sat there in dumbfounded silence. Our hopeful mood since the Civil War began was suddenly shattered. It was at this point that I noticed that Trey was not with us. Hey, has anyone seen the dog? Once again, Trey had suddenly disappeared. Then Hank spoke up. I'm sure Trey remained on Kraz. He will help Sheltalk now in ways he will not understand. Flinneron, I would like to examine the star charts of systems controlled by the Kraz, Jake said, changing the subject.
Of course, I will have them on the view screens in the command center in just a moment, he replied.
He tapped his earphone and issued the order.
Let us walk down the hall.
Zing excused herself and headed for the meditation chapel that was within the Elkin Capitol complex. The rest of us followed Flinneron to the command center where the charts were already on view. The star systems controlled by the Kraz were overlaid in red. Those controlled by friendly forces were overlaid in green. Another large section comprising 2/3 of our galaxy was overlaid in yellow. We all noticed this, but Jake was the first to ask about this third area.
What does the yellow color signify, Flinneron? All yellow-shaded areas are controlled by cross-dimensional races, such as the Rel, the Zira, and the Rekla. There are other powerful races whom we have never met, but we know exist.
Jake's eyes lit up.
Do you remember the Corzellians? I learned about them in the Book of Knowledge that we found on Earth. The Corzellians were an evil empire that controlled much of the galaxy 600 million years ago. They were defeated by an alliance of races from both inside and outside our dimension.
Go on, Lola said, joining in Jake's enthusiasm.
I think I should meet with the leaders from these other dimensions to discuss joining forces again to stop the Kraz Empire in the same way they did so long ago with the Kraz' violent ancestors, the Corzellians.
That's a good idea, Jake. Why don't we head back to Earth? I asked. We could arrange a meeting with the Relian ambassador and ask him to set up the inter-race summits. Fearing Sheltalk might lose the Civil War, we were making contingency plans. It felt like a betrayal on our part, but, as my father used to say, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Ina took our brief stay on Elkan as an opportunity to do a bit of research. She headed to the metallurgical lab at the university to determine the composition of the Kraz hull panels she had retrieved in space. She discovered that their warships were constructed of a metal not found on Earth or Elkan. We later found out that the Kraz called this substance tellurium. Ina came up with an idea to find a magnetizing agent that would attach itself to tellurium and no other metal. Lola agreed to assist her good friend in her research. Ina would not share the rest of her plan with us until she had a firmer idea of its implications and feasibility. Back on the Kraz homeworld, Sheltok, Tessa, and his two top generals in the Civil War, Elik and Chilko, were in hiding 100 feet underground in a bunker that they had built for this eventuality. Our Kraz allies were followed into this bunker by our dog, an occasional supreme being, Trey. Chilko noticed the dog first. "Isn't that Earth's supreme leader?" "Yes," Sheltok confirmed. "Sheltok, he is a lower life form looking for scraps of meat we might throw his way. How can this animal possibly help us?" Elik asked with frustration. Elik was amused by Trey's talents, but he clearly needed another demonstration. At this point, Trey jumped on a table and stared into Elik's eyes. Sheltok, Chilko, and Tessa observed Elik going blank as he fell into a deep trance for several seconds. Elik came out of it, clearly dazed. "Are you all right?" Sheltok asked him. Elik replied, sounding like his mouth was full of marbles. "The humans are going to try to forge an alliance with interdimensional beings to help us defeat Alkan." Sheltok smiled. "Dumb animal, huh?" "Elik, did you know that in the human language called English, dog, spelled backwards, is God?" Elik and Chilko weren't sure if Sheltok was kidding or serious, but they began bowing their heads to our dog whenever they were in his presence from that point forward. When Elik or Chilko spoke to Trey, they would always preface their comments with the words, "O human dog god, do you think it best to?" Tessa was amused by this. She and Sheltok smiled at each other every time Elik or Chilko addressed Trey in this way. It heartened Sheltok that his two top commanders believed that a supreme being was on our side in this fight. Despite the supernatural assistance they seemed to have won, the situation was not promising. The tactical analysis was less than encouraging. The number of warships presently loyal to him versus those aligned with Alkan showed Alkan's overwhelming odds for victory. Sheltok fell back into his chair in despair. "These are the only sectors we control. While I was imprisoned, Alkan must have made agreements with other battalion commanders who had previously promised me their support." Chilko agreed. "He offered us the control of many star systems in exchange for our loyalty. Obviously, he made similar offers to all group commanders in the fleet." "He offers them power. I can offer them only peace," Sheltok mused. "War is steeped in the black blood of every Kraz commander." Elik gently placed his hand on Sheltok's shoulder, saying, "Not every Kraz commander, my friend. What we must do now is find a lure to turn them back to our cause." Tessa joined the conversation, saying, "As Sheltok said, we have to find something to offer these men that is greater than control of a few star systems." Sheltok smiled. "Any ideas?" Chilko confidently replied, "Fear not. The human dog god will think of something." Saving Dawn. Back on Elkan, Dawn had suddenly fallen ill. Her body temperature soared to 105 degrees, and the Elkan doctors were baffled by the cause. Flinneron reported that the Elkan pilot, who had flown us to the Kraz planet, was also very sick. 6 hours after Flinneron told us of the illness, the pilot was dead. The Elkan doctors gave each of us who were on the Kraz planet a full medical exam. The rest of us were fine, only Dawn was afflicted. Dawn was barely conscious as she whispered to Prela and Victoria, "I don't feel so good." Prela and Victoria had the same look of concern on their faces. I had a strong feeling that I ought to inspect the Elkan ship to look for any clues as to what might have caused her fever. I examined every nook and cranny of the vessel, crawling around on my hands and knees to look for anything unusual. Beneath the pilot's seat, I found a dead, inch-long insect that looked like a beetle. Perhaps this beetle was the cause of Dawn's illness and the death of the Elkan pilot. I picked it up with the edge of my pocket knife, slipped it into a baggie that I had in my pocket, and brought it back to the doctors for further examination. Not knowing what to look for, the Elkin doctors analyzed the blood of their pilot and Dawn. They detected venom. The pilot's blood sample had a much higher concentration of the toxin. The physicians estimated it was 80% of the insect's payload, so it was reasoned that he had been stung first. The venom sac of the beetle was now empty, so Dawn must have received the remaining 20% of the venom before it died. The low dose was the only reason she was still alive. The Elkin doctor said he needed a live specimen of this beetle with all its venom to search for a cure for Dawn. The only way to get a sample was to travel back to the Kraz homeworld. This was not a pleasant prospect at all, especially in the midst of their civil war, but we had no choice if we were going to save Dawn's life. Our initial plan was for the Elkin to fly Prela, Jake, and me back to Kraz. Hank, Ina, and Lola would return to Earth to begin their metallurgic work on the Kraz warships. Victoria chose to stay at her granddaughter's bedside on Elkin. Zing returned to Earth. She had to tell Ben about his father's death. Before we left Elkin, Flinneron told us of a Kraz legend.
It is said that the Kraz scoured the galaxy for poisonous creatures of every kind. Over thousands of years, they brought these deadly animals back to their home planet and released them.
You mean these deadly creatures were released intentionally? I bellowed.
Yes, Vito. It was their long-range plan, and it was extremely effective. Although countless thousands were bitten or stung and died as a result, eventually the Kraz people who survived built up an immunity to these poisonous animals and insects that roam the Kraz homeworld. We also believe that the Kraz did the same with viruses and bacteria.
Geez, survival of the fittest, if that's your idea of a good time.
Indeed. As barbarous as it sounds, it also made the Kraz impervious to all known diseases over the millennia,
Flinneron continued.
And not only that, but they believed that their homeworld would never be attacked because the attackers would die within weeks from the venom of the thousands of deadly creatures which inhabit their planet. So far, that has been the case.
The Kraz truly believed in the axiom, anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I had to admit that the logic behind this long-term plan was hard to dispute. Still, legend or not, we had to go back and find another beetle to save Dawn. She had fallen into a coma just before we left and remained under the watchful eye of the Elkin doctors. Prela tried to communicate telepathically with her daughter, but Dawn's thoughts were filled with nightmares which Prela could not ease from her mind. Prela told us that nightmares were actually preferable to emptiness because they kept Dawn's mind active.
Prela, I'll stay with Dawn. I'll do what I can to keep her comfortable. I think it's best if you go with Jake and Vito. They may need your help more, Victoria urged. I don't want to leave her, Prela signed. But you may be right.
Just then, Jake whispered something into Dawn's ear. Both Jake and Prela kissed their daughter goodbye. Then we departed. Jake, Prela, and I left Elkin to head back to Kraz. I brought along my motorcycle, the one that I had left on Elkin, figuring that poisonous bugs had less of a chance to sting me if I was driving around on my noisy Harley. Of course, the sound of my engine might attract Kraz soldiers, but after hearing about all of the deadly bugs and animals, I preferred to face an enemy I could see coming. We passed fewer space battles on the way back to Kraz than we had days earlier when we were leaving the planet. As we entered orbit, our pilot told us that Alcon's forces had crushed the minimal resistance of Sheltalk's followers. This news was a great disappointment. Sheltalk would most likely be killed by Alcon now that the battle was nearly over. The thought occurred to me that we should try to rescue Sheltalk, if he still survived, and bring him back to Earth with us. Exile was preferable to death. The Elkin ship set down in almost the exact same location we had previously. Jake put on his bodysuit to protect him from bug bites and went looking for the species of beetle that had stung his daughter. I got on my motorcycle, finally started it after several smoke-filled attempts, and began my search for Sheltalk. Prela stayed on the ship and agreed to stay in mental touch with me, so we could keep each other apprised of our progress. I wasn't scared, even though I was unprotected from poisonous creatures, except of course for the knee-high shit-kicking motorcycle boots I was wearing. Luckily, I had left these boots on Elkin when the family stayed there for a year. I must admit it felt cool to get back on my old classic Harley. As for weaponry, I had the Eradicator tucked into the waistband of my pants, and Jake had his nitrous oxide and helium dart gun. I thought Tessa might know where Shelltalk was, so I decided to try her first. Before she left for Earth, Lola had told me the location of Tessa's house. It only took about 10 minutes by motorcycle to get there. Once inside, I saw another Kraz female packing a bag of clothing and food. I took out the universal translator, turned it on, and spoke. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Tessa." The Kraz woman looked me up and down before saying,
"You must be the human my sister told me about."
"You're Tessa's sister?"
"Yes, I am Tessa's sister. My name is Balera."
"I need to find Shelltalk. Do you have any idea where he is?" She walked right up to me, turned over my left hand, and examined the lines in the palm.
"Your request is genuine. I will take you to Shelltalk and my sister."
Balera grabbed 2 large sacks of clothing and cautiously got on the back of my hog, even though she had never seen anything that resembled a motorcycle. Balera quickly learned the ins and outs of being a passenger on a bike. She put her hands around my hips as I sped off. To direct me, she simply tapped me on the shoulder from time to time and pointed the way to go on the dirt roads. Good thing, too, as I couldn't hear the universal translator through the roar of my engine. It took about 45 minutes or so, traveling at about 30 miles per hour, to reach the location where Balera was to meet her sister. To say that Tessa was surprised to see me was an understatement. Tessa was also fascinated by this vehicle, so I asked her to sit behind me, and the 3 of us slowly rode off towards Shelltalk's hideout. It took another 10 minutes or so to reach a dirt field, where Tessa signaled me to stop. Tessa then activated a handheld remote control switch, which moved a large metal plate to an open position, giving way to a staircase leading underground. As the ground was moving below us, I saw one of those beetles that had stung Dawn, scampering away. I grabbed a jar from the back of the bike and ran over to cover up the beetle, gently slipping the cover under it to trap the specimen. Balera asked me,
"Why are you capturing an Itar?"
Dawn, a half-human, half-Saskian child, was stung by this beetle, and we need a live sample to help us create antivenom. Balera smirked at me as we began to descend the staircase into Shelltalk's lair, with me pushing my motorcycle beside me.
"There is only one possible cure for an Itar sting in races that are not immune to its venom."
"Please tell me," I asked, hopefully. As we reached the bottom of the staircase, Elik and Chilko emerged with their eradicators drawn. They were shocked to see me. The voice of the universal translator was a godsend.
"You? We saw you leave the planet 3 days ago."
"Well, I'm back. I didn't want to miss all the fun." Shelltalk heard my voice and joined us. I was greeted with a big hug and a smile.
"My friend, it is good to see you again. But why have you returned?"
Prela's daughter was stung by this type of beetle. I showed the beetle in the glass jar to everyone. She's in critical condition and may die unless I bring a living sample back to Elkin so their doctors can fully analyze its venom. Shelltalk looked depressed.
"Vito, I fear there is no cure for the sting of an Itar to humans or Saskians."
Thankfully, Balera had a more positive outlook.
"There is one possible cure. Gratroot could save her, but we have no time to spare."
Tessa explained.
"My sister is an apothecary, one of the finest on Kraz. If anyone can help this girl, it is she."
"I'll take all the help I can get." I turned to Shelltalk to briefly change the subject. "It seems that most of the ships loyal to you have been destroyed or surrendered to Alcon's forces."
"I underestimated Alcon. He is a brilliant strategist and a cunning adversary. I fear he has anticipated my every move. Defeating him will be far more difficult than I had anticipated."
"Why don't you come back to Earth with me? We can work with the kids to come up with a new plan to help you defeat Alcon."
"I cannot abandon my planet when my followers need me the most."
"Pal, your followers need you alive and well. Kraz may not be the best place for you right now," I urged my friend.
"Perhaps you're right. If there is any chance that we can regroup and come up with a winning strategy, I must take it."
"We gotta get moving, Shelltalk. Time is of the essence."
"Elik, Chilko, return to your ships and await word from me."
Shelltalk put his arms around his Kraz generals.
Let Alcon believe that you are only pretending to be allied with me to gain information.
Chilko was nervous about this plan.
Shell talk. Alcon knows that we left the arena with you. He may kill us on sight.
Sheltalk spoke with confidence.
Just tell Alcon what a brilliant leader he is, and then give him the location of this hideout as proof of your loyalty. He's a total egotist. He'll believe both of you have seen the light and joined his cause. I will contact you in time, once a plan has been devised. Alcon has won the first battle, but the war is far from over.
I muttered, "Hey, where's my dog? I thought he was here with you."
Alec interjected, "Your god dog comes and goes as he pleases. Who are we to question the whereabouts of your supreme being?"
I cocked my head to the side and answered, "Good point. Let's roll." Alec and Chilko drove out of the underground bunker in an armored vehicle with an Eradicator machine gun mounted on top of it. This vehicle of theirs backfired constantly, so once we were outside, I told Chilko to pop the hood, so to speak, so I could take a closer look at the engine. The Kraz version of engine oil and their air filter were filthy. "When was the last time you changed the oil and filters on this thing?" I asked Chilko. Chilko and Alec looked at one another. Neither of them had a clue how to answer my question. But Sheltalk heard my query and said there were supplies in the bunker. Alec ran back and retrieved a splattered 5-gallon can of oil. Within a few minutes, I was able to drain the old oil and replace it with fresh oil. We were finally on our way. Alec was very impressed with my mechanical skills, as the armored truck ran much smoother now. I rode alone on my motorcycle, leading the way as we headed back to the Elkin ship. Sheltalk, Balera, and Tessa were aboard the armored vehicle driven by Alec and co-piloted by Chilko. We reached a Kraz checkpoint, so I stopped the motorcycle and let Chilko take the point, so he could deal with the guards. Chilko solved this dilemma by firing his Eradicator machine gun, disintegrating the 2 Kraz sentries. Chilko yelled over his shoulder,
"I hate questions. Follow us."
As I was driving my bike, I sent a Klee to Prela to expect our group shortly, and that I was bringing with me a living beetle of the type which had stung Dawn. Her responding Klee was filled with hope for her child's recovery. But before we arrived, Sheltalk signaled me to stop. Balera wanted to get on my bike and go back to her home, briefly to retrieve a sample of the gratroot plant. It took just a few minutes to reach her home, have her grab some clothes and the gratroot, and to catch up to our armored escort. Meanwhile, a Kraz scout spotted Jake searching the ground for the beetle, and he followed him back to the cloaked Elkin ship. As Jake was about to use a remote access unit to re-enter the vessel, the Kraz soldier snuck up behind him and wrestled the device out of his hand. They simultaneously whipped out their weapons, Jake's dart gun and the Kraz's Eradicator. They stood less than 5 feet from each other as Jake spoke in Kraz. "Go ahead, I'll give you the first shot." The Kraz soldier's surprised expression turned quickly to one of complete confidence as he fired his Eradicator at Jake from point-blank range. The energy of the blast was absorbed by the body shield. And then Jake said, "My turn." Jake shot the Kraz warrior in the neck with his dart gun. The Kraz soldier laughed for a split second, thinking the dart in his neck could not possibly hurt him, but then fear crossed his face as he fell dead to the ground. Jake reached down to pick up the remote control, punched in the code, and re-entered the Elkin ship. Prela jumped up and hugged her husband, signing that she was thrilled his suit continued to perform so well. He signed back that the prototype still needed a bit of tweaking, explaining that he was able to feel the thrust of the weapon's discharge, though not its destructive power. Prela continued to sign with great excitement. Vito was on his way back with Sheltalk, and Vito had found the live beetle specimen. Jake hugged his wife with emotional relief hearing this news. "Congratulations on the weapon and body shield you created," the Elkin pilot said. "They performed flawlessly." "Thank you, Toman," Jake responded as he cleared his throat. "We hope that these suits will one day protect everyone. When that day comes, all weapons will be obsolete." "That day cannot come soon enough," the Elkin co-pilot replied. "I would like to access the Kraz historical computer records. Can you help me?" Jake asked. "I will try," Toman replied. As Jake went below to remove his suit, the pilot tried to break through the Kraz firewall, but was unsuccessful. "No luck? I'll give it a go," Jake said as he came back to the flight deck. In a matter of minutes, Jake had the access he sought. He downloaded the history of Kraz law, rules of succession, and hundreds of small details regarding political leadership on the Kraz homeworld. How men came to power, what kept them there, and how to challenge a leader in power were Jake's main objectives in these computer searches. His remarkable speed-reading ability allowed him to scan and memorize these records in just a matter of minutes. When we arrived at the ship's landing spot, Sheltok stood atop Chilco's armored vehicle, reminding me of General George Patton. Alec never said so, but the look on his face when he saw Bolera grabbing my hips from the back of the motorcycle seat told me that he was either jealous or that he wanted a motorcycle for himself one day. I activated my entry code, and the portal to the ship became visible and opened. Who had appeared out of nowhere? Our dog, Trey. As we began to board, Trey casually walked onto the Elkin ship with us. Alec and Chilco bade us farewell. To our surprise, Alec gave Bolera a sensual kiss. Their final goodbye turned into a lusty makeout session and mutual grope. Apparently, they were in a romantic relationship, which was news to most of us. "I have the Itar beetle," I exclaimed, "and Bolera here has an herb that might provide a cure, as well. Let's power up and get going." Our next stop was planet Elkin to save Dawn if we could. Toman and his co-pilot were terrified by the presence of 3 Kraz passengers on their ship. Sheltok jokingly kept trying to reassure the Elkin crew that he wasn't going to eat them. You could count on one hand how many members of the Elkin race had ever seen a Kraz face-to-face and lived to tell about it. No doubt that was why our pilots were acting so nervously. Prela found a few tranquilizers in her travel bag to give our drivers in an effort to relax them. At the same time, Bolera befriended Prela. Bolera was a quick study and learned a limited number of signs so she could communicate directly with Prela. Needless to say, Prela was grateful that Bolera was going to try to save her daughter, so they became instant friends. When Sheltok noticed Jake examining a holographic computer screen, he asked, "What are you reading?" Jake spoke in Kraz, replying, "I'm studying the history of Kraz law and the rules of succession." "Have you found anything that could assist us?" "Perhaps. I'll let you know once all the documents have been examined." Sheltok was amazed at the speed at which Jake was reading through the electronic documents. "I am happy to see that your reading ability hasn't been lost since finding the galactic history book on Earth." I walked over to my old friend, putting my arm around him. "Don't worry, Sheltok. We've got the best minds in our galaxy working on this problem for you. We'll figure out a way to get you back into the fight and loosen Alcon's grip on your people." "I have certainly missed your way with words and sense of humor these past 20 years, my friend." The ship's landing back on Elkin was a somewhat bumpy one, as Toman seemed a bit loopy. The tranquilizer may have been a bit too strong for him. When we reached the Elkin hospital, Dawn's condition was critical. The Elkin were keeping her alive artificially, so Bolera began her work immediately, crushing the leaves of the gratroot plant into a fine powder, steeping the powder in the liquid she obtained from the medical staff, boiling it down to concentrate it, and then analyzing the result. Once she was satisfied, she used a pipette to transfer the correct dosage and handed it over to the doctor. Within 4 hours of our arrival, the serum was dispensed intravenously into Dawn's body. Bolera joined Prela and Jake at Dawn's bedside, not leaving her room for 24 hours. But she saw only minimal improvement in her condition. Bolera came out to tell the rest of us that she was apparently too late to restore Dawn's health. I looked at Trey, who had mysteriously arrived on the scene. He nodded his head and walked into Dawn's room. Trey jumped on her bed, as his canine predecessor had done with Crone back on Earth. However, this time, he brought life and not death. Trey looked deep into Bolera's eyes, giving her the knowledge to complete the cure for Dawn's illness. Bolera came out of her trance with the words, "Of course." Almost mindlessly, Bolera asked Sheltok to extend his arm, which he offered her with no resistance. Then Bolera took a syringe from a small pocket case and took a vial of Sheltok's black blood. Bolera rushed back to the hospital's laboratory, and within the hour, she had extracted the immunity factor from Sheltok's blood and combined it in a centrifuge with a vial of Prela's blood. Finally, the serum was injected into Dawn. 4 hours later, Dawn awakened from her coma. The immunity to all poisonous venom in the Kraz bloodstream cured her. In the near future, many Elkin and human diseases would be eradicated using this methodology. It was time for all of us to return to Earth. Sheltok was convinced that Alcon was going to bring the entire Kraz fleet to our planet in 2052 to destroy us. He even knew the two possible dates for the attack on Earth, either March 30th, 2052 or September 22nd of the same year. "What is special about those dates?" I asked. "Because, my friend, those are the next full solar eclipses on Earth. Your solar-powered, Elkin-built defensive shield would be vulnerable to attack at that time." We had 4 years to prepare for this attack, one that the Las Vegas oddsmakers would later call a 10-to-1 shot for us to survive. 2049. As soon as we returned to Earth, Victoria asked Xing how it went with Ben when she spoke to him about his father's death. Xing responded, "He was remarkably calm when he heard the news. In fact, Ben told me that he had sensed Victor's passing." It was at this point that I suspected Ben had some Defender-assisted perceptive abilities that none of us had recognized. He had always possessed a Zen-like philosophy of life, but now it seemed he had access to another spiritual plane. Victoria and I grew much closer to Ben after Victor was killed. I found myself calling him Grasshopper after the character of Kung Fu fame due to his Eastern religious philosophy. Ben had a calming presence and I enjoyed his company, so it was easy for me to be there for him when needed. The world once again united in an effort to prepare for the invasion of Alcon's Kraz fleet. Personally, I didn't give us much of a chance to survive such an attack, but then again, our children did have supernatural powers. Our hope was that the Defender would assist our planet in some way, overtly or covertly, to help fend off this attack. Sheltok, Tessa, and Bolera were now living in my home. We had plenty of room for our Kraz guests since most of the kids had moved out. Bolera wanted to help the people of Earth fight off all forms of disease, so she went to work in the state-of-the-art laboratory that Hank and Jake had set up in the basement. Bolera gathered samples from all Earth blood types and began her research to find a way to safely inject Kraz antibodies into the human body without killing the patient. The Kraz were immune to not only all poisonous animals, but to all known Earth viruses and bacteria as well. This was the main reason that the Kraz lifespan averaged 175 years. Mixing the Kraz black blood with ours was a dangerous and tedious process for Bolera, but she seemed inspired to help us. Victoria had no problem writing the ridiculously large checks to purchase the equipment Bolera needed for her experiments. The only downside I could see from having Kraz blood factors mixed with our own was having to give up nitrous oxide at the dentist's office. Since nitrous oxide and helium, in combination, will kill a member of the Kraz race, it could be dangerous to any human who had the Kraz antibodies in the bloodstream. But I do have to admit that death by nitrous oxide would be my preferred method of execution. One morning, Sheltok noticed Ina and Lola working together in the lab with a 2-foot-long fragment of the Kraz metal known as tellurium. He asked them what they were doing. Lola explained their plan to Sheltok. "We are attempting to find a magnetizing agent that will attach to Kraz warships but to no other metal we have encountered. If we're successful, we will build thousands of disks with farium triggers at Area 51. In theory, we could take these disks into space and let them float in orbit all around Earth, and indeed throughout our whole solar system. The disks would attach themselves to Kraz vessels and detonate on impact when they come in contact with tellurium, which, as you know, is what Kraz hulls are made of." Sheltok was impressed. "Farium was the substance used to regenerate your sun to prevent the impending ice age, was it not?" "Yes, and we still have 12 ounces of this substance at Area 51, Ina replied. "Just 1 grain per disk will give us the firepower of a 100-megaton nuclear weapon in each unit." Lola chimed in. "We are also recommending to Congress that we substantially increase the moon-based mining project to extract as much Eptol as possible in the next 3 years. We need massive quantities of Eptol released into orbit around Earth before the Kraz attack. That will help disrupt their Eradicator weapons." Sheltok was now feeling a bit more confident in Earth's chances against Alcon's fleet. Hank left for Area 51 to begin the process of refining the farium element into individual granules to be placed inside the magnetic metallic disks to be ready once Lola and Ina had finished their experiments. Several weeks later, after Lola and Ina had created the magnetizing agent they sought, Ina left to join Hank at Area 51 to begin the painstakingly slow process of assembling each disc to exact specifications. China was instrumental in these efforts to help Earth survive the attack. The Chinese supplied the rare earth metals needed to create the magnetizing agent in the quantities required. All it would have taken was one wrong step in the assembly process, and Area 51 and most of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona would have disappeared in a flash. Sheltok, Victoria, and I were watching television in our living room one Sunday morning when Trey walked into the room, shut the television with his paw, and then turned from our loyal canine into human form right before our eyes. The defender spoke in English to us and in Kraz to Sheltok. "Good morning. I apologize if I startled any of you, but this message is best transmitted verbally. Sheltok, Jake is about to find a loophole in Kraz law that will allow you an opportunity to regain control of all the Kraz armies. We believe that you must take this chance. Vito, all the pieces of the puzzle to defeating Alcon are in your family members' minds. The ideas just need to be organized in proper sequence. I wish I could snap my fingers and eliminate the threats that Earth will be facing, but I cannot. I've been paying for the same mistake for almost 100 Earth years now. I should have eradicated the Delp race from existence instead of simply banishing them from this dimension. The Delp sought revenge by telling the Kraz Leadership Council where to find Earth, so, as you know, I have felt obligated to help your world survive ever since. In 2052, this chapter, and many others, will close, one way or another. I have given your people a chance to survive the Kraz attack, nothing more. Jake's knowledge is the key. In his mind are the answers to defeating Alcon and helping you, Sheltok, become the supreme leader of the Kraz Empire. As I said, this opportunity to rule your world and turn the Kraz people into a productive and peaceful society is not without great personal risk. It is our firm belief that you must commit yourself body and soul to achieve this end. Once again, I will bid you all farewell and good luck." The defender turned into pure energy and disappeared. "I never get tired of that," I said. Sheltok took the defender's words to heart as he stood in the middle of my living room and proclaimed, "I will do it. I have no idea as of yet what it is I must do, but I will do it." The doorbell rang. It was Joe and Lola. This was the first time Joe had met Sheltok. We had no idea how Joe would react to seeing a Kraz, but it proved to be an entertaining encounter. Lola gave Sheltok a big hug and said, "Sheltok, I wanted you to meet my husband. This is Joe. He's a professional baseball player." Joe hesitantly offered his hand to the big man, who shook it but looked a bit puzzled. "Baseball player? Those words have no meaning to me," Sheltok said. "You don't like baseball?" Joe asked, obviously offended, as Tessa walked into the living room. "How could you not like baseball? Man, you look like you could hit a ball 800 feet. "I do not understand you," Sheltok replied with frustration. So we tried to explain America's pastime to our visitors. After a bit, I realized that it was probably going to be easier to show than tell, so I asked Joe, "Why don't you take Sheltok out to a batting cage?" "Shit, yeah! Wait until the guys see him. Could you imagine getting the rights to Kraz ball players? This would change our game completely. We'd have to move the fences all the way back." Poor Sheltok had no idea how to react to Joe's invitation. Sheltok had our universal translator tucked under his belt. Although he was able to converse, he still relied on the device to help him with the subtleties of English. But even the translator didn't help Sheltok understand the meaning of Joe's words. Victoria told Sheltok, "Go with Joe, have some fun, hit a few baseballs, and try to relax. We'll start figuring out how to save the world tomorrow." Sheltok, Tessa, Lola, and Joe went to a local batting cage. Joe found the biggest and heaviest bat and handed it to Sheltok, demonstrating how to hold it. Joe placed his thumb on the screen of the pitching machine. The print reader would debit his account automatically. Sheltok just stood there like a stone statue, letting the first 10 pitches pass him by without taking the bat off his shoulder. So Joe stepped into the batter's box and showed Sheltok how to swing the bat and hit the ball. Tessa said something in Kraz to Sheltok, and he seemed to finally grasp what was required of him. Sheltok connected with the next pitch and hit it completely out of the park. The ball traveled at least 700 feet. A crowd began to gather around Sheltock, urging him to hit the ball even farther, which he did time and time again. An instant legend at this batting cage, Sheltock now had countless new admirers. Lola said she even saw Sheltock smile after being patted on the back for his power-hitting prowess. Joe took Sheltock and several of the awestruck batting cage groupies to a local bar to celebrate. Later, Sheltock said, "I had no idea what any of these young people were talking about, but I did have fun with them." Lola uttered, "You know, Joe, even the universal translator can't figure out the meaning of his words." Sheltock actually returned happy and excited that day. It was great to see the big man, as I affectionately called him, get the weight of the galaxy off his shoulders for a brief time and enjoy himself. With a little more coaching, Joe made Sheltock a fan of baseball, so he began to join me in the living room to watch some games. Sheltock took an interest in American football as well. We no longer had to keep our alien visitors hidden. They were free to travel about as they wished. Of course, the media ate this up. By this time, Sheltock had mastered English, so he was a natural for interviews in the electronic press. Journalists were lining up to interview Sheltock, Tessa, and Bolera. As rebels against the oppressive Kraz regime, they were considered Earth's best hope to turn the Empire into a less threatening force in the universe. But it wasn't just Earth's future that was at stake. Literally hundreds of other worlds' fates were hanging in the balance, too. Still, there were voices of opposition to having our 3 Kraz refugees on Earth. The objectors felt that their presence would increase Alcon's wrath, making him even more intent on our destruction. Even the greatest supporters of Sheltock couldn't punch holes in this argument. However, President Rudolph and the Chinese premier, Cho Chu, stood firmly behind Sheltock's sanctuary on our planet. For once, the Chinese and American governments agreed on something of major importance. That was an encouraging change and one that might bode well for the future. Meanwhile, on the lighter side, thanks to repeated requests from Joe to the Commissioner of Baseball, Sheltock threw out the first pitch at the 2049 All-Star Game at Yankee Stadium. The pitch was clocked at 120 miles per hour. When the packed house at Yankee Stadium began chanting, "Sheltock, Sheltock, Sheltock," as he walked off the mound, Sheltock was overwhelmed with emotion. When he waved to the crowd, the chanting got even louder. It brought tears to my eyes. Victoria loved to take Sheltock and Tessa shopping for clothes. Kraz attire had always been form-fitting, militaristic garb until now. Victoria bought the largest denim shirts and Levi jeans she could find for Sheltock. He custom-ordered the biggest pair of sneakers ever made, size 36, at a sporting goods store. Tessa gave her approval or disapproval when Sheltock came out of the dressing room with either a negative or positive shake of her head. Sheltock reveled in his new look, jeans, sneakers, and a button-down denim shirt. Tessa was visibly impressed by Sheltock's new appearance, as she spoke the Kraz word, Tefli. When Victoria asked Tessa what Tefli meant, Tessa smiled and raised an eyebrow. Victoria understood the meaning. Tessa thought Sheltock was a hunk. Tessa felt human men were too short to be attractive. After all, Kraz females were, on average, 6 foot 7 inches tall, and Kraz men were usually at least a foot taller than the females. Next, it was Tessa's turn to shop while Sheltock offered his opinions. Victoria pointed Tessa in the direction of long dresses, but she preferred jeans like those Sheltock was now wearing. Whatever Tessa purchased, she bought the same thing for her sister, as they were both the same size. Bolera didn't go on these shopping excursions because she was still hard at work in the lab. With Lola's assistance, she was making great progress in isolating the antibodies in Kraz blood. It was a long, slow process to arrive at the correct formulas to introduce these antibodies into the human bloodstream with no deadly effects. Gerald came over to see us quite often. By now, he had retired from his government post, having been the Secretary of State under 2 presidents, and liked to get out of his house, as his wife, Claire, continued to give him a hard time about almost everything. One day in my backyard during a barbecue, Sheltock turned to Gerald and asked, "Why does your mate insult you? Have you done evil to her?" "No, of course not." Sheltock raised an eyebrow. "If you have done nothing to provoke these insults, then you should tell her that if she continues to berate you, you will find another female to mate with." I patted Sheltock on the back, trying to change the subject. "Good advice, big man." As I returned to my char pit to flip the burgers, Gerald followed me and asked,
Vito, do you think Claire insults me too much in public?
Yes. How would you like your hamburger?
The same way I have sex. Rare.
Gerald spoke these words softly. He seemed to finally realize that Claire did indeed have an insulting personality. Gerald had been a lifelong diplomat. I thought to myself, how could it have taken him more than 50 years to realize that his wife was a bitch? Everyone else realized it in 15 seconds. 2050. Zing was depressed, and understandably so, since Victor was killed. She found herself deeply ambivalent about her future. Torn between her career and her obligations of motherhood, she had several conversations with Victoria about what path she should take. Ben offered advice to his mother as well. He sensed she needed something other than him to focus on, so he encouraged her to take on new challenges. Ben was incredibly smart and already quite self-sufficient, having graduated from college with a philosophy degree. He was close to completing his master's degree, too. Although Ben was considerate of the feelings of others, he did like to verbally joust with me. I asked Ben one day, "Hey, Grasshopper, how many books have you read?"
I've finished 143 novels and 94 textbooks to date.
No shit. I'm 87 and I haven't read half that many books.
Ben smiled. Trust me, that fact escapes no one.
I loved all the kids in my life, even though I was usually on the receiving end of their collective quick wits. Ben was a voice of reason for his generation. So many young people were fearful that the Kraz attack, which was only a few years away, would end their lives. Most of them either joined the military to try to defend Earth from the potential assault, or they gave up on the future altogether and spent their days drunk and stoned. It was this second group that Ben focused his attention on to offer them hope that all was not lost. In order to reach as many people as possible, Ben set up a holographic blog, and his positive messages circled the globe through cyberspace. It took Zing a few months to decide, but in the end, she chose danger over parenting. Although Ben didn't require any supervision, Victoria told Zing that we would gladly watch over her son while she was gone to ease her mind. We suggested he move in with us. At least he could get some decent home cooking after a long day of hitting the books. Her decision was made. She accepted an assignment from the CIA to infiltrate a top-secret PLA base in China. Zing had agreed to minor facial surgery so she would not be recognized. Before Zing left, Sheltok took her aside to tell her, "I am sorry you lost your mate and my friend while trying to save my life. I will always be in your debt." Zing blinked back tears. "Thank you for saying so. I have no hard feelings towards you, Sheltok," she said, giving the big man a goodbye hug. "I pray you are successful in freeing your people and that Victor's sacrifice will not have been in vain." Victoria and I were sorry to see Zing walk out the door with her suitcase in hand. She had been in our lives for over 30 years, and, without her help guarding them, we could never have raised and protected our children successfully. Victoria and I both prayed for her safety and wished her good luck as she left on her undercover mission. Weeks had now passed. Jake was toiling diligently preparing his war plan for Sheltok. Hank and Ina were still hard at work inside an Area 51 facility, directing the assembly of thousands of 8-inch diameter discs, each with a grain of ferium embedded within. Once constructed, these discs were coated with a substance that would magnetically attach them to the Kraz metal, tellurium. The detonation would be triggered 5 seconds after the magnetized disc came in contact with the hull of the Kraz vessel. Meanwhile, Victoria was playing around with the retrieved scanner copier from the future when she thought of something that might help Sheltok's chances for victory. "Do the Kraz use paper currency?" she asked. "Yes, we do," Sheltok responded. "Why do you ask?" "I have an idea. Give me the highest valued Kraz bill you have." Sheltok whispered something to Tessa, who went to her room and quickly came back with some Kraz currency. "This is a Kraz 1,000 dukhar note, our largest bill," Sheltok said as Tessa handed it to Victoria. It took Victoria a few minutes to calibrate the device, but she was able to make a perfect duplicate of the 1,000 dukhar note. When Victoria showed this newly printed Kraz money to Sheltok, his eyes lit up. He now had an option he didn't have before, something to bargain with to bring Alcon's fleet commanders over to his side. Alcon had offered control of a few star systems as his recruiting tool. Now Sheltok could make these Kraz commanders rich men if they agreed to follow him. With his new resources, Sheltok wanted to meet with Alec and Chilko to share his plan with them. Excited, Victoria went to the attic and found enough government-issued paper to produce the equivalent of $500 million of Kraz currency. Apparently, the Secret Service had not found all the government paper that my father had supplied Jeff with some 70 years earlier. We printed up all the Kraz currency we could with the paper available. Victoria spoke to President Rudolph, who gave her the authorization to print as much Kraz money as needed to help Sheltok regain control of the Kraz Empire. The president was more than happy to overlook the fact that Victoria had somehow acquired another counterfeiting scanner copier unit from the future. Additional supplies of the special paper were delivered to our house by government officers and put at Victoria's disposal via executive order. I could now add counterfeiter to my resume. Jake emerged from his hibernation in the basement laboratory to present his plan to Sheltok. We followed him down to his lair to see his presentation. Jake had constructed a star map with even more detail than the one Flinneron had shown us on Elkin. An entire wall was covered by a holographic, color-coordinated star map of our galaxy, complete with LED markers. The areas, shaded in red, were all the star systems controlled by Alcon. The green areas on the map were planetary systems in opposition to the Kraz Empire. These included the Elkin, Earth, and 20 other races. I was mesmerized by the dazzling visual effects of these holographic charts and the LED displays. After noticing that 70% of this star chart of our galaxy was colored in yellow, I said, "Jake, if I'm not mistaken, those yellow-shaded areas seem to be a lot larger than they were on the Elkin map." Jake responded, "That is correct. There are dozens of interdimensional beings, most of whom are neutral or in opposition to the Kraz Empire, than even the Elkin were aware of. Sheltok, you must forge an alliance with the multi-dimensional race which borders the Kraz homeworld's solar system." Sheltok moved closer to the star map. "I know this star system. There are no planets capable of supporting life." "One of the races that helped to write the Galactic Book of Knowledge 500 million years ago is from the fourth planet in this solar system," Jake said. "They now live as spirit, not flesh." Jake became hesitant. "Sheltok, perhaps you should sit down before I continue." Sensing something dangerous was coming his way, Sheltok did as requested. "Go on," he said, apprehensively. "The Defender told you that you might not survive something in your quest to gain control of the Kraz Empire. That something might very well be a multi-dimensional beast that can attack flesh and spirit in 2 dimensions. If you hope to gain the assistance of the Gorth race to defeat Alcon, you must destroy this beast in single combat, fighting it in both planes of existence." Sheltok fell back into his chair in disbelief. "An interdimensional beast? How can someone from our reality defeat such a creature?" Jake walked over to Sheltok to reassure him. "I am building you a bodysuit that will protect you in combat. However, during the times you must do battle with this creature in the world of spirit, my shield cannot protect you." Jake put his hand on Sheltok's shoulder. "I won't lie to you, Sheltok. The chances for your survival in this battle are not too good. However, even if you lose, the Gorth will still appreciate that you tried to help free them from this deadly adversary that has tormented them for 1,000 centuries. Gorth legend tells of a race outside of their non-corporeal realm that will eventually defeat this evil and free the Gorth souls forever." "How can I do battle in the world of spirit?" Sheltok asked. "This sounds impossible. Victoria's idea of bribing the Kraz commanders to our cause seems like a safer plan." Tessa, speaking Kraz, offered her opinion. Our universal translator let us hear her words. "Sheltok, I understand the fear in your heart, but you must attempt this. Alcon is too powerful. Elec told Belera that he has more than 6,000 warships on his side. You may be able to turn 100 ship commanders to your cause, but to achieve victory, you will need outside help. The Kraz people favor you 2-1, but Alcon controls the military." Dawn, despite being a teenager, jumped into this adult conversation, speaking with self-confidence.
My mother wanted me to tell you that she has recently been given the ability to hear the collective thoughts of the Gorth race. She will be joining you and Jake on this journey.
Next, it was my turn to offer Sheltalk my 2 cents, as I explained. Pal, if you're going to do this, then you will need to be taught martial arts as soon as possible. If you have to do battle in hand-to-hand combat with this multi-dimensional beast, you had better learn how to defend yourself. The pen may be mightier than the sword, but your years as a journalist are not going to help you. Zing, who had been watching Jake's presentation through stealth satellite conferencing from a hidden CIA base in China, suggested the instructor for Sheltalk's training, her brother, Bruce, who had been named for the great 20th century martial arts champion Bruce Lee, had taught her how to fight. He was a 48-year-old Chinese-American karate champion and sensei, now living in San Francisco. As soon as the urgency of the matter was explained to him, Bruce accepted Zing's challenge and caught the next flight out. I picked him up at Newark Airport. At this point in time, all cars had GPS devices with autopilots as standard equipment. Once you spoke your destination, the car literally drove itself. Because of this advancement, I was able to give Bruce my full attention on the ride down to Camden. I reiterated what Zing had told him, that he'd be training an alien who would be involved in a fight to the death. For the time being, I withheld the crucial information of who Bruce would be training and who his pupil's opponent would be. As we pulled into my driveway and I turned off the engine to my large electrically powered SUV, I said, "Do not be frightened by my friend Sheltalk's appearance." Before I could continue, Bruce exclaimed, while nearly bursting out of his seatbelt, "Holy shit! You want me to train the Kraz rebel leader, Sheltalk? I've dreamed about meeting him." Dream no more, my friend. Bruce was suddenly a whirlwind of energy. He jumped out of the car and ran to the front door, waiting for me to open it. I walked slowly to the entryway, placed my pinky against the print reader keypad, and opened the door, calling out, "Lucy, I'm home!" First, Victoria came to the door to greet Bruce and welcome him to our home. Then Sheltalk approached. Bruce's mouth hung open for seconds until he regained his composure and offered his hand. "This is such an honor, sir." Sheltalk replied, "The honor is mine. I look forward to learning all that I can from you." Victoria showed Bruce to our guest room. This would be his home for the next several months. I sat in on their first training session, which proved to be a real eye-opener for Bruce. "Sheltalk, to teach you how to defend yourself, tell me a little bit about who you'll be fighting." "I am to do battle with a large creature that travels between our dimension and one which consists solely of energy in another phase of existence." Bruce's eyebrows raised an inch as he realized that his job would be incredibly difficult. "I hope you're joking?" "Unfortunately, I am not." Thinking with his hand on his chin for a moment, Bruce asked, "Do we know how large this creature is?" "Let's ask Jake," I suggested. "He might have some idea." "Okay, let's leave the interdimensional issue aside for the moment. I also assume you won't be able to bring a weapon to this fight." "It was indicated to me that I had to defeat this beast with no offensive weapons at my disposal," Sheltalk admitted. "Vito, can you find out exactly what this creature looks like?" Bruce asked. "It might help me devise a plan of attack." I went to see Jake in his lab. He summoned Prela and Dawn from their home, around the corner, as he needed their help to illustrate the creature. Prela and Dawn traded mental images, and Dawn described their vision so that Jake could act as sketch artist. When Jake's amazingly detailed 3D image of the beast was completed, he and Prela came in to show their drawing to Sheltalk and Bruce, both of whom had the exact same simultaneous one-word reaction. Shit. The dragon stood 20 feet tall, although its 2 legs were quite short. It weighed over 2,000 pounds, had razor-sharp claws and teeth, and a 15-foot-long tail. Bruce suddenly became more positive as he further studied the dimensions of the beast. "The dragon's legs are relatively short and thin compared to its body weight, so if you can get it to the ground with a leg sweep and avoid getting crushed as it falls, you'll have a chance. Grab its long tail, spin it around, and then try to throw its head into something hard, like a rock, to try to knock it out.
If you can at least stun the beast for a few seconds, then you can jump on its back and use your horn to spear the back of its head."
"Excellent," Sheltalk said, impressed with Bruce's plan. "What do I do if the beast morphs into another dimension?"
Bruce was stumped. "I can't help you with that. Just try to keep it in our universe."
Jake stepped in, offering Sheltalk advice for fighting in the Gorth's realm.
"Sheltalk, if the beast disappears while you are doing physical battle, you must deactivate your body shield, close your eyes, and enter a deep meditative state. Only in this relaxed condition can you cross over into their realm to find the dragon and continue to do battle in your mind. Your body will be of no use when the fight continues in this dimension of energy and spirit. It would be as if you are fighting the dragon in a virtual reality video game, but this would be quite real and very deadly."
Sheltalk gave me a look which said he has got to be fucking kidding. I felt for the big man. To assist our Kraz friend with the spiritual side of his training, Bruce contacted a Tibetan priest who had taught him deep meditation techniques many years earlier. Bruce called the priest Hupcha, although his given name was Narayan. Bruce had given him the nickname when Narayan threw a basketball for the first time in his life 40 feet away from the basket and swished the shot. Bruce called him Hupcha from that point on, and somehow that nickname stuck with him in America. Luckily, he spoke perfect English. I seemed to be adding airport limo driver to my ever-expanding resume as I was bringing Sheltalk's teachers to our home. Hupcha, with his shaved head and monk's robes, standing motionless as he awaited my arrival, was hard to miss. He looked older than I was, but carbon dating short, bald Tibetan monks was no easy task. On the ride back to my home, I asked Hupcha his age. He said, "I just celebrated my 24th birthday." I didn't challenge Hupcha's comment in the car. I figured that he either didn't understand the question or he didn't want to share his true age with me. Days later, I told Bruce that Hupcha claimed to be 24 years old. Bruce matter-of-factly stated, "He is 24 years old. Hupcha was born on February 29th, so technically he has had only 24 calendar birthdays." Hupcha projected an otherworldly calm that was electromagnetic. As soon as you got within a couple of feet of him, you actually felt a strange calm come over you. Like all of us, Dawn and Ben were drawn to this Tibetan monk. They both decided to join his lessons with Sheltalk because they too wanted to learn his deep meditation techniques. The contrast of Sheltalk's enormous size and robust frame with the slightness of the monk made for quite a physical odd couple. At the beginning of these spiritual lessons, Sheltalk had great difficulty learning how to reach a deep meditative state. However, in a month of hard work, and with Dawn and Ben's help, Sheltalk reached the first level. He was finally able to lower his heart rate and see with his mind while his eyes were closed. Unless Sheltalk mastered these techniques, the fate of our galaxy would be a dark one. Not only did Dawn and Ben work intensely with Sheltalk on a daily basis, but the whole family pitched in day and night to get Sheltalk as prepared as possible for this confrontation. Jake sat us all down to give us a Gorth history lesson. The Gorth have evolved from beings with bodies like ours into a state of pure energy and thought. This transformation occurred over 2 million years ago. A Gorth scientist experimented with physical beings countless thousands of years ago. He was trying to find a method to bridge the gap between life forms who existed as matter and those consisting of pure thought. The scientist was somewhat successful in bringing physical beings into their purely spiritual reality. However, he realized too late that some of these life forms that were brought into their realm wanted to do the Gorth harm. One of the creatures the scientist successfully transposed was the dragon. It quickly learned how to kill and consume the Gorth spirits. While present in their dimension, the dragon feasted and nourished itself at will, with minimal opposition. When the Gorth finally combined their powers to drive the beast from their realm, it would simply return to its physical form to escape capture.
"This is sounding more and more impossible,"
Sheltalk said, interrupting Jake's oration.
Well, the Gorth believe there is hope. They are desperate to find a champion who can defeat this beast and kill it in both the physical and the spiritual world. The Defender imparted to me that the dragon has killed hundreds of thousands of spirits on the Gorth world, including the scientist who allowed it entry into their reality.
"They cannot defeat a single dragon. How can they help us defeat Alcon?"
Sheltalk asked softly.
That is where Vito comes in. His job will be to use his street-smart ways to offer the Gorth a deal. In exchange for saving their race from this dragon, they must pledge Sheltalk their allegiance to defeat Alcon. This will not be easy for you, Vito. The Gorth are an extremely xenophobic race. They have never sought outside assistance or had contact with any other physical world as far as I know.
I certainly wished Jake had shared his plan with me earlier. This was the first time I'd heard about it. Okay, say I make this deal. Like Sheltalk said, what can they possibly do to help his cause? Jake looked me in the eye and said,
"This is the race the Defender wanted us to contact, so we must believe in his judgment and assume that he knows exactly how the Gorth race can help Sheltalk." 2051.
In January of 2051, Sheltalk's physical and spiritual training were complete. The Elkins sent a stealth starfighter to take 5 of us into Gorth space. Tessa had talked her way into joining Jake, Prela, Sheltalk, and me on this mission, as Tessa and Sheltalk had become romantically involved. They tried to hide this romance from us, but the moans, groans, and howls of Kraz lovers could be heard in the next zip code. Victoria had specially made earplugs for these occasions. I always laughed when Victoria was trying to sleep and she would comment, "My God, they're at it again." Jake had been walking around the house with a 50-year-old paper tape measure around his neck for weeks, trying to get Sheltalk's every single dimension so that his bodysuit would be sized correctly. His efforts paid off, as the completed body shield fit him perfectly. Jake cautioned Sheltalk.
"Activate the bodysuit with this button on your belt loop and deactivate it the same way. Because of your size, you will have breathable air for only 7 minutes at a time when the suit is activated, so you'll have to deactivate it for at least 1 minute to recharge before using it again."
So if you can't kick the dragon's ass in 7 minutes, go hide behind a rock for a minute and let it recharge, I said, trying to lighten the mood. And you thought this was going to be difficult? Prela put her hand on Sheltalk's shoulder to reassure him. Her touch said it all. She was confident he could do this. It was at this time Prela turned to me and said,
"Vito, I didn't want to correct you before this, but if you wouldn't mind, my name on Saskia was pronounced Prela."
We left Earth 2 days later. The Elkin pilot arrived at the coordinates Jake specified. It appeared that we were in the middle of nowhere, no planets, no moons, just deep space. Prela was our conduit to the Gorth. As we stood on the bridge of the Elkin ship, Prela closed her eyes as her head began to slowly spin in a counterclockwise direction. Obviously, she was in mental contact with something. Prela remained in this state for about 3 minutes before she snapped out of it. Jake asked his wife, "Honey, are you okay?" Prela nodded her head to Jake, and then she cleed to me,
"I have made our proposal to the Gorth. They will give us their answer in 1 hour."
Apparently, I was off the hook. My street-smart negotiating skills were not needed after all. Let's just say I was happy to let Prela, with her advanced mental communication abilities, step up to the plate and pinch hit for me. We were curious about what had happened, so I asked Prela my questions verbally for all to hear, then listened telepathically to hear her answer before telling the others. What was it like being in communication with them?
At first, they seemed extremely fearful of communicating with me at all, but gradually they became more comfortable with this form of communication. They understood what we were offering to do for them in this negotiation.
"Do you think they will help us?" I asked hopefully. Prela just shrugged her shoulders. Tessa and Sheltalk began to speak at the same time. "Do you know how they can help us?" Prela looked at Tessa and Sheltalk, and I parroted her thoughts to them.
"The dragon has 2-dimensional capabilities. Although the Gorth will not physically enter our dimension, they can contact a physical being that enters a spiritual state, as they have done with me. If the Gorth agree, this will be how they can communicate with you."
What can these Gorth spirits possibly tell me while in a meditative state that can win a battle against 6,000 Kraz warships? Sheltalk asked, his tone marked by skepticism.
Prela smiled at Sheltalk. "You must have faith. These beings are at least 2 million years ahead of us on an evolutionary scale. They could help us in ways we could never comprehend." "Sheltalk, Aren't the Kraz warships powered by energy-stabilized plasma generators?
Jake asked, trying to come up with an answer for Sheltalk and Tessa.
Yes.
A race that lives as energy can affect any energy source. If you defeat this dragon, a big if, I grant you, the Gorth may choose to use their ability to destabilize these plasma generators.
Sheltalk was beginning to understand what Jake was suggesting.
So these beings could blow up every Kraz warship in the fleet by disrupting the energy flow in the plasma regulators. Fascinating.
We must warn any ship commanders allied to you, Tessa said. We don't want our friends and supporters destroyed, too.
I interjected, "Hey guys, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Jake made a suggestion of what the Gorth could do for us. We have no way of knowing what form their help might take." Prila suddenly began to enter into a trance. Once again, she was being contacted by the Gorth leadership. When she came out of it, this time in less than 1 minute, Prila cleed to me.
The Gorth will not involve themselves in our conflict. However, if Sheltalk can defeat the dragon for them, they will impart vital information which will give him the ability to regain leadership amongst his people.
When I translated the message, Sheltalk was visibly disappointed. I put my arm around him after he sat down. "Hey, maybe these guys will boost your brain power or supply you with tactical information you can use against Alcon." Sheltalk looked up at me, smiled, and said,
"Vito, please keep lying to me. It is giving me greater confidence.
The Kraz never quite got the hang of the human ability to bullshit. Now, when it comes to boasting, that is something the Kraz are good at." Enter the Dragon. Sheltalk decided that he would fight the Dragon of Gorth, as they say in baseball, for future considerations. Jake gave Sheltalk a final pep talk. Tessa gave him a Kraz kiss, which involved more than lips and gyrating hips. Prila and I offered our large friend a hug and a prayer. Yet again, Prila was contacted telepathically by the Gorth. They asked us to move our vessel into orbit of a small moon, 1 solar system distant from our current location. This moon had an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere. Following the instructions she received, Prila told the Elkin pilot to set down near a wooded area. Before exiting the ship, Sheltalk asked Prila to contact the Gorth one last time to clarify why he couldn't carry an offensive weapon in this fight with the dragon. Prila relayed the question, and then she cleed me.
If the dragon is killed in the physical world, it will increase in strength tenfold in the Gorth's dimension. Sheltalk must severely wound the beast and force it to escape into the Gorth's realm where, together, the Gorth souls and Sheltalk can finish the job.
I sensed there was a loophole in the Gorth explanation. Something told me that giving Sheltalk my hunting knife to take with him wouldn't be a violation of the rules. I also thought to myself that we should be able to use a stun gun on the beast. Prila read my mind and cleed,
A stun gun would render the dragon unconscious. It must be awake and choose of its own volition to return to the Gorth realm, where thousands of the Gorth life forms will be waiting.
Sheltalk asked us to join him on the Gorth moon for the battle, so we shuttled down to the surface. Surprisingly, it was quite beautiful. I had assumed all moons looked like Earth's moon. This moon had trees, flowers, and a breathable atmosphere. Before leaving the Elkin shuttle, I followed through on my thought and handed Sheltalk my hunting knife. Sheltalk smiled at me and put the knife through his belt. Fearful, yet determined, he walked out to meet his fate, holding a finger on his belt button, ready to activate the body shield at a moment's notice. Minutes later, we saw Sheltalk in the distance, perhaps 100 yards from the ship, standing still for a moment before the dragon appeared. Jake's depiction of the dragon had been quite accurate. At least it wasn't a fire-breathing dragon. Sheltalk activated the bodysuit. At that point, he would have only 7 minutes of breathable air. The dragon approached Sheltalk and whisked him with its tail, sending him flying 50 feet. The body shield softened the impact, and although Sheltalk was momentarily dazed, he seemed uninjured. The next thing we saw, Sheltalk ran at full speed toward the beast, ducking under its whipping tail, grabbing one leg with both of his arms, and sweep-kicking the other leg out from under the dragon, bringing it to the ground with a mighty thud. Sheltalk then grabbed its tail and, mustering all his strength, spun the beast around in a counterclockwise direction, gaining speed with each rotation of his own body. Finally letting go of the dragon, it slammed headfirst into a tree. Sheltok wasted no time as he ran and jumped on the dragon's back and shimmied his way up towards its head. As the dragon began to regain its strength, Sheltok gored the beast with his horn and then drove my hunting knife into the back of the beast's neck as the animal let out a blood-curdling scream. The dragon had enough strength to throw Sheltok from his back with several violent twists of his head and neck. Sheltok was now on the ground, defenseless, as the dragon, wounded and angry, turned toward him. To make things even worse, the body shield suddenly deactivated. Sheltok's physical activity had used up his 7 minutes of air in less than 5 minutes. I was ready to run out of the ship with my eradicator to help Sheltok when the beast took one more step toward him and then fell to the ground. Apparently, Sheltok had gored and stabbed his adversary in just the right spot to critically disable him. The dragon then phased out of our universe, escaping as it feared Sheltok was about to finish him off in the physical world. Sheltok quickly moved into his lotus position, using the techniques Hoop Cha had taught him. Minutes later, we watched in amazement as Sheltok slowly phased from our view. I turned to Jake and asked him, "Did Sheltok do that on his own?"
"I'm not certain,"
Jake replied. Preela believed that the Gorthlings, as I preferred to call them, had assisted Sheltok in entering their universe to continue his battle with the dragon. After more than an hour had passed, Sheltok returned to our plane of existence. As soon as Sheltok rematerialized, we all ran out of the ship to meet him and to ask him about the unseen battle. Sheltok was totally drained, both physically and spiritually. On our walk back to the ship, all Sheltok said was, "6 brave Gorth souls gave up their immortality to save me." Back aboard, Tessa brewed Sheltok a special tea that her sister had provided, envisioning his need to restore himself after battle. Sheltok slowly regained his strength. It was at this point that he explained what had happened to him in greater detail. "At first, I was not experienced and felt ill-prepared to do battle and defeat this beast in their energy-based, non-corporeal world. I watched as the Gorth spirits intervened as the fight continued. The dragon was uninjured in this realm. It swallowed 6 of the Gorth spirits who were trying to protect me as I was dazed and trying to get my bearings in this spiritual universe. Gradually, I began to feel more comfortable doing battle using only my mind and spirit. I became intensely angry as my defenders were being killed around me, which resulted in a surge of my spiritual power. I envisioned myself jumping on the dragon's neck and pulling its jaws apart with all my mental strength. Just prior to losing my mental strength to exhaustion, I heard something snap. Moments later, the beast finally fell dead. It felt like I was pulling his jaws apart for an entire hour. The next thing I knew, I was back here, in our dimension. I told my friend, "I think you were pulling his jaws apart for an entire hour. That's how long you disappeared from view." We were in awe, listening to Sheltok's tale. Preela raised her head to look skyward. She was once again in telepathic contact with the Gorth. 2 minutes or so later, Preela came out of it and informed me,
"When the time comes, Sheltok will be given the knowledge he needs to defeat Alcon. The Gorth are in his debt for all eternity."
I relayed what Preela cleed to me to everyone else. I put my arm around Sheltok and told him, "Don't be depressed. It is a good thing to have a race that is 2 million years ahead of us on the evolutionary scale owing you one." The Flinto. Jake was anxious to explain to us what he had learned from reading through thousands of pages of Kra's law.
"Sheltok, I have completed reading all that has been written about the Kras, going all the way back to the formation of the Kras Empire, some 470,000 years ago. This includes how the Kras power structure originated. There are a few interesting clauses, some recent, some ancient, that will allow you to challenge Alcon's leadership."
Sheltok was fascinated. "Please continue." Jake hesitated.
"Well, one way is for you to challenge Alcon for leadership by returning to Kras and fighting him in the great arena for the whole planet to observe. Obviously, this would be a winner-takes-all proposition."
Sheltok pondered this for a moment and commented somberly, "Alcon may be the greatest warrior in Kra's history. He has killed thousands with his blade, his hands, and his eradicator.
My skills have been greatly improved in recent months, but Alcon has been fighting and winning battles in hand-to-hand combat since he was a child.
What other ideas do you have, Jake? I asked.
There is a planetary star system which has destroyed every Kraz vessel that has ever approached it. Hundreds of Kraz warships over the centuries have just disappeared when they attempted to conquer this race. Kraz law states that any commander who successfully enslaves this race will be granted complete control of the Kraz military.
When was that written into the Kraz charter?
Sheltok asked with surprise.
I've never heard about it.
Jake responded,
312,000 years ago.
The people are behind you, said Tessa with new excitement. If the military must follow the leader who defeats this world, then you will have a complete victory over Alcon.
Yes, but Alcon is devious and corrupt. He will not give up power without a fight.
I asked, Jake, where is this planet?
It is not a planet. It is a star system at the very edge of our galaxy. I can tell you all this. The writers of the Book of Knowledge, found on Earth, feared this race as well. No one has ever returned alive from their star system.
Prila sent me a missive.
I sense very strongly that this is the place we must travel to. This advanced race is known as the Flento. The Gorth have given Sheltok an energy marker, which should allow us entry into Flento space. This may be the favor the Gorth have bestowed upon Sheltok for killing their dragon, Jake added. The Gorth are peaceful xenophobes, whereas the Flento, distant cousins of the Gorth, will pursue oppressive regimes in any dimension. The Flento were mentioned by name in the Galactic Book of Knowledge. This was the race the authors feared, yet respected.
Sheltok slowly raised his hand to ask,
Excuse me, how am I supposed to enslave this race and gain control of the Kraz Empire?
We all looked at each other with questioning eyes, hoping someone else had an idea, but none of us did. Finally, Prila took charge as she cleed to me.
Fear not. Tell the pilot to head for Flento space, course 317, Mark 289. There are powers at work here that we must trust and believe in.
The journey to reach the edge of Flento space took 13 days on the Elkin ship. It was our good fortune that the Elkin were such obliging transporters of our group to whatever far regions of the galaxy our travels demanded. Our engines suddenly were disengaged by an outside force, and we came to a complete stop. The next thing we knew, Jake stood frozen on the Elkin bridge as his mind was being probed. Moments later, a holographic projection of Victoria appeared before us. The Flento used a scantily clothed image of Victoria to communicate with us.
Your vessel has entered our space. We do not permit uninvited outsiders. However, a request has been made by our Gorth allies for you to safely contact us. So speak.
Sheltok took charge, saying,
I have defeated the interdimensional dragon of Gorth. The Gorth asked us to seek your help in defeating the Kraz leader, Alcon.
Are you not Kraz yourself?
Yes, I have been attempting to lead our people into a peaceful transition from our warring past. Ancient Kraz law states that anyone who enslaves your race would be given control of the Kraz military.
Almost laughing, the projection of Victoria spoke,
You? Enslave us?
Jake then stepped forward and offered,
First, I'd like to thank you for using a projection of my mother to speak with us, though since my wife is here I would have preferred her image to be wearing more clothing. The word enslave was the one chosen 312,000 of our years ago and written into the Kraz Empire's charter. Your race has destroyed hundreds of Kraz vessels. We are trying to find a loophole in this charter to turn the Kraz race from warring enemies into friends of peace, but we need your help. We understand your situation. If we did not trust your motives, we would have already destroyed your ship. However, our laws state that we cannot involve ourselves directly in any conflict that does not affect our area of space, in any dimension. We believe in what you seek, but for now, you must find another way. We will now return you to your point of origin.
Suddenly, we were in orbit around Earth, just outside the defense shield. Once we realized that we were back home, I quipped, Now I know how Dorothy felt.
I have failed to secure allies that can help us defeat Alcon and save Earth and countless other worlds, Sheltok said, shaking his head in disappointment.
We still have over a year to prepare,
Jake said.
We aren't dead yet,
he added with a broad grin. Before leaving the Elkin ship, I whispered to Jake, "That was some outfit your mother was wearing in the holographic projection the Flento drew from your mind." Jake begged me,
"Vito, please don't describe the superhero temptress outfit to my mother. I have enough problems to deal with right now."
As it turned out, it wasn't me who described the image to Victoria, but Prila, using sign language. Jake had one intimidating breakfast interrogation sitting between his wife and his mother. The poor guy was white as a ghost. Shit, try explaining to your mother why you mentally pictured her practically naked, and with your wife sitting next to you to boot. Jake was living his worst nightmare. I walked through the dining room and heard Jake struggling to find the words to defend his thoughts, so I stepped in and said, "Hey, Victoria, that was some image I had of you that the Flento took from my mind, huh?" Jake looked at me like he owed me his life.
"It was your image of me?"
Victoria asked, with surprise. "Of course, you're my superhero, sweetie." I kissed Victoria on the head as I winked to Jake. I said to Prila to please let her husband off the hook. He had suffered enough. Thankfully, she smiled at me and nodded approvingly. Jake's cross-examination was over. He was now off the witness stand and free to go. Jake was only a breath away from being forced to visit Victoria's psychiatrist. He owed me big time.
Ferium discs. Hank, Ina, and their team had completed assembling 6,000 8-inch diameter metallic discs with magnetically triggered ferium explosives at Area 51. At the same time, the Eptol mining operation on the moon was proceeding with full force. Taking our cue from the Elkin, who had used the mineral in the same way on their own planet, we dispersed Eptol into Earth's orbit to disrupt the effectiveness of the Kraz Eradicator weapons. For maximum protection, Earth's exosphere was sprinkled with these colorful Eptol particles as well. We realized, however, that all of our current plans to protect Earth were merely defensive in nature, so Hank suggested that we take the fight to Alcon to weaken his fleet before they arrived in our star system. Earth's military leaders agreed. Just waiting around for Alcon to attack us with God knows how many thousands of ships made our outlook seem hopeless. Sheltok left word for his generals, Alec and Chilko, to come to Earth via a coded message relayed by a space buoy. In June of 2051, Alec and Chilko sent a radio message to Earth requesting a meeting with Sheltok. Earth governments were so paranoid about the impending Kraz attack that they refused to lower the defense shield to allow them entry. In fact, the entire planet was in a state of red alert when it came to visitors, aside from our Elkin allies, from space. President Rudolph's defense secretary informed us that all of our military advisors believed that Alec and Chilko had come to Earth to try to sabotage our defense shield. So Tessa, Bolera, Hank, Jake, Ina, and I flew with Sheltok via an Elkin shuttle to Chilko's warship, which was orbiting outside the Earth defense shield. The one-way feature of our defense shield allowed ships to leave Earth and enter space without incident. The Secretary of Defense and several members of Air Force Special Forces joined us on this short flight into orbit for our rendezvous. The Kraz had a similar, but reversed, expression to one we used on Earth, where we might say, business before pleasure. The Kraz believed in pleasure before business. Wow, did we all get hammered on a case of Kraz ale that Alec had brought on board Chilko's ship. Bolera and Alec were groping each other before the ale was consumed, during the drinking of the ale, and certainly after the ale was gone. Even Jake was drinking. Funny, I'd never seen Jake drunk before. He was dizzy and slurring his words after a few swigs of Kraz ale. We had to use the universal translator for this discussion, as Jake was now nauseous and turning green. Most of the Air Force personnel were also swigging the ale to help cement our friendship. However, Hank and the Defense Secretary remained sober and focused as they proposed the plan. "Can you take us into the largest cluster of Alcon's warships?"
Hank asked, hopefully. Chilko was holding his nearly empty bottle of ale and slurred,
"We can do anything. What is your plan?"
"First, you must cover the hulls of your vessel with rubber."
The universal translator completed relaying Hank's message. "Rubber? What is rubber?" Hank, realizing in an instant that he had to think of a faster and simpler way to demagnetize the hulls of both Alex and Chilco's ships, came up with another idea.
"We must spray your ship's exteriors with tar."
I realized that Alec and Chilco were both way too drunk, not to mention confused by Hank's words, to fully understand his plan, so I simplified it for them. I put my arms around Alec and Chilco, telling them drunkenly and loudly, "Your ships must look mean. Tar will make your vessels feared by any who see them." This tactic worked, as they toasted to the word mean. Shelltalk further explained Hank's plan to his generals after they sobered up. After observing them, the defense secretary decided that Alec and Chilco could be trusted. On the way back to Earth, he said to us, "Those guys sure know how to party." Weeks later, after Alec and Chilco's ships had their hulls completely tarred so they would be safe from the magnetized mines, 4,000 of the 6,000 metallic ferium discs were loaded onto the two Kraz vessels. Hank, Bolera, and I, plus a dozen Navy SEALs, boarded Alec's ship with half of the devices. Shelltalk, Tessa, Jake, and another dozen SEALs traveled with Chilco on his ship as we all headed back toward Kraz-controlled star systems. We used the ship's deep space scanners to locate large clusters of Kraz warships, and then we moved toward them. Since Alcon still believed that Alec and Chilco were under his command, they were able to return to Kraz space and rejoin Alcon's divided forces, which were carrying out attacks in several star systems. At first, our two ships traveled together as we approached a force of 25 Kraz vessels. Alec and Chilco were skeptical that the ferium discs that we carried would damage the Kraz warships, let alone destroy them. Shelltalk had told me weeks earlier, "Alec and Chilco have little belief in the children's abilities, but they will learn soon enough." We loaded 20 of the ferium discs into a coated plasma cannon tube and, like firing a torpedo from a submarine, launched these discs into space in the general direction of the warship cluster. The ferium discs floated slowly toward their intended targets and easily attached themselves to the hulls of the Kraz warships. Within 5 minutes, Kraz vessels began exploding all around us. The detonations were so powerful that despite having our shields at maximum, we were almost destroyed by the shock waves from thousands of kilometers away. It was hard to believe that one grain of ferium had the destructive force of several nuclear bombs. Alec and Chilco were baffled but impressed by the weapon Hank and Ina had created. I put my arm around the shocked Alec as we observed the destruction of 18 Kraz warships. "Glad you're on our side?" Alec looked at Hank with new respect, seeing how easily his creation destroyed a small Kraz fleet. The purpose of my comment to Alec was to make sure he stayed on our side in this civil war, as I never fully trusted Alec's or Chilco's motives. Shelltalk certainly put more trust in his generals than I was willing to at the time. Victoria put it best as she described Shelltalk's Kraz friends after meeting them.
"They're like the Claude Rains character in the movie Casablanca. Their allegiance in this civil war blows with the wind."
After our first successful test of the ferium disc's explosive power, we decided to split up since we could float many more mines if we operated in different star systems. In joint conference, we charted a course for each ship before departing. Separately, we deployed over 1,000 mines in the next several weeks, and I witnessed the destruction of many Kraz warships. We also floated the mines in various corridors that Alec said the Kraz used to travel between star systems. Hank had installed GPS trackers into each ferium disc they assembled, so we could track all the undetonated discs in space. Once all of our mines were released, we returned to Earth. Alec and Chilco were duly impressed by the power of the ferium discs, yet they were troubled at the same time. Chilco made an excellent point which caused Shelltalk to reconsider our strategy.
"This weapon is killing tens of thousands of our brothers. Is not the fight between you and Alcon? Ships loyal to Alcon would join us if you could defeat him in battle for all of our people to see. These soldiers we are killing are just following Alcon's orders. Unless we can locate Alcon's ship and destroy it, these attacks just weaken our race."
Jake reiterated that the ferium discs had been created to save Earth,
Elkan, and hundreds of other planets from future Kraz attacks. Both viewpoints had merit. When we arrived back home, we had to put our heads together to figure out if there was any other strategy we could employ. Once Alec explained to us that the Kraz Empire, under Alcon's control, had over 14,000 warships throughout the galaxy, our rethinking process was accelerated. Sheltok was shocked by this information. He had thought that Alcon's forces were less than half that number. Alec said that Alcon had accelerated the shipbuilding process in the last 40 years. His long-term plan to seize control of the Kraz Empire required establishing secret shipbuilding bases all over the galaxy. Sheltok finally came to the realization that Alec and Chilko were right. There were far too many Kraz warships for the Farium disks to destroy. Somehow, Sheltok had to find another way to challenge Alcon's leadership for control of the Empire. He put his hand on Chilko's shoulder. "My friend, you must find Alcon and tell him that I am challenging him for control of the Kraz Empire according to ancient Kraz law. He will choose the weapons. I will choose the location for our confrontation. This will be televised for all members of the Kraz race to see, both on our home world and throughout the galaxy." 2052. As this year of reckoning began, Sheltok still awaited word from Alcon. Was he willing to meet his personal challenge, and if so, what would be his choice of weapons? Bruce was thrilled that he could now teach Sheltok how to fight someone his own size. He worked with him on advanced martial arts techniques on a daily basis. In point of fact, my entire family offered assistance to Sheltok in one way or another. I even called Freddie Wiener, who was now 95 years old and living in Florida, to come up to New Jersey and show Sheltok some escape maneuvers which he had learned from his lifetime career as an escape artist. Freddie still had a spring in his step, and he gladly accepted my invitation to work with Sheltok. Freddie also taught Bruce a few techniques even he had never seen before. Xing returned suddenly from her undercover Chinese assignment, which she was forbidden to discuss with us. It was great to have Xing back. Victoria and I had feared that we might never see her again, and we were overjoyed to be wrong. Once she settled back in, Xing worked with Bruce on Sheltok's hand-to-hand combat training. Jake and Preela offered moral and legal support. Jake prepared the relevant documents discovered from the thousands of pages he had read of ancient Kraz law. Sheltok would present these legal papers to the Tetrarch Council of Kraz. The council, in turn, would start the proceedings that would give Sheltok the right to challenge Alcon for leadership of the Empire. Hank and Ina went back to Area 51 to build more Farium disks, just in case Sheltok lost his battle. Even Lola's Joe took Sheltok back to the batting cage to give him confidence and to strengthen his triceps. Like I said, the whole family was pitching in. Only the fate of our galaxy was at stake. One morning in mid-January, Dawn joined Sheltok in a deep meditative state. They both sat in the traditional lotus position, listening to calming music with soft background lighting. I walked into the room to see both Dawn and Sheltok begin to physically phase in and out of view before my eyes. When they heard me by the doorway saying, "Ooh," their deep meditation was interrupted and they both became fully visible again. They rose slowly and hugged one another. Then Sheltok walked over to me and placed his hand on my shoulder. "With the help of the Gorth, we have a plan." Preela asked Dawn telepathically for several days to explain the details of their strategy. All Dawn would say on this subject was, "Sheltok and I have reached the deepest level of meditation possible. The Gorth have given Sheltok another tool he can use in his fight with Alcon." "What tool?" her mother asked Dawn telepathically. "Sorry, Mom. They didn't want us to share it with anyone else." Sheltok came in to see me the next day. I was hoping that he was going to discuss his battle plan with me, but all he wanted to know was if I'd seen his baseball bat. Sheltok and Joe were heading to the batting range again. Sheltok wanted an escape from the pressures he was facing, and swinging a 100-ounce baseball bat seemed to be just what he needed to help center his thoughts. Alec contacted us by holophone from space. Jake had constructed a telecom adapter for Alec and Chilko so they could make phone calls directly to us on Earth. I took the phone call as Sheltok was at the batting range. Alec's message was that Alcon had agreed to meet Sheltok in battle for control of the Empire.
Alcon had chosen the Tarkoon as his weapon of choice. Now it was up to Sheltalk to choose the time and the location for this fight. I asked Alec, "What is a Tarkoon?"
"An 18-inch long, half-moon-shaped, razor-sharp blade. It is used primarily to decapitate your opponent. The Tarkoon is one of the choices the condemned man has as his method of execution."
As the universal translator, which we had linked to our phone line, finished relaying Alec's message, I fell back into my chair. Alec had one more piece of depressing news for us.
Alcon not only designed the Tarkoon, but he also trained the first generation of instructors at the Kraz Military Academy. No one is more adept at using this weapon than Alcon.
Great. We'll call you back when Sheltalk has chosen the location. When Sheltalk and Joe got home from the batting cage, I had difficulty getting the words out of my mouth to tell him the news. Surprisingly, Sheltalk didn't seem fazed at all by Alcon's choice. Sheltalk used our intergalactic phone hookup to call Alec back and said,
"Tell Alcon that we will meet in 4 Earth weeks on a moon in the Gorth star system. I will tell him which moon when we arrive."
It was great to see Sheltalk so incredibly relaxed and confident, though I had no idea why he was so optimistic. The date for the battle that Sheltalk had chosen was the same day as Earth's first total solar eclipse of the year, March 30th, 2052. Sheltalk had hoped that by choosing this date, he would keep Alcon and all of the Kraz military who would be watching the spectacle occupied at the time when the Earth's defense shield was most vulnerable. Nevertheless, we couldn't simply rely on that single fact for the ultimate fate of our world, so Hank and Ina continued to work with the Elkin and Earth's United Space Forces, laying hundreds of mines in high orbit of Earth. The Elkin ships also placed mines deeper into our solar system in the path that the Kraz warships would most likely use as they approached Earth. The corridors around Mars, for example, were seeded with hundreds of floating ferium mines. Dawn was now 19, and she was beginning to remember more and more of Louise's life and experiences. Physically, Dawn was Victoria's granddaughter, but mentally, at times, she was Victoria's reincarnated mother. If the network TV producers ever got wind of this, we'd have our own family paranormal hour in primetime. 10 days before Sheltalk's battle with Alcon was to take place, Dawn told Victoria that 100 Kraz warships were on their way to Earth. The Gorth had informed her of this development while she was in deep meditation. Victoria trusted her granddaughter's unique gifts and did not question her statement, so Victoria told Jake and Lola, who in turn alerted Hank and Ina. Before leaving for the Gorth moon, Sheltalk had a one-on-one discussion with each member of our family. Everyone wanted to offer a final piece of advice and wishes of good luck. Ben suggested, "Sheltalk, if you can fight without getting angry, you will defeat Alcon." Grasshopper was certainly giving monk-like advice, but personally I preferred less zen and more kung fu in Sheltalk's last days of training. Bruce and Zing's final Tarkoon sparring session with Sheltalk was a sight to see. Sheltalk stood between them, as each one attacked using wooden Tarkoons. They battled for over an hour and built up quite a sweat. Sheltalk's skills had improved dramatically. Would his training give him a chance against Alcon? Only time would tell. Dawn and Sheltalk shared an adorable moment when Sheltalk lifted Dawn high in the air so they could tap heads. This was followed by sly smiles from both of them. Those two knew something the rest of us did not, that was for sure. Several of us would join Sheltalk in space before his battle was to take place. This spectacle for control of the Kraz Empire was being televised across the galaxy. Kraz was well represented. Members of the media, their political leadership, and wealthy individuals descended on the Gorth moon to observe and record the latest chapter in Kraz history. I had never realized it before, but the Kraz people were high-stakes gamblers. The wagering by the Kraz was running 4-1 in favor of Alcon. Sheltalk had asked the Elkin to escort him to the Gorth moon in secret to protect his friends. Alec and Chilko were fearful of taking Sheltalk to Gorth space themselves, for if Sheltalk lost this battle, their loyalty to Alcon would be questioned, and they would both be beheaded. Jake, Prela, Bruce, Dawn, Victoria, and I traveled to the Gorth Moon 2 days before the battle to offer support to our friend who had already been there for 4 days, preparing for the event. Since the Gorth Moon was classified as neutral territory, anyone could walk around and talk to anyone else without fear of attack. Shelltalk asked Bruce for one more lesson in a secluded area on the moon's surface. He wanted a refresher course on the best chokehold maneuvers to disarm your opponent during hand-to-hand combat. Shelltalk seemed amazingly calm before his ultimate confrontation. He even granted interviews with Kra's news crews on the moon's surface. In these dialogues, Shelltalk spoke eloquently of a unified and peaceful Kraz empire that would develop only if he were victorious. We also had access to Alcon's interviews. Those had a very different tone and message for the Kraz people.
When I cut off the head of my Elkin-loving opponent, the Kraz Empire will once again return to the greatness which is our birthright. Total control of the universe is our ultimate destiny. We are the strongest. All other races will serve us or die. Shelltalk's leadership would weaken our resolve. Support me, and I will bring power and glory to the Empire, and fear and death to our enemies.
I watched Shelltalk's reaction to this video performance by his opponent. He just shook his head with a slight smile on his face.
Alcon looks to the past, not the future.
Hours before the battle, we flew down to the moon's surface at the request of the Kraz media. It was a strange feeling to be the only humans walking around amongst hundreds of Kraz. The Elkin pilot thought we were incredibly brave to go down to the planet's surface. He was scared to death just being in such close proximity to so many Kraz. Victoria and Prela were particularly uncomfortable as several Kraz males made lewd comments to them as they walked about. I noticed Dawn talking to Shelltalk for a few minutes. After Dawn finished her conversation, Bruce stepped in to offer his last-minute advice. As for me, I was mindlessly walking around with both hands in the pockets of my jeans when a Kraz reporter spotted me and requested an interview. Thankfully, Shelltalk had handed me his universal translator when we landed. He'd figured that I would need it more than he would down here. This short interview certainly must have been an entertaining one for anyone watching it. I used the universal translator so I could understand the question, and the Kraz audience could understand my answer as well. I was asked, "You are from the doomed planet called Earth, are you not?" "I am from Earth, yes." "If Shelltalk loses, Alcon's fleet commander is already in position this day to destroy your world. How do you feel about that?" "Wonderful. How would you feel?" "What preparations are your people making in their final hours?" I decided that I had taken enough of this line of questioning, so I asked my Kraz interviewer, "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course." "Why don't you stick a feather up your incredibly large Kraz ass and fly away?" I then paused and made a final statement to the Kraz audience. "The future of the Kraz race would be far better served if it was led by Shelltalk, or someone like him. He is more intelligent than Alcon, and his motives are not self-serving. Alcon craves power for himself. Shelltalk wants the power returned to the Kraz people. You have the potential to be a great race if led by the right person." At this point, the reporter anxiously looked for someone else to interview. I noticed 2 older Kraz males had been watching me with great interest. As the reporter moved off, they approached. Holding my ground, I asked, "Can I help you guys?" The elder of the 2 whispered, "We are the other members of the Tetrarch ruling council. You speak the truth. However, we cannot publicly support you, of course." "Of course," I sarcastically replied. It became very clear that the other Kraz leaders were rooting for Shelltalk to win this fight, yet their fear of Alcon held their tongues in place. Shelltalk exchanged glances with the other Tetrarchs as he came to speak with me.
"Vito, it is time to take the family and return to the Elkin ship. I fear your televised comments might have put you all in danger."
Jake then joined us to show Shelltalk a clause in the Kraz charter from 312,000 years ago. The combatants may use any means available to them to vanquish their opponent in combat. Shelltalk seemed to understand as he nodded to Jake and smiled. I hugged my friend, wished him luck, gathered the family, and left the moon's surface as requested. Winner take all. Jake said it best.
The Kraz Empire will be ruled by either Gandhi or Hitler.
The fight was to begin at midday, March 30th, 2052. One last time, Jake pleaded with Sheltalk, using a Kraz communication device, to wear the body shield, but he refused. Sheltalk felt that everything must follow the rules of engagement set forth in the Kraz Charter, written long ago. Jake and I knew that Alcon would do anything he had to do to win, rules or no rules. However, our friend insisted on playing this honestly and by the book. Both Jake and I would have preferred to join Sheltalk on the moon's surface for moral support and to view the fight live, but Sheltalk wouldn't allow it. He felt that if he were to lose, Alcon would have us killed on the spot. I saw his point. If we were aboard the Elkin vessel, we would still have a chance to escape. Hank, reaching us through stellar communications, confirmed that, as the Kraz reporter had warned, 100 Kraz warships were stationed on the outskirts of our solar system. With Elkin help, Earth prepared to fend off the attack that would come if Sheltalk were to lose. The stakes for galactic peace versus war were riding on the next 15 minutes. Suddenly, the viewing screen on board the Elkin ship illuminated with the video feed from the moon's surface. Our audio was garbled, but we were able to watch everything that transpired. Alcon was dressed in full military garb with a thick telium breastplate. Sheltalk, on the other hand, was dressed like he was going to a rock concert. He was wearing blue jeans and an XXXXL Western denim shirt with a large peace sign patch sewn on the upper right arm. Jake and I were shocked that Sheltalk refused to wear any form of armored protection. Victoria grabbed my arm once she recognized that Sheltalk had chosen the shirt and pants she had purchased for him as his battle garb. The fate of the galaxy was at stake, and Victoria was excited about Sheltalk's shirt. Each combatant was then handed a Tarkoon by their seconds. Tessa was honored to be the first Kraz female ever to perform this function. Choosing a female second drew another sneer from Alcon. Alcon practiced for a few moments with his curved blade while Sheltalk just stood calmly, holding the Tarkoon in his right hand, with the blade pointed towards the ground. Countless millions were watching this all over the galaxy. I was actually sick to my stomach with worry as we sat on the bridge of the Elkin ship as powerless observers, unable to do anything to help our friend. I noticed Dawn go into a meditative trance just as the battle began. An arm signal was given by the Kraz referee, and suddenly the fight was on. Alcon was almost laughing as he approached Sheltalk. Again, we had intermittent audio, but it seemed that Alcon was gesturing for Sheltalk to make the first aggressive move. We knew from what Elec and Chilko had told us that Alcon was the best hand-to-hand combat fighter in the entire Kraz Empire. We just couldn't foresee how our friend could possibly win this fight. Sheltalk did not move, nor did he raise his weapon. He just stood there, motionless. Alcon became frustrated that Sheltalk would not make the first move as he seemed unwilling to fight, so Alcon moved towards him slowly, pointing the tip of the Tarkoon blade right at Sheltalk's throat. All of a sudden, the audio feed glitches cleared up. As the tip of Alcon's weapon was about to touch Sheltalk's throat, we heard Alcon say,
"Millions are watching. At least put up a fight for our audience before I kill you."
Sheltalk responded, "Alcon, you are losing this battle, and you don't even know it." Alcon's expression suggested that he thought our good friend was insane, but then, suddenly, in the wink of an eye, Sheltalk vanished from view. He was completely invisible. Alcon began spinning around in all directions, looking for where his opponent might have gone. The next thing we saw, Sheltalk rematerialized right behind Alcon, grabbing him in a headlock. Bruce was gesturing wildly and cheering loudly as he stood next to me on the Elkin bridge. Bruce yelled, "Don't let him breathe! Put your forearm against his throat and cut off his air supply!" Victoria was making a fist as she exclaimed, "Strangle him! Kill the motherfucker!" Sheltalk had his headlock broken by an excellent escape maneuver by Alcon. We couldn't understand why Sheltalk didn't use his Tarkoon to kill him when he had him in the headlock. After Alcon freed himself, he began swinging his Tarkoon from side to side, showing how proficient he was with his weapon. But as Alcon got within 5 feet of Sheltalk, our friend disappeared again. Alcon's expression of fear was caught by the high-definition zoom cameras for all to see. For 5 full minutes, Alcon stood alone, paranoid, swinging his weapon at the air, turning constantly as he tried to locate Sheltok. Finally, Alcon yelled out, "What magic is this? Show yourself, you alien-loving coward!" Sheltok rematerialized behind Alcon once again. Only this time, Sheltok used his arms more powerfully than before, snapping Alcon's neck, rendering him temporarily unconscious. After a moment of stunned silence, we broke out in cheers, yells, and screams of joy. The peaceful planets of the universe had just won the lottery, or so it seemed. Meanwhile, our eyes returned to the Elkin vessel's viewing screen, where Sheltok stood alone with an unconscious Alcon at his feet as he spoke. "Alcon has been defeated. It is time for all of the Kraz people to begin a new chapter in our history. Follow me, and we will attain greatness never before seen." Sheltok's speech was short and sweet. For that brief moment, it seemed that all of the tension had been lifted from our collective shoulders. Then we noticed that Alcon was not dead, as he began to move on the ground. Sheltok took notice of this as well, bending over to listen to Alcon's words. "Say goodbye to your friends on Earth. As I speak, 100 warships are heading towards Earth, awaiting the solar eclipse. With the Elkin shields down, I have ordered my men to eradicate all human life on the planet." We heard Alcon's threat loud and clear. Sheltok tried to contact the Kraz fleet through this live telecast, but couldn't get through. All deep space communications were now being jammed, as Alcon had planned for this possibility well in advance of the battle. The only method to contact the Kraz warships on their way to Earth was to precede the message with the correct 16-digit code, and Alcon wasn't about to divulge anything to Sheltok. We called Henk on Earth from the Elkin ship to warn him that the attack order had been given. Henk reported that the Kraz fleet had already been spotted entering our solar system. Our Elkin allies placed hundreds more of the Ferium mines in the path of the Kraz fleet. All of the Eptal, mined on the moon, was now floating in Earth's orbit. Our Elkin pilot contacted Flinneron, who was sending as many Elkin and Alliance vessels as he could to Earth immediately. However, they could not arrive in large enough numbers soon enough to prevent this attack. Alcon had seemingly thought of everything. He always seemed to be one step ahead of us. To make matters worse, Alcon survived despite his broken neck. He was quickly removed by his seconds and taken by a shuttle disguised as a medical transport to a Kraz warship in orbit of the moon. Moments later, the Gorth teleported Sheltok and Tessa back to the bridge of the Elkin ship, but before we could even greet and congratulate our friend, we found ourselves under attack by not 1, but 5 Kraz warships. Dawn came out of her trance and instructed the Elkin pilot to break orbit and head for Flento space at maximum speed. We were pursued by all 5 Kraz ships, one of which carried Alcon. When it was learned that Alcon had escaped and was in pursuit of Sheltok, despite losing his fight on the Galactic Television Network, many in the Kraz military decided to change their allegiance. As Elec later so succinctly put it, "Honor in battle means everything to our Kraz brethren. Alcon's refusal to admit defeat will cause his followers to reevaluate their decision to support him." We were just barely able to stay ahead of the pursuing Kraz vessels as we headed at maximum speed toward the edge of our galaxy. While we were on the journey to reach Flento space, I took the opportunity to ask Sheltok about his confrontation with Alcon. "How were you able to make yourself invisible during your fight?" "The Gorth spoke to me while I was meditating with Dawn on Earth. They knew of the impending contest and offered to help me phase back into their universe, allowing me to remain in their realm for minutes at a time. I am not certain, but I got the distinct impression that the Gorth felt guilty that my previous heroism on their behalf had not been properly rewarded." Jake thought out loud, "Let's keep our fingers crossed that the Flento come to our rescue as well." Prila pleaded to me that she believed they would. About an hour after Jake and Prila speculated about whether the Flento race would assist us, the Elkin ship lost all engine power and floated dead in space. As Alcon's ships were closing in on us, we momentarily feared the worst when, suddenly, the Kraz ships disappeared from our viewing screen. All 5 of the warships that were pursuing us were there one moment and gone the next. We looked at each other in shock and amazement. A moment later,
A disembodied voice spoke to us. Your pursuers have been transported to a galaxy where war is never-ending and victory is unattainable. They will no doubt fight to their deaths. We will now once again return your vessel to Earth. Your world's next challenge will be a far greater one. We sincerely wish you well. For the second time in the last year, the Flento teleported us back to Earth, this time just as Alcon's last remaining loyal fleet commanders were about to attack. We saw and felt dozens of explosions in space near Mars, as Farium disks were taking their toll on the approaching ships. Suddenly, a dozen enemy ships were closing in on our position. Sheltalk asked to be put in radio contact with the Kraz commanders. He made an impassioned plea to these fleet captains, who were still obeying Alcon's orders, but at first they would not listen. The total solar eclipse was beginning, and as each part of the Earth was covered in darkness, the Kraz commanders moved into attack formation and fired their plasma cannons and eradicator weapons at the weakening defense shield. The weapons bursts from the eradicators were partially neutralized by the Eptol in orbit, and the colors and fireworks made for an incredible light show. We could have enjoyed it more if our planet wasn't under attack. The defense shield was on the verge of total collapse when Elec and Chilko's squadron of warships arrived on the scene. Like the cavalry riding over the hill, Elec led the charge against those Alcon-allied ships. It was easy to tell who was who because Elec and Chilko had instructed all of their loyal ship commanders to coat their hulls with tar. To attempt to aid our Kraz allies in this fight, 4 unmanned space vehicles of Chinese design were launched into orbit from Area 51. Farium disks, ejected from these drones, floated towards the warring ships in space. Jake feared that some of these Farium disks were ejected prematurely and had settled too low in Earth's orbit. Seeing the danger, Jake urgently demanded that the Elkan pilot move our vessel, leaving Earth's proximity immediately. We signaled Elec to withdraw his forces to a safe distance as well. Jake hoped to take the fight out into deeper space. After the battle was over, we could send shuttles to retrieve those low-orbiting Farium disks to remove the threat of a detonation so close to the planet's surface. Unfortunately, Jake's greatest fear came to pass when 3 of the remaining enemy Kraz warships were destroyed while making an attack run through Earth's ionosphere. The Farium detonations destroyed the Kraz ships, but the timing and locations of these explosions could not have been worse, as they occurred in low orbit after the defense shield had completely collapsed. The force of these simultaneous Farium explosions, happening within hundreds of yards of each other, propelled the Earth out of its orbit. With a monstrous jolt felt worldwide, the planet was now moving like a rogue comet, away from our sun and towards the outer planets. Elec and Chilko finished off the last hostile warships, but we couldn't enjoy our victory, even for a moment, as we now had to deal with yet another crisis. Computer analyses very quickly made it clear that on its present course and speed, 250,000 miles per day, the Earth would become unlivable in less than a year due to the freezing temperatures as we moved farther and farther away from our sun. We had to find a way to return the Earth to a natural orbit of the sun, and it had to be done quickly. Orbit or else. The Kraz attack on Earth was now over, as Sheltalk's Confederates had saved the day. We returned to Earth to assess the damage. First, the good news. Sheltalk was now the absolute leader of the Kraz Empire. He had Elec and Chilko distribute the counterfeit Kraz currency that Victoria had printed up for the Kraz fleet commanders as thanks for supporting him. Although the Kraz attack was over, our people couldn't celebrate. In fending off the Kraz invasion force, the Farium explosions threw Earth out of its orbit of our sun, and we were now speeding into the deeper reaches of our solar system. The best scientific minds on Earth, Elkan and Kraz began working together to try to find a way to slow Earth's course and return us to a natural orbit. Unfortunately, no solution to the problem was found. Too late we came to realize why Farium was a banned substance throughout most of the galaxy. Jake and Hank diligently devised formulas, crossed them out, and reworked them in the hope of finding a global solution. But time was now our enemy. Earth's mean temperature was dropping 2 degrees per day, and we had to find a way to stop or reverse our planet's course. Hank suggested that we recreate the Farium explosions which powered Earth out of its orbit.
His plan was to explode the Farium disks on the opposite side of the Earth in the hope that the blast would stop the planet from further movement in either direction, so we could return to a natural orbiting pattern. Although Jake didn't disagree with Hank's plan, he foresaw many scenarios which could make our situation even worse. But we had to try something, and soon, or we would eventually all freeze to death. The main problem was that our planet's greatest astrophysicists didn't have the time they needed to sufficiently test Hank's theories, with our world hurtling deeper into space each day. That ice age we all had helped to prevent years ago, it was now front and center if we were unable to stop Earth's present path within a matter of a few weeks. Ina joined the boys in their investigations of the recent Farium explosions. She discovered that one of the 3 Farium disks that had caused this catastrophe actually contained 5 grains of Farium and not 1, as had been specified. So a total of 7 grains of this element had been detonated at a distance of 175 miles from the surface. Ina had postulated that if the blast wave hadn't been directed out into space, but towards Earth, our planet would have exploded. The Farium carrier wave acted like a jet engine for the entire planet, propelling Earth into deep space. In addition, the Farium shocks had caused tidal waves, earthquakes, property damage, and electrical disruptions all over the planet. Needless to say, worldwide panic ensued while government leaders argued about the best course of action. No strategy received complete international support. President Rudolph and Chinese Premier Cho Chu jointly supported Hank's plan of exploding 4 grains of Farium on the other side of the planet to try to reverse what had happened to us. The planet's mean temperature was already reaching dangerously cold levels, so time was short. Freddie Wiener called to tell me that he bought into an outerwear business in Florida, selling down jackets to Floridians. Business was booming. I told Freddie, "We'll all be dead in 6 months if Hank and Ina's plan doesn't work, and you're selling jackets?" Freddie responded, "True. However, if their plan does work, we'll all need warmer clothing." Freddie was clearly the glasses-half-full person in the room. His optimism gave me renewed confidence in these difficult times. I kept looking around in the hope that our dog would return to help us, but he did not. Trey remained AWOL during this crisis. Hank and Ina returned to Area 51 and directed the creation of a Farium bomb to their exact specifications. The plan was quickly finalized, but there was one major distressing aspect to it. The bomb had to be positioned precisely 175 miles from the Earth and detonated by remote control. This was going to be a suicide mission for the crew which had to place the bomb at the exact coordinates. It had been decided that sending an unmanned ship to launch the Farium bomb was too risky. The Pentagon knew that we needed eyes in space to position the bomb perfectly. Too much was at stake. 2 astronauts volunteered to place the bomb in orbit. Ironically, both astronauts were about to be thrown out of the new NASA space program because they had secretly married, and NASA officials had recently found out about it. It seemed a ridiculous and arbitrary rule that forbade co-workers from having a relationship, but it was clearly stated in the NASA regulations. Frank Jacobs and Tom Shields were true heroes. NASA officials didn't have to ask for volunteers for this suicide mission. Those guys just walked in and said they were ready. As Frank Jacobs so bravely put it, "Yesterday we were told that we were being fired. Tomorrow we get to save the world." Hank and Ina worked diligently in Houston with both astronauts, explaining the exact sequence they had to follow. The Farium bomb must be placed with a percussive nipple facing away from Earth in order for the explosive force to blow out into space. If, however, the bomb were to rotate towards Earth before detonation, then it's game over. Frank and Tom listened intently as Hank theorized that the blast had to be slightly weaker than the first one that sent Earth off course. The plan was for the planet's momentum to be stopped. Our best scenario was that Earth would return to a natural yet more distant orbit of our sun. If the blast were too powerful, the Earth would be sent back in the reverse direction, towards the sun. That would result in the opposite effect and the planet would overheat. The Space Shuttle Discovery had been decommissioned and on exhibition at the Smithsonian Institution since 2012. But now, 40 years later, they brought it out of retirement for this one final mission. 24 days after the Earth had been thrown off its axis, the shuttle was prepped and ready for launch. Hank remained at NASA headquarters in Houston. He was the mission liaison who would communicate with the astronauts. Tethering himself to the shuttle, Tom Shields spacewalked and held the Farium bomb firmly in his hands in the precise position 174.8 miles from Earth. Frank Jacobs had one last short message to communicate. "Well, I guess this is it," he said. "Remember us." Just before they detonated the explosive, Hank whispered, "Defender, watch over them." A moment later, everyone on Earth felt the detonation. Mother Earth was not happy. Yet again, earthquakes, tsunamis, and property destruction hammered the globe. Millions in low-lying areas died suddenly as 50-foot-high waves coursed at high speeds around the world in each of Earth's oceans. Hawaii was virtually destroyed by this latest Farium explosion in space. Hundreds of other islands simply disappeared. Thailand, Florida, New Orleans, and Central America suffered devastating floods. Despite the havoc, the disastrous results actually would have been far worse if evacuations of lowland areas hadn't been ordered in advance of the blast. Still, the world lost hundreds of millions of people. The Farium explosion had worked. Earth had stopped moving like a runaway bride in space. We had rejoined the other planets in our solar system in orbit of our sun. Earth was now 99 million miles away from the sun, where it had been 93 million miles just 24 days ago. It was calculated that it now would take 381 days to rotate our sun instead of 365.25 days. Freddie Weiner was right about Florida's residents needing winter jackets, but we assumed he didn't live to see it. Freddie lived in Miami, which was washed away by a huge tsunami. To make matters much worse, the electromagnetic pulse of the Farium explosion caused global devastation to technology. All electronic devices were completely fried. Computers, cell phones, the planet's entire electric grid were hit. Earth's entire satellite network was also offline. Secondarily, pacemakers, dialysis machines, and electric cars were also rendered useless. Anything that needed to be plugged into an outlet was taken out. The world was plunged into darkness for weeks. Generators, flashlights, and battery-operated everything were selling out wherever they could be found. Fruit and vegetable crops were in great danger now, too, due to the lower mean temperatures on Earth. Sub-freezing temperatures wrecked vineyards and farms. Any crops that were cold-sensitive immediately became scarce and expensive. To compensate, a massive project to build hothouses to ensure continued food production began. Still, with all this happening, the surviving people felt a sense of relief. After all, we were still alive. Before the Farium explosions, most of us were resigned to the thought of slowly freezing to death. As my dad used to say, "No matter how fucked up things look, plenty of people have it worse than you do, so stop complaining and feeling sorry for yourself." Torn Universe. Weeks later, once minimal power was restored, we launched new satellites to replace the ones that had been destroyed by the blast. Slowly, cell phone service came back online, along with more accurate weather reporting. Shortly after the new satellites were deployed and operational, astronomers at the Griffith Observatory discovered that there was a 6-mile-long, 4-mile-wide starless void in space only 40,000 miles from Earth. The next order of business was to send a probe into the dark area to determine its nature. A Chinese probe launched into this dark area disappeared before any information was transmitted back to Earth. The president decided to contact the REL to see if they had any idea what this starless darkness in space was. Ambassador Tao met with the president and his advisors at Area 51. Days later, we received a copy of the transcript of the discussion. Ambassador Tao's words were riveting.
The reason Farium is banned throughout the universe is because of its ability to create rifts in time and space. The starless void the scientists have observed is literally a tear in the fabric of space-time. To our knowledge, no life form that entered such a rift has ever returned, so we have no definitive proof of what lies on the other side. What we do know is that the temperature inside this rift approaches absolute zero. No living thing could survive inside of it. Monitor this closely, for if the tear increases in size, your planet could be enveloped by it, and if this were to happen, all life on Earth would cease to exist. We Relians theorize that there are buffer zones between universes, and this darkness is part of that corridor that separates one universe from another. Mr. President, we know of no way to repair this tear in space. Ferium explosions in other parts of the galaxy caused similar tears that were never closed. There was one reported incident of the Ferium tear being so large that several solar systems were sucked inside of it over time. Let us hope that Earth's situation is far less severe.
5 minutes after reading the transcript, Jake and Hank were back in the basement writing formulas. If anyone in our universe could solve this problem, with the Defenders' help of course, it was our kids. Because the Chinese government controlled most of Earth's space-capable vessels, the PLA wanted to take the lead in examining this tear in space. Against the wishes of many experts, the Chinese government proceeded with its unilateral plan. 2 ships were sent into orbit, and once there, they were tethered together. The 2 Chinese space vehicles then broke orbit and made way for the hole in space. Their plan was for the lead ship to enter the rift for a minute or so, then the second vessel could throw its engines into full reverse, bringing the lead ship back out into our space. The plan sounded reasonable to me, but Jake simply shook his head no when I expressed my opinion. The good news for Earth was that the hole in space was not increasing in size and it wasn't moving towards Earth. In fact, it wasn't moving at all. When the lead Chinese vessel entered the starless void, the second ship lost all communication with the first. The trailing vessel's captain became concerned for his comrades on the first ship, so, waiting a mere 20 seconds, he threw his engines into full reverse. But the titanium chain linking the ships together snapped from the extreme cold of the void in space. There was no ship to pull out. The only thing the Chinese learned from this disaster was a single temperature reading, relayed before the lead ship broke loose, confirming what Ambassador Tao had said. The temperature in the void was absolute 0. Weeks later, over breakfast, Lola came up with an idea which turned out to be the best temporary solution to this crisis. Basically, her plan was to use expanding foam to cover the rift in space from our side. A Durafoam silicon and rubber balloon combination was chosen to cover the tear. Elkin provided stabilizing buoys would serve as anchors to keep the mass in place. Victoria was accurate when she compared it to one of my home repair jobs, jury-rigged, doing the job, but looking so terrible that no professional would put up with it. If you ever used expanding foam to seal a hole or crack in a radiator, that's what this was like, just on a slightly larger scale. Ben had a great line when the job was finished. Make sure they put up a "Do Not Enter" sign on it. After the tear in space was temporarily plugged, the citizens of Earth began to reflect on what had taken place in the last months. We had survived the March 2052 attack by Alcon's forces, Earth had entered a new orbit over 6 million miles farther away from our sun, and it was now almost always bone-chillingly cold. Making the drop in temperature feel even worse were the winds, which blew at 30 to 60 miles per hour most of the time. Our wind chill factor was 30 below 0 during the winter months. It was déjà vu for those of us who had been aware of the impending ice age some 28 years earlier. Those with cash on hand were heading for equatorial locations around the globe where mean temperatures were about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Those who couldn't afford to move went to saunas and tanning salons, which were cropping up everywhere. At least I didn't have to listen to the environmentalists complaining about global warming anymore. The optimists were hopeful that the Earth and its people would survive this particular crisis. The pessimists were not so sure and made complaining about the weather the international pastime. People preferred to stay indoors if at all possible. Those who could adopted an Elkin lifestyle on Earth, in which food, clothing, electronics, and almost everything was purchased over the internet. Working from home became the rule rather than the exception. Major League Baseball was now considering having all teams located north of Georgia play their home games in various Florida spring training facilities or in Central or South America. Needless to say, any team that did not have a dome was planning to build one. In the end, none of this came to fruition. No one could have foreseen the events that followed. Dawn's vision. The entire year of 2052 on Earth was like an episode of that classic television show, 24, still shown in reruns on the FX channel. Just as we began to catch our collective breath, another crisis was upon us. We never knew where the next challenge would come from. One morning, Dawn calmly called for a family meeting, so we convened at my house over pancakes and cereal.
This morning, while I was meditating, I had a premonition that was imparted to me by members of the Gorth race. It was a warning to all life forms that exist in our dimension. Apparently, a robotic star destroyer has just entered our galaxy. The Gorth conveyed to me that this gigantic vessel fuels itself on the energy produced by the stars themselves. They also informed me that the combined forces of the Kraz, Elkin, and all the other races in our dimension, in this galaxy combined, could not defeat it. The robot ship is 20,000 miles long, and its shields are impenetrable, even to the explosive power of Farium.
Dawn stopped speaking at this point. Most of us at the breakfast table had our spoons frozen, nearing our mouths, as we were about to eat our cornflakes. We just looked at one another in shock. So to attempt to lighten the mood, I quipped, "Doesn't sound too terrible. I'm sure the kids will think of something." No one laughed. In fact, my comment was completely ignored.
"Sweetheart," Jake asked, "can you contact the Gorth for an exact heading of this alien vessel?"
"I will try, Dad," Dawn responded. Everyone else at the breakfast table was stone silent. What could you say? If this robotic warship decided to make a meal of our sun, the people would soon stop complaining about how cold they thought it was now. The next several weeks were spent in countless meetings at the Pentagon and at Area 51. I was invited to attend only because the kids demanded that I be allowed to sit in on these top-secret gatherings. Earth had asked the Relian ambassador, Tau, and the Reklan ambassador, Mateo, for their help in destroying or altering the course of this robot ship. Unfortunately, both ambassadors were forbidden from assisting us. Indeed, the two alien diplomats had fear in their eyes when they told our president that they were powerless to help Earth in this particular crisis. Before Tau left Earth, he made one last remark.
"It has been made excruciatingly clear to us that this problem must be solved by life forms that live exclusively in the physical dimension."
After Tau disappeared into his transdimensional realm, I was angry with myself for not having asked the ambassador, "Who was it that made this excruciatingly clear to you?" Sheltok and the Elkin sent battlecruisers to track this gigantic robotic vessel. The Elkin scout ships in deep space were able to determine that it was traveling at 5 times the speed of light, slowing down only to consume a star's core energy before continuing on its difficult-to-calculate course. They tried to make contact with it, but, as Dawn had indicated, it was a fully automated vessel with no life forms on board. All attempts at communicating with this 20,000-mile-long monster were unsuccessful. A second attempt to establish contact was made. This time, Jake went with Sheltok and Flinneron on the mission. Speaking in every language known, a talent he had received from the Defender when he was a teenager, Jake failed to receive any form of response from the automated vessel. His mind raced with speculations. What could have been the purpose of building such a ship? Jake reasoned that the only chance we had to stop this sun-killing death cruiser, as he called it, was to somehow reprogram its computer and send it back to its point of origin. Jake and the Elkin engineer who joined Flinneron on this reconnaissance mission set up a transmitter aimed at what they believed was the alien ship's antenna, hoping to hack into the ship's navigational computer. However, its shields bounced the transmitted signals back out into space. Obviously, some form of code was needed to communicate with the robotic spacecraft. The Elkin were able to scan this massive vessel and determined that its advanced technology incorporated Farium in its shields. The highly intelligent alien race who built this vessel had found a way to harness the power of Farium to defend their ship from any form of attack. 2 of Alcon's former fleet commanders, bored by peace and itching for a fight, convinced Sheltok to allow them to attack the robot craft. Sheltok reluctantly agreed to his fleet commander's attack plan. They closely monitored the battle for any fluctuations in the ship's shields and weaponry during the attack. As the Kraz commander moved into attack formation, 14 warships fired all the weapons at their disposal simultaneously, However, the robot ship's shields weakened by only 6% during the attack. Then, suddenly, the automated vessel returned fire with a high-energy beam, destroying the Kraz warships one by one until all 14 of them exploded. Sheltalk and Jake said that at this point they felt helpless. It seemed there was no way to stop the Starkiller from its path of destruction. Jake reiterated, "Why would such an advanced race have created a ship which has probably killed trillions of innocent life forms?" The battle seemed to make the robot ship hungry, because it then changed course for the nearest star. The Elkan ship followed it to what, thankfully, was an uninhabited solar system. Jake asked the Elkan engineer to monitor the shields of the robot ship as it extended a cylindrical plasma-absorbing device from the front of the ship. The conduit was directed at the center of the star and began drawing in energy particles. Scans revealed that the forward shields were offline during this refueling process, but the rest of the ship maintained a fully defensive posture. Jake wanted to board the ship to reprogram its computers, but that option simply was not possible. It took only 6 hours for the robot ship to fill up its energy tank and move on. The Starkiller drew only a small percentage of the sun's energy. However, the Elkan science officer's scans revealed that the sun became chemically unstable after the refueling process took place. Jake said, "It was as if some key component within the star itself was removed by this refueling process." Within 3 months' time, these affected suns went supernova. When Jake explained this to me, I said, perhaps the creators of this vessel did this intentionally. They needed to give their ship time to escape the solar system before the sun exploded. It's like they set a 3-month timer for detonation. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Ben was meditating with Dawn when he suddenly opened his eyes wide and leapt up from his seated yoga position. Ben blurted out, "There is only one way to defeat that ship." He took 1 step towards the door and then fell to the floor unconscious. Hearing a loud thud, Dawn abruptly came out of her meditation and Zing came running into the room. Seeing Ben splayed on the floor, Zing asked Dawn, "What happened?" Victoria heard the commotion and entered the room moments later. Never a dull moment in my house, that's for sure. Dawn answered, "I don't know. I was meditating. I heard Ben say something, and the next thing I knew he was on the floor, unconscious." Using the iPen's latest holographic medical app, Victoria determined that Ben was in a deep sleep state, but his brain and other functions were normal. Zing carried Ben to his bed, watching over him until he awoke several hours later. When Zing saw him begin to stir, she asked, "Do you remember what happened to you?" Weak and whispering, Ben replied, "Yes, please tell Hank and Nina to come here. I must talk to them." Zing was frustrated that her son wouldn't share his thoughts with her, but she complied with his request, calling Hank to come to the house immediately. Minutes later, when Hank arrived, he spoke to Ben at his bedside. Ben was barely audible. Hank asked, "Hey, how are you feeling?" "Tired. How much Farium do we have left?" Hank glanced at Zing before answering. "About 10 ounces. Why do you ask?" "You must use it to—" Suddenly, Ben fell back to sleep. This time, the iPen medical app revealed serious problems. Ben was now in a coma. He was rushed to the hospital, but there was nothing anyone could do for him, and he was put on life support. Without the machines, Ben would have died. The doctors did test after test, and still they couldn't understand what had caused the coma. Still, Ben's brain was active, so there was hope that he hadn't suffered permanent damage and could eventually reawaken. Victoria did her best to support Zing both in the hospital and back at home. Zing had lost her husband and now feared that she would lose her son as well. Understandably, she was angry and confused by recent events. I tried to console Zing by telling her, "There are powers at work in and around this family that we cannot possibly understand. Stay positive. I feel sure the Defender is involved in this somehow." Hank tried to figure out the meaning of Ben's question about the quantity of Farium remaining at Area 51. Hank and Ina postulated for weeks afterwards. Did Ben think we should use the remaining Farium against the robot ship? Or did he have another use for it in mind? Weeks of discussion brought them no closer to an answer. Eventually, Dawn joined Hank and Ina, revealing to them that she now remembered that Ben had stood up in the middle of their last meditation and said,
There's only one way to destroy the robot ship.
After hearing this, Ina and Hank were even more inspired and worked diligently to figure out the meaning of Ben's words, but for now, it escaped them. Jake and Sheltok returned to Earth with no solutions for slowing down the automated destroyer of suns. Hank met with Jake to discuss what Ben had said before falling into a coma. Jake was convinced that our remaining Ferium could not destroy the alien vessel.
Hank, that ship has Ferium shields. It would simply absorb the blast. For crying out loud, the damn thing can absorb the energy of the sun for fuel.
Lola asked,
Who do you think built it, and why? Best case, perhaps a race of explorers who didn't want to leave their own solar system,
Jake conjectured.
The readings taken on the voyage could be transmitted back to their homeworld for analysis. Worst case, a highly advanced, xenophobic, evil-minded force bent on destroying all other worlds, save their own, in the cosmos. Or it could be anything else in between.
Lola smiled at her brother before asking,
So basically you have no idea, do you?
His head slightly bowed, Jake replied,
Not really.
Sheltok had been very quiet, and he looked disturbed about something. So I asked my friend, You look like your dog just died. What's the matter? Sheltok paused to gather his thoughts.
I just received a transmission from Elec. Based on what we have observed so far, we do know that the course of this robotic ship can be plotted, assuming that it needs to refuel itself every 20 million light-years traveled. It will alter course at these points to find the closest star. Based on its present course through our galaxy, it would appear that the Kraz homeworld, Elkin, and Saskia are all safe from the chosen path of the robotic ship. However, the Elkin's computer program believes that there is an 80% chance that 3 future course corrections will bring the Star Killer into Earth's solar system in 7 weeks.
Hank simply said, Oh boy. I walked into the kitchen at this point to bring out as many cold beers as I could carry. This piece of news was too depressing to discuss without alcohol. As I handed a beer to everyone in the room, I asked, What are the odds, perhaps 1,000 to 1, that the Star Wars Death Star would enter our solar system? What a fucking year. Preela sensed everyone's frustration. She cleed to me,
The Saskians would gladly invite the people of Earth to live on our homeworld.
I cleed back to her, Let's hope it doesn't come to that, but thanks for the generous offer, sweetheart. The doorbell rang, interrupting our powwow. Gerald had arrived. He had heard that Sheltok had returned to Earth and wanted to get the lowdown and to say hello. We forced Gerald to drink his beer quickly and then filled him in on what we knew so far. After Gerald's initial panic attack, he came up with an interesting idea.
If that robot ship wants to consume the energy of our sun, we have to find a way to hide our sun from it.
Hank and Jake looked at each other and raced into their subterranean laboratory to explore Gerald's idea. I was skeptical at best. I mean, how can you hide a sun? The boys worked on this idea for a week, but they came to the realization that there was no way to implement it. We thanked Gerald for giving us a ray of hope, but clearly it was back to the drawing board. The robot ship was approaching, and still there was no viable plan to prevent our sun's destruction. Of all people, it was Joe Collins, Lola's husband, who came up with the solution to destroy the Sun Killer and save our planet and solar system. All Joe said was, Too bad that tear in space isn't bigger, so that robot ship could just go through it and stop being such a bother. Lola kissed Joe passionately on the lips, and Hank shook his hand, thanking him profusely. Hank now understood the meaning of Ben's words. We needed to create a Ferium explosion in a direct line with our sun to create another much larger rip in the fabric of space than the one located near Earth. Out came the hollow computers, and they quickly got to work on new simulations and formulas. The kids linked up with the top scientists all over the world via teleconferencing. Every available mathematical genius was enlisted to participate. Flinneron came to Earth with Elkin's greatest minds to assist Hank, Ina, and Jake with these calculations too. Sheltok offered an emergency backup plan to save Earth. He was willing to order 100 of his warships to attack the robot ship in an effort to force it to make another course correction.
which might cause the automated killer to jump to another star system to refuel itself. Most of us were in favor of Sheltock's offer, but Lola vehemently objected.
Sheltock, that's a suicide mission. And even if it worked, why should Earth be saved and another innocent solar system destroyed in our place? No, we have to end this crisis ourselves, one way or the other.
Victoria was so proud of Lola's words, which Jake immediately seconded. If Sheltock had shared his idea with the Pentagon or the PLA in China, I am certain that both governments would have approved of his plan in a heartbeat. The instinct for self-preservation was far stronger than any concern for other races that would have been destroyed by the course alteration. So for now, I asked Sheltock to hold his offer in abeyance. Sheltock gave me a long-range Kraz communication device as he was headed back home. He was the new planetary leader, and it was time to form a new government.
If you change your mind and want us to attack that thing again, no matter the cost, we will. Goodbye, and good luck, my friends.
I had a tremendous feeling of accomplishment as I watched Sheltock and the Elkin working together to help Earth try to survive this latest crisis. In the last 30 years, we had accomplished so much. As my dad used to say, only during a major crisis can truly important accomplishments be made. The Farium Solution. After working 16-hour days with the Elkin scientists and the worldwide team, the kids had 90% of the equations written. Jake and Hank asked me to go to Area 51 to see if the Relian ambassador would answer a single question for us. We all knew that Tau was under orders not to help us, but the boys wanted me to use my persuasive talents one last time to try to squeeze information out of him. If Tau would give us a few answers, the remaining 10% of the plan could be finalized. Gerald flew out with me to Nevada, and using the same Relian device Tau had given my father nearly 100 years ago, we contacted him once again. Tau arrived about an hour or so after we pushed the button on the interdimensional signaling device. We didn't even get a chance to ask a single question before Tau firmly stated his position.
If the reason you have summoned me is in regard to the Huzal vessel now on course for Earth's sun, I cannot help you, he said.
Gerald and I looked at each other and spoke the same words at the same time. Huzal vessel?
You do have a right to know the name of the race that created the Destroyer of Stars, Tau replied.
Gerald was curious and asked Tau,
why did they create this ship? It must have a purpose. The Huzal were an extremely advanced but paranoid race. They had been attacked centuries earlier by hostile invaders that occupied their planet and killed millions of the Huzal people. Once they regained their sovereignty, the Huzal ruling council decided to build this massive death ship to roam their galaxy, destroying any solar systems controlled by their former occupiers. The Huzal leaders derived a perverse sense of comfort knowing that they could destroy the star of any solar system that they deemed a threat to their race. At first, they were able to control the so-called Star Destroyer, sending the vessel only to worlds that threatened the peace in their own galaxy. However, eventually, the Huzal race was destroyed by its own creation. The automated ship's course corrected to refuel itself, but it had passed through an asteroid belt which damaged its receiving antenna, so the Huzal could no longer communicate with their ship. At this juncture, the Huzal vessel became totally self-programmed. It was traveling on what you might call automatic pilot. Some 80 years after it was launched, and several course corrections later, the Star Destroyer re-entered Huzal space and destabilized the Huzal sun while refueling. In time, the ship left its own galaxy, destroying all stars that were unlucky enough to be nearby during its refueling cycle. The Huzal ship has killed thousands of trillions of beings over the last 60,000 years. Your galaxy is the third the Huzal vessel has entered.
As Tau finished speaking, I asked Hank's question. Would an explosion of 10 ounces of ferium detonated 4 million miles from our sun create a rift in our universe that this Huzal ship might enter, destroying it and eliminating the threat in our galaxy? And would there be any long-term danger to our solar system in doing so? Tao smiled and said, "Nice try." At this point, I tried to soft-soap Tao a little. "You did so much to help my father and Victoria's 100 years ago. I suppose it's too much for me to ask for your help to save our world this one last time." "Vito, all I can tell you is that an option is better than no option. Will there be ramifications? Of course. I can say no more. The Defender has taken a shine to your world and people. At least he has given you a mathematical chance to stop them. Good luck." Tao disappeared into his trans-dimensional realm. Gerald was excited and energized by Tao's comments. "Vito, he practically told us we were on the right track. Reading between the lines, of course. If Hank and Jake's calculations are correct, I think this will work." "I know, G. But what are those ramifications he spoke of? Creating a large tear in our solar system can't be a good thing." Working with Elkin scientists, NASA officials created the weapons delivery vehicle that the Elkin would drop off in space. When the Huzal robot ship entered our solar system in August of 2052, the Elkin carefully plotted its path towards our sun. After tracking the course of the Star Destroyer for weeks, the Elkin placed the Ferium bomb in a perfect line between our sun and the oncoming Huzal Star Destroyer. Hank had surmised that the explosion of the Ferium should occur with the Huzal ship a mere 50,000 miles from the detonation, at a distance of 4.2 million miles from our sun. Hank felt that there were two possible outcomes after the bomb was detonated. If we're very lucky, the Huzal Star Destroyer will absorb the energy from our Ferium explosion and then bypass our sun because it will no longer need to refuel itself. Otherwise, we just have to hope we can open a rift in space-time to get that monster out of our universe. The Elkin ship moved to a safe distance, but was still close enough to remotely detonate the tellurium-encased Ferium to recreate the original tear in space. At the prescribed moment, the Ferium bomb was detonated. Despite the enormity of the blast, the forward shields of the Huzal ship deflected the energy and continued on course towards our sun. The resulting tear in our space was massive, indeed much larger than we had hoped to create. The initial readings of the rift's dimensions were some 70,000 miles wide and 500,000 miles long. Our original hope of refueling the drone ship was a failure, but the secondary goal was achieved. The Huzal Star Destroyer continued on its previous course and seamlessly entered the starless void between universes. As the Huzal ship disappeared from view, it was believed the threat to Earth was over. The final phase of the plan was to repair this tear in space-time, but the hole was just too large to even attempt it. Some feared that this Huzal ship would find a way to alter course and return to our solar system and destroy our sun. Hank laughed at this idea. He confidently told President Rudolph via holophone, "Mr. President, that ship was destroyed seconds after entering the rift. The threat from the Huzal Star Destroyer is over." Ben mysteriously awakened from his coma in perfect health just moments after the Huzal ship entered the rift. It seemed the forces keeping Ben silent had decided to release him. With this family, nothing surprised me anymore. Calm before the storm.
The Kraz were trying to adjust to life without war, but Sheltalk knew that violence was a deeply rooted part of their culture. So Sheltalk asked us to channel those violent impulses into sports leagues on his home world. Joe led a large contingent of athletes and coaches from various contact sports on a mission to Kraz. They introduced football, rugby, wrestling, boxing, and every extreme sport ever attempted on Earth. All were instant hits. To Joe's disappointment, baseball was rejected as being too nonviolent. Hundreds of coaches left Earth and moved to Kraz to assist in their training. Of course, anyone leaving for Kraz was injected with their antibodies to protect them. Of all the sports, it was roller derby that became the most popular. Men's and women's leagues were formed. The Kraz men added a new wrinkle to roller derby. Skaters had to gore one another as they attempted to pass and score points. The crowds cheered wildly whenever a skater was gored. Of course, Kraz ale was consumed heavily at all the sports venues. The most militaristic amongst the Kraz wanted to see even more violence, so death matches and hand-to-hand combat were created for public view. Sheltock's descriptions of these battles reminded me of the gladiator matches of ancient Rome. Sheltock realized that transitioning a race of warriors, conquerors, and killers to a less murderous and expansionist way of life was going to be a gradual process, with many bumps along the way. Reluctantly, Sheltock agreed to allow these mortal combats, but he insisted on using violent, convicted criminals in the games. 2 Kraz scheduled for execution, fighting to the death, actually made some sense. They were going to die anyway, and the crowds got what they wanted. The Kraz wagered on everything. For a few weeks, everything seemed relatively calm. Sure, Earth was in a more distant and colder orbit of our sun, but we were still living our lives, more or less, as we had before. With no imminent crisis to be solved, Jake and Hank had the time to place a playful wager with each other. Jake felt that he could set up a series of security cameras throughout the house that could identify any intruder and holographically transmit the data to the local police station for immediate identification of the perpetrator. Hank felt confident he could beat whatever system Jake set up. When the boys told me about this wager, I calmly threatened Jake. "If you put any cameras in my bedroom, I will start talking in my sleep to your mother." I'd never rat out Jake or anyone else, but my threat did work. My bedroom was now off limits in the boys' bet. Jake didn't have to be reminded that he owed me big time. The result of the boys' wager, however, almost turned out to be fatal to poor Joe. Joe had the keys to our house and came in after midnight to look for an old bat he had stored in our basement. Jake's security camera transmitted what should have been Joe's image to the local police station. However, Hank had broken Jake's computer code, and instead of a picture of Joe, Hank's automated program transmitted an image from the FBI's most wanted list to the police. 10 minutes later, a SWAT team broke down our front door and arrested Joe as he came back up the stairs from the basement. Needless to say, Hank and Jake removed all the cameras the next morning after Victoria read them both the riot act. When I picked up Joe from the police station, he seemed very quiet to me. At first, I thought that he was upset he had been trapped by Hank and Jake's camera wager, but it turned out to be something much more serious. Joe told me on the ride home that his mother was dying. She had leukemia, and she had kept her condition to herself for many years. I smiled. "Joe, let's go home. I have to pick up something, then we can go to your mom's house." I had never told Joe about the orb, so this was going to be a tremendous surprise for him and his mom. As we made the short trip to his mother's house a few miles away, I flipped the lead ball to Joe for him to hold. When we got there, an ambulance was parked in front of the house, and Joe's mom, Shirley, was being wheeled out on a stretcher. As we exited the car, Mrs. Collins spotted us, and despite her present condition, she seemed more concerned with Joe's well-being than her own.
"Joe, I've lived a good life. If it's my time to go, I'm ready."
Joe was crying. I grabbed the orb from Joe, and he watched it turn from a 2-pound ball of lead into a 2-ounce softer greenish metal before his eyes. I then walked up to Shirley and placed the orb in her hand. "Shirley, you're not going anywhere. Not yet." A minute or so later, Shirley Collins sat up on the stretcher, her cheeks rosy, pumping her arms in the air.
"Vito, your family is blessed, just like Joe keeps telling me. I can't believe how great I feel. This magic ball of yours just saved my life."
I stood there smiling from ear to ear. Shirley hopped off the stretcher and said to the EMTs,
"Come inside. You boys look hungry to me. I'll find something to whip up for you."
The next thing I knew, the 4 of us were stuffing ourselves with stacks of pancakes covered with sliced bananas, walnuts, and syrup. One of the EMTs was overweight, and he begged, "Please, Mrs. Collins, no more food. I'm trying to lose weight." Incredulous, Shirley responded,
"Come on, you look like you can put away another stack or 2.
No one ever left Shirley's kitchen hungry, that was for sure. She had the personality and demeanor of a drill sergeant, and her field of battle was the kitchen. In late August, Lola found out she was pregnant, and Joe was handing out not cigars, but signed baseball cards of himself. The kids were ecstatic. Sure, Lola was over 40, but prenatal testing and interventions had advanced so far that we were confident the baby would be healthy. Once the health question was out of the way, we all prayed the child would have Lola's brains and Joe's physical ability. That would be the icing on the cake. Deep freeze. Dawn came into the living room one morning a few weeks after the Hoozle crisis was over.
Vito, I can now remember what the Gorth told me and Ben during our meditation before he lapsed into his coma. They said the answer to our crisis was 40,000 miles from Earth.
I commented, "Luckily Joe figured it out, and your father and Hank were able to implement the plan."
Yeah, I know,
Dawn continued.
But V, there's something else. Ben and I were meditating this morning, and we received another message from the Gorth.
Sensing something frightening was coming, I asked, "Oh God, what now?"
The void in space created by the Ferium explosion will cause short periods of time when the sun's rays are completely blocked from reaching the Earth. When that happens, there'll be a severe drop in planetary temperatures to more than 200 degrees below zero. As each month passes, the periods in which the sun's rays do not reach the Earth will increase in duration. Anyone found outdoors during these times will freeze to death instantly.
Stunned by Dawn's words, I sarcastically uttered, "Great. Ask your Gorth friends to give us some good news once in a while." We consulted with the world's leading astronomers. They confirmed that what Ben and Dawn had been told by the Gorth was true. In addition, the scientists discovered that the void was not only growing, but also moving laterally at great speed. The rift we had created was absorbing the sunlight and preventing the photons from escaping. These experts also realized that one by one, each planet in our solar system would be swallowed up as the orbiting patterns brought the planets into the void. Mercury would be the first planet absorbed. It would be gone in 6 weeks. Days later, a top-secret report was issued.
Within 6 months, the Earth will be absorbed by the rift in space.
Even before our planet was scheduled to disappear, we had to deal with days of sunless frozen death. This was one problem the kids couldn't solve. On September 4th, we had our first taste of the impending reality. The planet suffered 31 hours of freezing darkness as temperatures went as low as 180 degrees below zero. The world's governments advised the people to bundle up and stay indoors with their electric heaters, fireplaces, and radiators turned up full. Despite these precautions, 2 billion people froze to death on Earth in those sunless hours. Most of the deaths were in the poorest nations where people lived in huts with no heat source to speak of, but millions were killed out of stupidity as they didn't believe the warnings about the severity of the weather and ventured outdoors during those 31 hours. When this first crisis date had passed, we all realized how severely ill-prepared we were to deal with such freezing temperatures. Vehicles' engine blocks were frozen solid and now useless. Glass windows froze and exploded with the slightest touch. Skyscrapers posed the greatest risk, as broken glass rained down onto the streets below. To make matters even worse, each succeeding period of darkness that the Earth would face would be longer and colder. Our next sunless frozen day of death was due on November 6th, and this one would last for 38 hours. I've attended many top-level meetings in my life, and I have always seen a possible way out of any situation we encountered, until now. Victoria somehow managed to stay optimistic, looking forward to planning my 90th birthday party. To say that no one was in a partying mood would be an understatement, as my birthday would be, barring a miracle, our planet's final birthday as well. Party crashers. The whole family and quite a few friends arrived for my birthday party dinner. Somehow our guests managed to put aside their feelings of doom and gloom for one evening, and we all had a great time, regaling each other with stories of years past, good times, and exciting days. We showed home movies, and for a few short hours, all seemed right with the world. My old friend, the archaeologist Taco Marcal, was a surprise guest. "Vito, I brought something really interesting to show you from my current dig. A recent earthquake on the east coast of Spain created a gorge several thousand feet deep. We had rock climbers descend the walls of this newly created rift. When they reached the bottom, this artifact was found." Taco handed it to me. What is it?
We're not sure what its purpose was, but this 6-inch long piece of leather with 4 steel studs in the corners has us all baffled.
Hank came over to look at it.
How old is it? Carbon dating determined that the leather is from 15,000 BC.
Hank was shocked.
That's impossible. Metalwork did not occur until 3000 BC at the earliest.
Taco smiled at Hank.
Now you know why we're baffled. Either the Bronze or Iron Age happened thousands of years before we thought it did, or,
I chimed in, blame it on aliens, Taco. Don't get a headache over a 17,000-year-old problem.
Taco smiled. That's my job, pal, to solve ancient puzzles, but this one has me stumped. The earliest recorded use of steel is around 2000 BC. Anyway, this artifact is on its way to the Museum of Natural History tomorrow. Let them figure it out.
It was around 11 p.m. as many of our guests began to look at their watches, mentally preparing themselves for the cold and windy trek home, when there was a knock at my front door. 7 men with chiseled cheekbones and deep-set eyes, all wearing hooded, long purple raincoats, were standing together on my porch. After a moment, I recognized one of the men. He had taken the image of Viktor Kartov, my friend, and Zing's husband. I knew it had to be the Defender, but who were these other men? Ben, Victor's son, ran to the Defender's arms. Zing was momentarily stunned as she gazed upon her deceased husband's face. I asked the Defender, "You trying to give my friend a heart attack? Appearing in the image of her dead husband can freak a woman out." The Defender smiled, shook my hand, and said, "Happy birthday, Vito. My apologies if I startled any of you. I thought you might like to look upon Victor's face one more time. I'm truly sorry if this image frightened anyone." Zing accepted the Defender's apology with a nod of her head. "Who are your friends?" I asked.
"Vito, everyone, please sit down. We have much to discuss."
Everyone scrambled for seats like a game of end-of-the-world musical chairs. With all of our friends and family seated and ready to listen, the Defender continued.
"Vito, you once asked the question, as many others have before you, has history already been written? The answer is yes and no. What I'm about to tell you may sound complicated, but please bear with me.
Victoria, if your father and the other scientists had not returned to the past, leaving 2133 and returning to 1938 to change the outcome of World War II, the planet Earth and all of its inhabitants would have been killed by the Huzal's Star Destroyer in the year 2135, 83 years from now. However, when your father's mission succeeded, the other Defenders," he went on as he gestured to the 6 men in raincoats, "assisted my efforts to alter the Huzal's timeline. In the newly created reality, the planet Earth's inevitable destiny was accelerated. As I had hoped, the knowledge I bestowed upon Hank, Ina, Jake, Lola, Ben, Dawn, and even you, Vito, eventually led all of you to find a way to stop the Huzal ship. Yes, as you are now coming to realize, the sequences and events that have transpired up to this point were for the sole purpose of stopping the Huzal vessel in your solar system during your lifetimes. Because of the sacrifices and hard work by so many, including your fathers, grandfathers, and their brave compatriots, the robotic ship was defeated and kept from destroying many more races and solar systems. Unfortunately, the price your planet will have to pay is the ultimate one. Earth will be a lifeless moon in 3 months. Weeks later, the Earth will be swallowed by the void in space. The other Defenders and I are here on Earth in your home on this night to offer the survivors of Earth a choice and a unique opportunity. After the next 2 days of sunless darkness, only 3 billion of your people will remain alive. We do not have the time to ask each surviving individual his or her preference in the choice we are about to offer. So it will be up to all of you in this room to choose their final destination assignments. The vast majority of the survivors will be transported to New Earth, an uninhabited planet quite similar to this one, located on the edge of Flento space. The Flento have agreed to assist us in this relocation, as they find Earthlings an amusing race. Your people will have to build homes, find food and water, and basically start over. We have provided fruit and vegetables in abundance to give the pioneers a foundation. Make no mistake, it will not be easy to rebuild a united society, but your planet's people will ultimately survive and thrive.
What about the minority? I asked meekly. 50,000 of the Earth's survivors will be sent back in time 17,000 years, to the later stage of Earth's last ice age. They will live on their own island continents, temporarily separated from any other humans at that time. Gerald mumbled, Atlantis? Yes, Gerald, I can see in your eyes that the clouds of Earth's circular history are beginning to clear for you. It will be difficult to survive at the beginning. We suggest that you choose individuals who are young, hardy, and knowledgeable in carpentry, herbs, metallurgy, and farming. In general, people who will work well with their hands. The individuals sent back in time must help build a new civilization. They will eventually have to assist the primitive humans of that era to survive. We will permit everyone sent back in time to bring warm clothing, food, and tools, basically anything they can carry with them at the time of transport. We will also allow them to carry knives, but no guns or any other more advanced weapons. Vito, you must contact Balera. She will inoculate those chosen with a Kraz blood derivative to help the Atlantis contingent fend off disease. Take these pens and put a purple mark on the skin of the people you select for the Atlantis colonies, he said as he distributed markers that had been in the pocket of his coat. On December 31st, 2052, with the great help of my brethren here, we will transport the survivors of your world to both Atlantis and New Earth. Anyone with the mark of the purple pen will be sent back in time. All the others will be sent to New Earth. Jake asked, What is the configuration of New Earth? How large is the planet? What proportion do the land masses occupy versus water, and how far is it from the sun? I could tell you, Jake, but the answers to those questions, and the many others that are racing through the minds of all of you here, will be shared with you by the Elkin or Kraz once their relief ships arrive. In many ways you will be explorers. With the help of the Elkin and Kraz, plus the knowledge stored in your brains, you will advance technological centuries in just a few decades on New Earth. Again, we highly recommend that most of the group you choose to go to the Atlantis colonies be in their 20s or early 30s. Those chosen will have to fight to survive. Victoria asked, So if the Nazi-controlled world still existed, everyone from Earth would have perished in 2135? We would have saved 50,000 people from the Nazi-controlled future to return to Atlantis. Everyone else on the planet in 2135 would have perished. Preela made a generous offer in thought, as Dawn spoke her mother's words. The Saskian people would be willing to take humans on their homeworld, as would the Elkin and Kraz. Why is this not an option? It is an option. However, Earth's allies must be very careful. If they were to send ships to take certain humans from Earth now, those left behind will feel betrayed by the Elkin and Saskian people. Once you are all transported to New Earth, if some of you choose to live on Saskia, Elkin, or Kraz, we have no objection. Preela and Dawn, you can live either with the humans or go back to Saskia. The choice is yours. I asked, hopefully, why can't you take the 5 billion people left on Earth today? You mentioned that only 3 billion could be saved. Vito, this situation is unprecedented. This point was argued at the highest levels imaginable, and the compromise that was reached is a fair one. Never before have the defenders attempted to transport this many life forms to a new world. Some felt that Earth's fate was none of our business. I hope that you can eventually realize that this was the best deal available. Another of the 6 defenders standing behind ours commented, Your quadrant's defender spoke eloquently and forcefully to our leadership. He blamed himself for Earth's plight, and he even offered to resign from the defender class if his words were not heeded. Trust us, 3 billion souls saved was the highest number allowed. Of course, this does not include the millions of various animals on land and sea that will be transported to New Earth and saved as well. Our defender continued soberly, I am deeply saddened that 2 billion more people will die of frozen death before transport. But I can assure all of you that no one alive on December 31st will be left behind. Dawn, you will receive a message from us shortly, confirming the exact time of transport for the Earth's people on December 31st. The hour is getting late. Find a way to mark all of those whom you wish transported to Atlantis in the coming weeks. Farewell for now. All 7 defenders turned to pure energy and disappeared.
Who goes where?
Our family argued for days over how to decide who would go to Atlantis. It was Victoria who came up with the idea that we implemented. She suggested that we run a worldwide contest with 50,000 winners, each receiving $50,000. Victoria's billions were a month or two away from being worthless anyway. Advertisements were placed in newspapers, magazines, television, and holographic internet ads. Tell us why you would like to go back in time, 17,000 years, knowing what you know now. How could you change things to make our world a better place? List your skills and work experience. Explain why you think that you have what it takes to survive the chilling cold of our last ice age and help Stone Age humans survive. There will be thousands of winners. Each winner will receive $50,000. Email your responses to venacreamregime@universalnet.com. Lola translated this message into every language on Earth. Advertisements were running in all countries so that members of every nationality and race would be considered. Victoria felt strongly that we should have a Noah's Ark of people sent back to Atlantis. As for our own family, we were deeply divided. Lola and Joe preferred going to New Earth for several reasons, the most important of which was an easier life for their baby. Jake didn't want to leave his twin sister, so he and Preela decided to go to New Earth also. However, their daughter, Dawn, sensed that her destiny lay in going back to Atlantis. Ben wanted to go wherever Dawn went, as they were the closest of friends, so he opted for Atlantis too. Hank and Ina had come to the conclusion that the Defender had saved their lives when they were children for this final mission. They felt compelled to go to Atlantis, where they would be able to use their Defender-given knowledge to help the human race survive. Due to our age, Victoria and I preferred the easier life on New Earth. Gerald conjectured about his daughters being part of the time-traveling group, but I just roared with laughter at that idea. Gee, are you fucking kidding me? The Finkelstein girls in the Ice Age makes as much sense as me joining the ballet. I can't picture your girls scavenging for food while missing their weekly pedicure appointments. Gerald hesitantly agreed. Yeah, you may be right. I guess we'll all go to New Earth as planned. These discussions had become quite animated and continued right up to the point of transport. Meanwhile, the responses to our advertisements were pouring in, so we all pitched in to judge the contest, reading emails day and night. Jake's speed-reading ability certainly helped. A sophisticated computer program helped us narrow down the applicants. We chose people from all walks of life and from every culture on Earth. We favored carpenters, botanists, and fishermen, but any skill that would be useful to survive in an ice age was given top priority. We decided that a ratio of 60% female to 40% male would be our target gender model for the 50,000 people sent to Atlantis. Several weeks later, we had our list completed. We paid all their travel costs and arranged for the winners to come to Giants Stadium on the designated weekend. The winners would receive their money and indelible purple pen marks as they moved from station to station. I said to Victoria, "Honey, I feel guilty that we're giving these 50,000 people money they will never get to spend." Victoria realized this as well, but chirped, "So let them have a party to end all parties with the money before the end of the year." I loved the way Victoria could turn any negative into a positive in seconds. Sheltalk came to Earth with Tessa and Bolera at my request. They were fascinated by the choice we were all given. Sheltalk told me that he would begin assembling Kraz crews to help us build homes and bring supplies to New Earth. I asked Bolera to prepare the Kraz antibodies for the 50,000 people being sent to Atlantis to help them fend off any viral or bacterial illnesses. A large team of doctors and pharmacists were assembled at one of Victoria's pharmaceutical plants and switched from manufacturing Vena cream and grew some to assisting Bolera in preparing the serum for the injections. On the designated weekend, our 3 Kraz friends came with us to Giants Stadium and helped us man the stations. Many of the contest winners for the trip to Atlantis had great attitudes. It was especially gratifying to notice a particular look in their eyes, which seemed to indicate the excitement of a new challenge during their holophone sessions. Still, our winners had no idea what truly awaited them. Those chosen began to arrive at their appointed time slots. We got the routine down very quickly with each long table manned by hundreds of volunteers. First, Victoria's group retina scanned the winners, which automatically deposited the money into their bank accounts. Next, Bolera oversaw the group of doctors and nurses who injected the biceps muscle of the right upper arm with the Kraz antibodies. Finally, Dawn's contingent placed a purple pen mark on each winning contestant just above the left wrist. Then the people partied at a catered feast on the field, complete with musical performances by several top rock and hip-hop bands. At the end of the day, we made an announcement. Those of you chosen here today have been given the mark of true heroes. Prepare yourselves for the adventure of a lifetime, which will begin just before the new year arrives. We suggest that you spend this money with your family and friends as soon as possible. This is all we can tell you at this time. Many of those we had selected to go to Atlantis speculated as to what type of adventure awaited. We certainly overheard a lot of rumors. The general consensus was that this was to be some sort of Survivor television show, immersing the participants in a Stone Age environment to see who could win. In a sense, they were right. They would be starting out with little or no technology from our time and would have access to only the clothes and items they had packed. Surviving in the distant past would not be easy. In fact, many of these people would probably die within the first year, as they failed to survive the harsh conditions. The price for restarting our advanced civilization on Earth would be steep. Of that, there was no doubt. There were a few Atlantis contest winners whom we felt could handle the truth, so we hinted at it. In particular, there was one couple in their early 20s who had built their solar dome home by hand. The fact that they were young and the woman was of childbearing age was another bonus. In the email entry to the sweepstakes, the woman had written, "Both my husband and I have always felt that we were destined to help build a new world. I can't explain if this feeling is a premonition or not, but this dream has never left us." Victoria hoped that if the people we had chosen could somehow get it right this time, we might be able to avoid the countless wars that were our planet's history. She felt Earth would evolve into a more advanced and peaceful society. However, logic dictated that it was unlikely that these 50,000 people could change anything regarding the worst parts of Earth's past. Still, Victoria's optimism was something to root for. But first, we all had to survive 2 more sunless events before transport to a new world. As each day passed, traveling was getting more dangerous. The winds increased as our next date of frozen death approached. Plane crashes became more common due to wind shear gusts of 150 miles per hour at unpredictable times and altitudes. We felt terrible when 3 of our winning contestants were killed on their flight to New Jersey. The guests at my 90th birthday party, which included our extended family and close friends, had all been sworn to secrecy. We were unanimous in our decision to keep the defenders' visit and their discussion with all of us a secret. Alerting the public to our impending doom would just create mass panic. Rumors fueled by actual scientific hypotheses swirled. Many people believed that the end was near, but we didn't want to make it official just yet. On November 6th, 2052, another 800,000 people perished in the cold and wind of 210 degrees below zero after our sun had been obscured by the void for 22 hours. At home in Camden, we had set up 200 portable generators. The family huddled together on mattresses on the floor, wearing every piece of clothing we could find. Hank and Jake had no worries, as each put on his body shield for protection. I had on 3 stocking hats, 4 pairs of pants, 7 flannel shirts, 10 pairs of socks, 2 sets of gloves, 4 scarves, and 6 pairs of thermal underwear. Without those portable generators, few would have survived that night. As the sun finally emerged, Dawn looked Trey in the eye, and when she came out of this session, she knew the exact time of our future transport. We would be taken at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st. The world began to pray as the depth of the cold and our planetary fate became clear. The end of life on Earth was now something everyone anticipated. It was at this point that we decided to tell the world something positive. Our family went to the United Nations to speak to the General Assembly. Each of us spoke of the new Earth we would all be taken to on the last day of the year. The delegates from quite a few countries rejected our predictions as offerings of false hope in a hopeless situation. Victoria's years of public speaking helped to make her speech the most convincing. In her summation, she told everyone watching or listening to wear extra clothing and to carry suitcases with their personal belongings at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st. We had to survive one last bleak, frigid episode on December 19th, 2052. Those who believed our words of hope were looking forward to being transported to New Earth. Our Earth was quite rapidly turning into a ball of frozen rock in space. December 19th was the most brutal day and night of all. This time the cold lasted 31 hours and the temperatures dropped as low as 260 degrees below zero. The winds in some areas were over 200 miles per hour. Over 2 billion people were estimated to have frozen to death. We were all lying on top of one another for a last attempt at warmth. My teeth didn't stop chattering for a week. I found myself lying on top of Joe's mom, Shirley, at one point during the night. Shirley cracked me up when she said, "Vito, I don't usually let men lie on top of me unless they buy me dinner first." We had pinned thermal panels to the plywood that was nailed over our windows to protect us from the shattering glass as the temperatures dropped and the winds increased. When we finally saw the sun peek through the cracked wood, we ventured outside. It was total devastation. Nuclear bombs could not have done more damage than this. People were frozen solid in their homes and everything made of glass exploded in the cold and wind. Overnight, all of our technology was rendered useless. Cell phone networks did not work, all electricity was out, cars and buses were inoperable. Perhaps it had been the Defenders' plan to give the surviving people of Earth 12 days to get used to a more primitive existence. Our greatest pieces of technology that remained were the pack of matches and the pen. Those of us with fireplaces chopped frozen wood for heat, as our generators were all mysteriously burned out by daybreak. Our last day on Earth. As I awakened on December 31st, the first thing I did was look out of the small hole in the plywood of my bedroom window to make sure I was still on Earth. When I realized I wasn't dreaming and we were still here, I went up to the attic and found a small battery-operated device which played cassette tapes. There was an old Grateful Dead tape inside of this frozen Walkman personal stereo from the late 20th century. After heating the unit with matches, it actually worked. I strolled around the house that morning listening to the twang of Jerry Garcia's guitar. Gerald called me on our walkie-talkie to confirm something we both believed and had already prepared for. President Rudolph had let it slip to certain members of Congress that we would be using gold and silver as the main currency on New Earth. Victoria had already transferred much of her paper wealth to gold coins. No wonder her suitcases were so fucking heavy. It aggravated me that there would be haves and have-nots starting out on day one on our new planet. Those in the know had been trading in paper currency for precious metals all over the world. But who the fuck was I to complain? Shit, we were doing it too. I thought back to the beginning of 2052, remembering with perfect clarity how hard we had all worked to save the Earth from various threats, seemingly with great success. I also recalled the battles of years and generations past as we tried to secure a peaceful and successful future for our planet's surviving people. The best way to describe my feelings that particular morning was regret that we had won so many of the battles fought over the years, but we still lost the war. I was depressed in my hours on Earth as I lamented those 3 billion people who had frozen to death 12 days ago. Still, as survivors, we were thrilled to be going to a new and much warmer world. However, having to abandon ship, so to speak, was difficult for me to swallow. Everyone else in our extended family was short-tempered and tense as our final hours ticked by. Zing was yelling at Ben, demanding that he come to New Earth with her, while Ben steadfastly told his mother he was going to Atlantis with Dawn. Jake, Preela, and Dawn also had raised voices and high emotions. Jake understood why Dawn wanted to go to Atlantis with Hank and Ina, but he continued to plead on Preela's behalf for Dawn to join them on New Earth. Preela spoke with her eyes, sign language, and telepathy as her emotions and temper flared at her daughter's intransigence on this subject. I didn't say anything at the time, but I respected Dawn and Ben's difficult choice, and their steadfast determination to follow through with it. However, I also read the Cleese from Preela's mind, and I knew how this fight with Dawn was emotionally killing her. Everyone seemed to have a hidden agenda in those last hours. I watched Victoria scotch tape hundreds of bottles of Vena cream all over her body. As I passed by one of the guest bedrooms, I looked through the crack of a nearly closed door and witnessed Dawn and Ben using the purple pen on each other's forearms. They both looked up and saw me peering in at them as they tried, at first, to hide what they were doing. I walked into the room and looked at Dawn and Ben with pursed lips. "Look, if this is what you both want to do, I won't try to stop you, but you must tell your parents right now so they can say their final goodbyes to you." It really hit me hard in those last hours, as I realized, all at once, that I would never see Hank, Ina, Dawn, or Ben again. I knew exactly how Jake, Preela, and Zing were feeling, as they would never see their children again either. The finality of this was overwhelming. I think I had cried twice in my life up to now, but this third time was a doozy. As I hugged Hank and Ina with both arms, tears ran down my face and their faces too. Ina made a last-minute plea. "Come with us, Dad." "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm too old to make this trip. Atlantis is for the young." The three of us were dripping tears on each other in those last hugs we shared. Of course, those tears were quickly absorbed by the many layers of clothing we were all still wearing. Hank and Ina both told me what a great father I had been to them, and they even thanked me for adopting them. They asked me to thank Gina for being a great mother as well. I hadn't seen Gina in years, but I promised the kids that if I ever saw her again, I would let her know what they had said. My final words to Hank and Ina were, "Make me proud." Dawn did as I had asked her. She resolutely told her mother and father that she felt her future was to establish a new society in the past. Jake understood Dawn's choice and her commitment to the Atlantis colony, but Preela could not be convinced. She was sobbing too. Gerald, Claire, their daughters, and grandchild came to our house early that evening so we could all be transported to New Earth together. I think little G just wanted to be near me so we wouldn't have to look for each other right from the start in the new world. While we waited for 8 o'clock to roll around, G and I had a short philosophical discussion about the kids who wanted to go to Atlantis.
"This is so exciting. The time travelers are going to get society off to a new start with a potentially better future. I'm sorry I won't be able to witness it," Gerald said. I just looked at G. I was dripping with pessimism at that moment. What difference could they actually make? Eventually, Earth will come to the same final end. It was a circular argument, but I did feel that I was correct on this. Small things can be changed, but, in the end, Earth's final fate was sealed. Philosophical time travel discussions gave me a headache, so we ended this conversation rather quickly. Joe and Lola were excited about the move to New Earth. Joe's only real concern seemed to be if he could organize a baseball league of some kind on the New World. Lola was looking forward to a quieter, simpler lifestyle for a change, for both her and the baby to come. Zing suddenly seemed way too calm and composed for the situation. She was no longer fighting with Ben about his decision to go to Atlantis. Her new attitude made me very suspicious. After asking Zing a question or two about her newfound relaxed demeanor, I pushed up her left sleeve to see the purple dot she had just placed there. So Zing was going to join her son on Atlantis. Zing turned to me and said, "I guess that I am destined to watch your kids for life." I gave Zing a big hug, as did Victoria. No one questioned Zing's decision to go to Atlantis. At this point, I broke out my 2 remaining bottles of tequila. Gerald agreed with my idea of getting drunk. He figured it would be the best way to calm his nerves before transport to the New World. Besides, we might be without alcohol for some time on New Earth, so this could be our last chance to get hammered. Just before 8 p.m., Victoria and Claire helped their half-drunken men put on as many shirts and coats as we could handle wearing. It took me half an hour to unzip all my flies and take my last leak on Earth. The last thing I remembered was that everyone in the house waddled like ducks because of all the clothing we had on. We hugged the kids one last time as we watched the clock tick towards 8 p.m. Everyone gathered in the living room, picked up their suitcases, and just stood, frozen and waiting. At 7:59 p.m., we watched as Hank, Ina, Dawn, Zing, and Ben disappeared in front of our eyes, as the Atlantis contingent was teleported first.
I glanced over to see Lola and Shirley holding Joe's hands as he stood between them. The next thing I knew, we were standing on a beach. The sun was shining, and it was a beautiful 85 degrees. Shirley was the first person to speak after arriving on New Earth.
"Now this is more like it."
New Earth. Gerald and I were standing next to each other wearing 10 layers of clothes and carrying heavy suitcases filled with clothing, personal mementos, and gold. From the stories my father had told me about his parents coming to America in the 1880s, our arrival on New Earth seemed strangely parallel. Instead of leaving Europe for America carrying everything we owned, we had left Earth for New Earth carrying everything we could carry. As I looked down the shoreline, I saw thousands of people taking off their many layers of clothing, stripping down to their underwear, and using their coats as blankets. Someone nearby set up a portable music player, and we were all treated to George Harrison's voice singing "Here Comes the Sun," which was the perfect song to be listening to as we arrived on our new planet. People were lying down to absorb the warmth of the sun, something we desperately needed and hadn't had on Earth in many long months. If I didn't know better, I would have thought I was in Cancun, Mexico. There was not a cloud in the sky, with a big yellow sun to warm us to the core. Everyone within sight was getting the chill out of their bones in those first hours on the beach. I wondered if anyone had remembered to pack bathing suits or sunscreen. After the sun had warmed us sufficiently, the now lightly dressed people started stirring, trying to figure out where we were and what to do next. Jake took charge as he strolled down the beach and began speaking to the people within the range of his voice.
"Our first order of business is to divide into 3 groups. Group 1 must look for fresh water to drink, Group 2 must look for food, and Group 3 must look for anything that can be used to build shelters. The Elkin will arrive shortly with supplies of food and materials we stored on their homeworld months ago, to help feed us and rebuild our society. However, until the Elkin arrive, we must fend for ourselves. Think of this situation as if we are on a desert island and we must survive until help arrives."
Victoria was so proud of Jake. We all were. Jake had been a recluse for as long as I can remember, but now he was taking charge of our group of transplanted Earthlings. The Defenders had given us a beautiful new homeworld. My first thought was that we had better not screw up this planet, too. Shirley Collins declared herself the chief cook, and no one was willing to argue with her. She took charge, sending people in every direction to search for food. In the first days, we found countless palm trees. We used the fronds to build shacks on the beach, and we ate the coconuts and dates. Kelp and fish quickly supplemented the all-fruit diet. A few miles inland was a waterfall with plenty of fresh water. Our biggest problem was making containers to hold the water so we could transport it back to the beach. When the Elkin arrived, I was going to suggest they manufacture army canteens to be brought back on their next trip. Jake found the largest men, and he made them the unofficial policemen. Sets of rules were written over time. The theft of water, food, and gold or silver were the most common crimes in those early days. The policemen were given the authority to banish anyone they deemed guilty of theft from our camp and strip them of all coins found in their possessions. In those first few days on New Earth, people were scurrying into the woods to hide their stash of coins and personal belongings from one another. It was wild. People were hiring other people to watch their backs, to make sure they weren't being followed to their hiding places. One of our first orders of business was to build a local bank as soon as possible. About 2 weeks after our arrival on New Earth, Sheltock, Ellick, and Chilco came with tons of supplies, including casks of Kraz ale and thousands of Kraz workers. Portable silicon shelters were built within days for thousands of us, as these Kraz construction crews were hard-working and efficient. We used one of these silicon shelters as our local bank. Sheltock sat down with us for dinner on the beach, and he provided detailed information about our new home, information which you could only gather from orbit.
"This planet looks like Earth, though it is slightly smaller in diameter, some 22,900 miles. You are 91 million miles from this solar system's sun. This planet is roughly 1/2 water, and the other half is a single large landmass, roughly 6,000 miles wide, that encircles the equator."
Sheltock showed us the orbital photos he had taken of our world.
The planet's configuration was unusual, with oceans to the north and south of the belt-like landmass. Our present location was on the continent's northern edge. Unlike on Earth, on this world you could circumnavigate the globe on land without hitting any water. Of course, we'd have to wait for cars to be reinvented. Gerald hypothesized that the Defenders had given us a world where Earth's survivors would have to form a single government, and a connected landmass would force us to do so. It made sense to me. Sheltalk said that our people had been spread out across the planet equally, so no area was too overpopulated or underpopulated. Scientists determined that the new Earth year was 348 days long. The hours in each day were now a little shorter. We decided early on to use the same calendar months as we had on Earth, as we all needed familiarity to help us assimilate. To compensate for the shorter year, we made all months 29 days long. Lola wanted to call our community New San Diego, as our weather seemed to be a constant 82 degrees. Those of us who had the foresight to bring sunglasses had a leg up on everyone else, until the Elkin mass-produced them for us. I asked Sheltalk if it was difficult to get his fellow Kraz to help us rebuild. He said, "Not really. I just had to exaggerate a little." "What did you say?" "I told them that Earth sacrificed itself to save the Kraz people. Now it was our turn to help you rebuild." Sheltalk finally figured out how to play the game of politics. It sure took him long enough. Telling the truth 24/7 is political suicide. The Kraz workers were incredibly helpful in rebuilding our society. As the days and months passed, our comfort level gradually increased. We would never, in my lifetime, reach the standard of living and quality of technological advancement we experienced on Earth, but with the help of the Elkin and Kraz, we got closer to it every day. The Flento offered assistance of another, non-material kind. New Earth was located in Flento space, and they agreed to allow us to live here in an arrangement they had arrived at with the Defenders. We later found out that the Flento had made a single demand of the Defenders. If any party begins a war, the Flento have the right to end it by eradicating the aggressors. Gerald and I discussed this single line in the Flento Charter, but we couldn't decide if this sentence was meant for wars fought between New Earth and alien aggressors, or if it applied to any form of civil war started by our own people. In either case, we approved of this Flento mandate. It was reassuring to know that superior beings had our backs. We all had to get along together on New Earth. Peace or death was a powerful deterrent for those who might consider making war. There was a family discussion at dusk about 4 months after we arrived. We pondered the fate of Hank, Ina, Dawn, Ben, and Zing. We all realized that our situation on New Earth was far easier for us than anything the kids had to face 17,000 years in Earth's past. After all, we had the help of the Elkin and Kraz to bring us food and to rebuild our society, and we also had perfect weather. The Atlantis contingent had no such assistance, and they were totally isolated in a freezing cold environment. Our discussion grew quiet as we were all lost in thought. I held up a can of tuna fish, which the Elkin had stored for us and then brought to New Earth. "We've got canned food to eat. The kids and Zing will have to struggle to find food or starve to death."
"It's hard to believe that they've been dead for thousands of years and we don't even know what happened to them once they got to Atlantis,"
said Victoria. Moments later, I was squinting out to sea and saw the outline of a man walking on the water toward us. I rubbed my eyes a few times. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As he grew closer, I realized he was our defender, this time taking the form of Zing's son, Ben. He reached the shore and casually walked toward us on the sand, carrying a book. When the defender stopped in front of me, I commented, "Nice effect, walking on the water."
"Jesus never patented it," said the defender. "Are you finding your new planet suitable?" he asked.
"So far, so good," I answered.
"The Defenders and the Flento went to great lengths to get your people safely established on this world," he continued. "Earth's people were transported to locations within 300 miles of the planet's beaches. You will find many of your planet's indigenous animals and plant life were teleported to New Earth also. The land animals are inland where they can flourish and reproduce. Whales, dolphins, and thousands of varieties of fish are thriving in the rivers and oceans here." We sincerely hope that you appreciate our joint efforts and that you will strive to protect your new home. The Flento will defend your new world against attack, both external and internal, as New Earth has now been classified as a protected planet. I was listening to the discussion you were having about your loved ones on Atlantis, so I came to give you something that, quite frankly, I should not. Shit, I've broken so many rules already. I figured that one more wouldn't make much of a difference. The Defender then handed me a 2,000-page manuscript.
What's this?
Vito, this is Dawn's diary from her life on Atlantis in the Atlantic. I thought your family on New Earth should have the opportunity to read it and understand how the lives of your children and grandchildren turned out. The diary was never found on Earth. It was fairly well preserved, although I did restore it to its original form for you. You said Atlantis in the Atlantic. Was there another Atlantis? Asked Victoria. Yes. Half of your people that were transported back in time were sent to Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, 400 miles off the coast of Gibraltar. The other half was sent to the eastern Atlantis in what you called the South China Sea. Gerald excitedly offered, You mean there were two separate Atlantis cultures? Yes. Atlanteans from eastern Atlantis crossed over into China and started the beginnings of a more advanced society in Asia some 17,000 years ago. The pioneers in the Atlantic Atlantis colonies helped to build the cultures in Egypt, Europe, and Mesopotamia. Both Atlantis cultures eventually reached the shores of North and South America as well. Without the advanced knowledge of your family members and all the other humans sent to the Atlantis worlds, the survival and advancement of the human race was not assured. Fighting to survive this last ice age on Earth was not easy for them. Dawn's diary will fill in many of the blanks for you. Farewell for now. Enjoy your new home. The Defender turned into energy and disappeared before our eyes, once again. Dawn's diary. We were clamoring to get our hands on Dawn's diary, as each of us wanted to be the first person to read it. Victoria suggested a solution. She would read aloud as we sat on the beach at sunset, taking sips from a bottle of Kras ale. We all settled in a close group as Victoria opened Dawn's diary. It has been 100 days since we arrived on this large island, 17,000 years into Earth's past, according to a supreme being known to us as a Defender. Speaking of the Defender, Ben secretly purple-penned our dog. I'm sure glad that we have Trey with us. He was the one who pointed out where we could find kelp and breaks in the inland river ice for fishing. Thankfully, our botanists brought all kinds of seeds to Atlantis. We have planted winter wheat, potatoes, cabbage, beets, carrots, celery, and radishes. All of these crops can thrive in cold climates. However, until the crops are ready, we must live on kelp, fish, and the occasional delicacy of rabbit stew. We realize that many of us will have to move off this island to survive, as there is insufficient food for everyone. Perhaps this was the Defender's plan from the start, for all of us to spread out across the globe, but we have no way of knowing this for certain. The several historians I've met tell me that in Earth's history books we will be known as the Solutrians, an advanced race of humans who spread culture and knowledge all over the world. These historians believe that we have to separate and head for the four corners of the Earth so we can teach and assist the primitive human clans of this Stone Age period ways to survive in the Ice Age. We'd gotten used to extremely cold weather from our last months on Earth in the future, and thankfully we were allowed to bring our winter clothing with us. Other than being cold most of the time, we are healthy. That's the best news. No one has gotten sick on Atlantis. I guess those Kras antibodies Balera injected us with are working. In our first days on Atlantis, many thousands of our fellow time travelers were looking for television cameras. It was thought by many that we were participants in a new season of the Survivor series. When we finally convinced them that we really were 17,000 years in Earth's past, we could see the shock on their faces and hear it in their frightened voices as many mumbled to themselves, "Holy shit." Hank and Ina took inventory of the supplies everyone brought to Atlantis, as well as making a full head count, and they found out something surprising. The Defender had told us 50,000 people would be transported here, but there is only half that number, 25,003 people. In the days that followed Hank's census, Ben and I entered a state of deep meditation one evening by our campfire, and we came out of the session believing that the other 25,000 people had been sent by the defenders to another location on Earth. We had no proof, it was just a feeling that Ben and I shared. To prove our hypothesis, we looked into Trey's eyes, and he confirmed our conclusions. Xing was a born leader and the backbone of our group. She took charge of our more immediate needs. She ordered one group to construct fishing nets using fine strands of fiber beaten from the fallen branches of trees. We used the nets to catch several species of trout and other fish that we found in pools of fresh water on the inland rivers. Several of these species were extinct long before I was born, but they were very tasty and made our diets more healthful. Xing had another group make bows and arrows for hunting. She was an expert shot and also a fantastic cook. Xing killed hundreds of rabbits and cooked them in a stew for everyone. This was a once-a-week treat for most of us. Ben learned more from Xing, his mother, here on Atlantis than he had from her back in the future. I don't think Ben truly appreciated the various talents his mother possessed until our arrival here. In addition to organizing, delegating, hunting, and cooking, she taught martial arts to any people willing to learn the craft. On a more personal note, Xing missed her brother Bruce tremendously, as Bruce had apparently chosen to go to the New Earth colony. Thank goodness I brought several pens with me so I could write all this down. Many of us brought matches, but we knew they would run out eventually, so we held daily tutorials on how to make a fire. A few people kept trying to use damp wood to rub together. We weren't quite sure if these individuals were morons or just our comic relief. Ina often made confidence-building speeches to as many people as could hear the sound of her voice. We were hand-picked to rebuild Earth's society. The skills that each of us possesses will allow us not to just survive, but thrive here on Atlantis and beyond. For those of us about to undertake journeys, may the four winds support us, as we attempt to spread our knowledge to Stone Age humans across the globe. We have incredibly talented people here on Atlantis. Hundreds of carpenters began to build shacks for living quarters and small fishing boats to be used on the inland river. We also have hundreds of herbalists who know how to utilize the various plants they found to make teas. We later discovered several species of frozen mushrooms which were deemed edible by our plant experts. One of the first major building projects was the construction of a large hothouse. Two of the men transported to Atlantis actually managed to carry large tubes of steel with them. The defenders certainly could have stopped them, but they must have decided to allow us to bring some Metal Age technology to the past, and we were very fortunate that they did. These metal workers forged their steel into weapons and utensils. Still, we were most definitely in the Stone Age, except for those fortunate enough to get a metal blade, so our people made the best stone spears imaginable. Archaeologists from the future were to call our design Clovis points. Expert fishermen among us taught the rest of us to fish. Deep-sea fishing was on hold until the metal forgers could finish a hot drill to break through the vast ocean ice to reach the fish below. We shared many theories and ideas regarding the origins of life on Earth. Henk used to believe that advanced beings from other planets had come to Earth to assist early humans with technology and science. But now he wasn't so sure. Perhaps we were the ones who helped early humans survive. Personally, I believe that we are the teachers who will assist Stone Age humans to learn the various sciences and technologies. If not, why did the defenders send us here? Ina asked, "What do you think happened to the other 25,000 people? Do you think they were transported somewhere else?" Confidently, Ben said, "The others have been placed on the other side of the world. Several may have been taken to later points in history for reasons only the defenders would know for certain." Henk began to argue with Ben, believing he was making suppositions without any proof, so I spoke in Ben's defense. Ben and I have meditated many times on this subject, and we both are convinced that this is so. Ina persuaded Henk that our theory was plausible, since we had previously been in touch with the Gorth while in deep meditation. Ben believed quite strongly that there was a second Atlantis colony somewhere on Earth. Our next task was to build boats, both large and small. The large boat's mission would be to reach the European mainland. The northern point of our island indicated a totally frozen Atlantic Ocean, so we could actually walk the 400 miles to Spain on this thick ice bridge. The Atlantic Ocean also contained gigantic ice sheets to the west. Our climatologists firmly believed that Earth had been in the coldest stages of this ice age for over 10,000 years before we arrived. That made sense since the Atlantic Ocean was frozen solid and the ice was only now beginning to thaw. The Defender had transported 2,000 Alaskan Huskies with us to Atlantis, and now finally we were beginning to understand why. Ben had a great idea when he urged the shipbuilders to complete construction of the boats, even though we could walk to Europe. Ben's idea was for the people to get into the boats, which would be flat-bottomed and have detachable runners, so the dogs could pull them along the ice sheet to their destinations. If a break in the ice was spotted, the dogs could be brought aboard the ships, which could then sail the seas as they were designed to do. Early tests showed great promise. The dogs were able to pull the loaded vessels at almost 20 miles per hour, as the ships glided smoothly across the ice sheets. Hank ingeniously created studded paw covers for the dogs. The paw covers were 6 inches high with 4 metal cleats in the corners. They gave the dogs the traction to pull us along the ice with much greater ease and less slipping. Hank's invention was so clever that I made a little sketch here in the diary. When Hank looked at what I had drawn, it dawned on him that the artifact Taco Marcal had brought to Vito's 90th birthday party must have been one of his dog booties. All Hank could say was, "Wow." We have now been on Atlantis for 6 months, and many of our people are growing anxious to return to their native homelands. Despite the incredible risks, nearly 2/3 of our contingent was preparing to make the journey to the 4 corners of the earth. People of Middle Eastern descent, following the suggestion of an Egyptian historian among us, were readying themselves for the trip across the frozen ocean to Spain, and then through southern Europe to eventually reach Egypt and Persia. The Hindu historian, not to be outdone, set forth a similar journey for the Hindus among us for the long journey to the land we knew as India. Still others were planning the incredibly difficult trip west, across the Atlantic ice sheet, to reach the Americas. If these explorers and adventurers were successful in reaching their target locations, then our later history books were incorrect. Atlanteans would have reached the New World thousands of years before the American Indians. However, those who decided to remain on Atlantis would, in all likelihood, have no idea if these people reached their final destination safely or not. Victoria stopped reading from Dawn's diary at this point. "I think I've read enough for today. I want to cherish each page and every word. I don't care if it takes me 10 years to finish reading it," she said with a noticeable catch in her throat. I think I was able to read Victoria's mind on this one. Her fear was for the future of the Atlantis colony. Victoria knew, as we all did, that as she read further into Dawn's diary, people we knew and loved might get sick, grow old, or die. Victoria made a unilateral announcement that from now on we would read only a page or 2 per day. How strange it must have been for Victoria to read her granddaughter's diary, knowing that she had been dead for thousands of years. Preela felt even worse. The fact that she had seen Dawn just months ago overwhelmed her. All of us felt the same bizarre sense of loss, as our thoughts were with the plight of our family members on Atlantis. I think we all would have preferred if the Defender had waited years before giving us Dawn's diary. It was just too soon. Crime and Punishment. It didn't take long for skirmishes to erupt in our new utopia. At first, the fighting was over water, food, or shelter. Our newly created police force handled these incidents relatively well. However, within several months, religious tensions started escalating. First, the Muslims insisted on moving into the same enclaves. Then the Jews, Christians, Hindus, and Buddhists followed. It was understandable that each culture wanted to stick together, yet we had hoped things might be different on this new world. It became clear that New Earth was at risk of making the same mistakes we had made on Old Earth. The Defenders had given us a planet where all the lands were connected, no doubt in the hope we would learn to get along and peacefully coexist. There were no insurmountable mountain ranges or oceans to segregate and isolate the land masses.
In fact, aside from some hills and rivers, New Earth had no natural land borders of any kind. When Sheltok informed us that surveys of the planet indicated no uranium or radioactive minerals of any kind, it became perfectly clear to our leaders that nuclear power or weapons could not be created here. Personally, I was thrilled that this option had been taken off the table. As expected, our military people thought differently. Gerald and I discussed our vision of a united planet for weeks, and our discussions led to a planetary proposal, which we pitched to the leaders of what used to be the United States, China, Russia, and Europe. Our suggestion was the formation of a planetary constitution patterned after the American Constitution. We allowed for the creation of a Muslim state, a Jewish state, a Hindu state, a Buddhist state, and of course a Christian state, among others. Each state could have its own laws, but it would still be part of our New Earth Union, with its superseding statutes. We realized early on that unless we allowed these religious groups to form their own communities, we put at risk any chance of a united planet. Jake met with religious leaders of each developing state to try to maintain the peace, as these new laws were being painstakingly written. Jake was fond of saying, "We need to give each group state plenty of rope." The United Nations on Earth had hardly ever been more than a platform for complaints and vilification, but on New Earth, it had to truly facilitate cooperation if there were to be any chance for planetary unity. On the positive side of things, it was amazing how fast our new society was planning to move forward. Architects were hard at work designing homes, schools, restaurants, and office buildings. We never could have accomplished these tasks so quickly without the help of the Kraz and Elkin supply ships, which brought thousands of tons of building materials to us. On the monetary front, in order to spread the wealth and even things out a bit between the rich and poor, the Elkin provided billions of gold coins for us to use as currency. On Elkin, gold was such a common element that it was hardly considered valuable. Each person on New Earth was given a choice: 1,000 gold coins or 2,000 electrum, half gold, half silver, coins, which were half the value of the gold ones. Many people chose option 2 because they wanted more change jingling around in their pockets to feel richer. These coins were used to buy everything on New Earth. Of course, as soon as the Elkin arrived with their generous supplies of precious metals, we had to expand our police force. In turn, we needed lawyers and judges. At first, the only penalty for stealing was banishment from the colony, but when a murder was committed, each colony as a whole decided the fate of the murderer. Some softer states went along with banishment, as they didn't want the cost of building holding areas or prisons. Others were in favor of execution for any murder committed as a deterrent and a cost-effective way to deal with crime. Most states ended up biting the bullet, so to speak, and built small prisons. We had one criminal in our midst who had stolen thousands of coins, and it took months to catch him. He had had the foresight to bring a metal detector with him to New Earth. It was one of those handheld units that you'd see people use at the beach to look for loose change. We had no banks in those first months, so people dug holes and buried their coins. Some dug holes in the beach area, but most went inland a few miles so they could hide their money away from curious eyes. Our local Jesse James was very shrewd. He never bothered to follow people to their hiding places. Instead, he disguised his metal detector as a thick crutch you'd put under your armpit. We all assumed this man had a bad leg, and no one gave him any thought as he hobbled about. I saw him walking on many occasions and thought nothing of it. We finally caught him when we received a tip from a 12-year-old boy. The young man had followed the thief into the woods one afternoon, witnessing him using his crutch to look for coins. He found nothing that particular day, but the boy reported what he had seen to one of our local policemen, who followed and apprehended him a day later while he was digging up someone's stash. Once we finally arrested this man, named Sergei Panovsky, he confessed his tactics to us. He did most of his mole work at dusk. He would head inland to look for any disturbed patches of ground and then use his metal detector to see if there were coins hidden there. Fortunately for everyone, he had kept meticulous records of what he found at each location. This was extremely helpful in our efforts to return the coins to their rightful owners. Sergei was in his early 60s. He was all of 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 110 pounds, and he wore Coke bottle glasses. Despite his nefarious ways, there was something very likable about this guy, and we didn't quite know what to do with him. Once Panofsky had returned everyone's money, we confiscated his metal detector. Sergei offered to stop others from committing similar offenses. Since his crimes had been nonviolent and all the money had been repaid, we agreed to let him be a police informant. Over time, he did catch a few pickpockets for us. It didn't take long for the believers in light punishment to strengthen their laws and penalties for all crimes committed, and to build holding areas for convicted criminals. The guilty parties weren't stupid. Being banished from the community wasn't much of a deterrent if you could resettle in another enclave by taking a long walk. So the kinder, gentler approach to crime totally backfired. As word got around, the criminals of New Earth descended upon the territories deemed soft on crime. Eventually, all of New Earth would adopt harsher punishments for more serious crimes, as even our most liberal judges did not want criminals moving into their jurisdictions. New family. The United Nations of New Earth was going to convene, but it was difficult in those first months for all planetary members to attend, as traveling long distances was next to impossible. Until the solar-powered monorail was built, travel was limited, but we made do as best we could. The Elkan mass-produced all-terrain bicycles, and several cowboys roped wild horses in the interior and domesticated them for use. The temporary return to the horse and carriage as a means of travel accelerated the hiring of sanitation crews. As Jake so aptly put it, "This is cool. We'll spend a year or two in the late 19th century while the solar trains are being built." Supplying light to our homes was given top priority. Streets and businesses were the next targets for illumination. At least we didn't have to worry about heating our homes, as the temperature never dipped below 72 degrees year-round. We didn't need air conditioners either, as the ocean breeze always made it cool enough for sleeping. Every once in a while, a member of the Flento race would take human form and interact with us. I don't know exactly why, but our Flento benefactors were both impressed and amused by our transplanted populace. One day, I met an individual on the beach who said he was a member of the Flento race, although he looked and dressed like an average member of our New Earth society. I asked him, "Now that you've had a chance to look us over, what do you think of Earthlings?" "Your people have a fascinating mix of creativity, spirit, and a touch of selfish barbarism." "I can't argue with you there. On another topic, are there any other forms of energy we can utilize on this planet?" Quite matter-of-factly, he responded, "No oil, no coal, no natural gas. This is our planet. Your people are our tenants, and we wish to keep this rental property relatively clean. We will assist you, however, if needed, in your attempts to harness the full capabilities of solar power." "Rental property, huh? How long is our lease?" I sheepishly asked. Thinking for a moment before responding, he said, "Good question. We'll start with 100,000 of your years and then assess the situation after that." I was expecting him to say 50 or 100 years. I was thrilled as I casually stated, "Sounds like a very reasonable number to me. Can I ask you something else?" "Of course." "Is your race as advanced as the Defenders?" The Flento fellow hesitated a moment before answering. "There have been a few of our race that have been chosen to join the Defender class. To answer your question simply and understandably, on a 1 to 10 scale of the most advanced life forms in the universe, the Defender class is a 9. The Flento and Gorth are 7s. "What about humans? How do we rank?" I asked with great curiosity. "Perhaps a 2. "Wow, talk about your slapdown." The Flento smiled. "If you'll excuse me, I haven't occupied a physical body in a few million years. I'd like to test it out." The alien and human form alternated jogging, jumping, and running in an uncoordinated manner as he pranced down the beach. He seemed to really be enjoying his physical body, although he looked like a total spastic or an escaped mental patient to anyone who might have been watching him. It was amazing how fast everyone from Earth adjusted to New Earth. We loved it here. Perfect weather, fresh air and water, and having clean energy forced upon us was great too. One morning, I was riding my bicycle down a newly built, overcrowded bike path by the beach. And who did I see riding towards me? Freddie Wiener. We each hit the brakes hard and quickly exited the path so we wouldn't be run over. Someone had already nicknamed this extremely crowded bicycle path the 405.
After a major hug, I opened up the questioning as we sat down on the sand. Freddie, we thought that you were killed by the tsunami wave that hit Miami Beach. Gee whiz, you sound disappointed, Freddie laughed. Vito, if I can get out of a straitjacket even at my age, I think I can escape a little water. What happened? Actually, I evacuated like everyone else from South Florida. I managed to get close to Atlanta by the time the waves hit. We survived the sunless cold in an old synagogue in Atlanta, where hundreds of portable generators were being used to keep us alive. 2 300-pound black women sandwiched me between them to help me stay warm. I was nearly crushed to death, but they saved my life. I laughed. Freddie Wiener was the hot dog, and your lady saviors were the buns. Ha! Good one. I will tell you this. I am not going to try to restart my downcoat business on this planet. Hey, I just got another idea. Bathing suits. I just laughed and patted Freddie on the back. The guy was 95 years old, and he was thinking of new businesses to start. You had to love that. I invited Freddie to join our colony, which he gladly agreed to, as long as he could bring Gladys and Peaches, his buns, with him. When Victoria saw Freddie, she was thrilled that he was still alive. She greeted him in a tearful embrace. Freddie had been her husband Mickey's lifelong best friend. We were able to set up a basic internet service with the help of the Elkin, who placed several communication satellites in orbit. As people from all over New Earth began to connect to the planetary internet, basic email systems allowed us to locate and contact old friends. That's how I found my friend and ex-business partner, Ted Robbie. I sure was looking forward to meeting up with the mellowest man alive, to hear his opinion of New Earth. It turned out that Ted was living only a few miles from our colony's location. We made plans via email to get together, and when I saw Ted sauntering down the beach toward me, wearing his patented black leather vest over a white t-shirt, I laughed to myself before we even spoke. We hugged, and as I rested my hands on Ted's shoulders, I asked, "How the fuck are you, pal?" "It's freaking hot, man. First it was freaking cold, now it's freaking hot." "Ted, you do realize that we are on another planet now, right?" "How's that possible? I don't remember getting on any spaceship. I think I would have remembered that." I just put my arm around my old friend and walked him to our compound so he could say hello to everyone. When we got back, everyone was scurrying about. Lola was about to give birth inside of a tent. Joe's mom had taken charge of the whole operation. We found out that Shirley had been a nurse in her younger days and had helped deliver many children. She chased all the men out of the area as she declared, "Boys, this is a testosterone-free zone." Victoria and Prila assisted Shirley, handing her the medical supplies they had gathered in preparation for the birth. As the men waited outside the tent, I asked Joe, "What do you want the baby to be?" Joe quickly responded, "Healthy." Moments later, we heard a slap, then the cry of a newborn. Ted congratulated Joe, and I seconded the motion. A minute later, we heard another slap and another cry. We duplicated our congratulations as Joe said, "We thought we might have twins since Lola is a twin herself." Shockingly, we heard a third slap and cry moments later. Joe excitedly yelled, "Hat trick!" Prila came out of the tent and cleed me. The firstborn was a boy, then a girl, and then another boy. When I told Joe, he was thrilled. "I wish I had cigars to hand out, but these'll have to do." Joe handed me and Ted promotional pens that read, "Joe Collins, the first 400 hitter in baseball since Ted Williams." Futures passed. After all the excitement surrounding the triplets, we had delayed reading any more of Dawn's diary for several months. Victoria was now mentally prepared and ready to continue reading. She chose the same time of day, dusk, and the same location on the beach to read to us. There was a marked hesitancy in her eyes when she reopened the diary. Hank was trying to take command of the Atlantis colony, but many other strong-willed individuals on the island didn't want to have to answer to any self-proclaimed leader. No one questioned Hank and Ina's intelligence. After all, they had both been world-famous for their achievements in the 21st century. But some were more impressed by brawn than brains. Hank grasped the situation, so he decided to challenge the toughest and most boisterous objector to his leadership abilities to a fistfight. If Hank won the fight, he would win the respect of those macho challengers to his authority. Hank was 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 170 pounds. The man he was about to fight was of Scottish descent and stood 6 foot 2, weighing in at about 250 pounds. Thousands of people came to watch this barbaric exhibition. Here we were, chosen to rebuild our world, yet bare-knuckle fighting was still required to be crowned the alpha male. Suddenly, a man pushed his way through the crowd to stand in for Hank in this fight. It was Bruce, Zing's brother. We had all assumed Bruce went to New Earth with the rest of our family, but thankfully we were wrong. Hank got a signal from Bruce to act like they did not know each other. Bruce was shorter and weighed even less than Hank, so when he challenged the large Scotsman, laughter could be heard rippling through the gathered crowd. Bruce spoke softly. "I will fight for all who believe in Hank's words." Bruce made quick work of the Scot with several leg kicks and a final punch to the large man's throat. In less than 45 seconds their fight was over. "Does anyone else wish to challenge Hank's authority?" Bruce confidently asked. There were a few negative shakes of the head, and then the crowd began to disperse. "Not bad for a skinny bloke," the Scot admitted as he accepted Hank and Bruce's hands to help him up off the ground. Bruce commented as we walked back to our enclave. "Unfortunately, blood must be shed from time to time to keep the peace." We were all filled with anticipation to see the look on Zing's face when she saw that her brother was here with us on Atlantis. Zing did not disappoint, as she stared in disbelief for a long moment, and then ran towards Bruce from 50 yards away, jumping into his arms and then hugging him for a full minute. Zing broke the embrace to ask, "How did you get here?" "Vito called me on our walkie-talkie hookup a few hours before transport. He told me that you had purple penned yourself. Luckily, I had one of the pens the defenders had given us, so I decided to join my sister and nephew in the past. Vito also told me to bring a pair of ice skates with me. I was transported to a location over 90 miles from here. I asked hundreds of people if they had seen any of you or knew of your location. Finally, I met a carpenter who was building a boat with runners on the northwest coast of the island, and he told me that he had seen you, and he believed that you were inland, about 70 miles to the southeast." Zing hugged her brother again. "I am so glad you are here. Vito really told you to bring ice skates?" "Yep, he knew we were being transported back to the tail end of the Ice Age. Those skates helped me get here and find you in half the time." Victoria stopped reading at this point. "Vito, you didn't tell me that you called Bruce." "Really? I was sure that I'd mentioned it," I coyly replied. Victoria opened the diary again, and just before she began to read on, she said, "You are a very smooth liar, Vito. Nice forethought with the ice skates, though." Ben surprised me last night when he kissed me on the lips unexpectedly. In that one gesture of affection, I realized that Ben wanted to be more than just my best friend. I always felt that Ben and I would eventually end up together. I just didn't think it would happen this soon. I had to find a way to tell him that I was open to a romantic relationship, yet delaying it in a way that wouldn't hurt his feelings. 2 days later, I leaned over and kissed Ben full on the lips as we sat around an open fire in the early evening. "I am interested," I said. "I'll let you know when I'm ready to take the next step." Honestly, if the weather was warmer, thinking about such things would have been easier. It was freezing cold all of the time, so the idea of taking your clothes off, for any reason, seemed crazy. Bruce befriended the metal smiths, and he was allowed to take their scrap metallic shavings. With these he built handheld sun reflectors. Our sky's sun was very bright, as there was no air pollution at all. Bruce's creation was utilized by many to warm our faces, even as our feet were freezing. Some even got suntans from the reflected heat. Hank came to speak to us last night. He had made his decision to cross the ice bridge to the east and enter the land we knew as Spain. Ina decided to join her twin brother. Hank felt very strongly that our job was to help the primitive humans of this time survive and guide them to exit the Stone Age. Thousands of the Atlantean settlers were preparing to leave the island now as well. Some were planning to cross the solidly frozen Atlantic Ocean to the west and reach the Americas. Most of the people readying to leave were heading towards Europe, India, and Egypt, which was a shorter trip that was deemed much safer. Suddenly, everyone seemed anxious to make their final decisions to stay or leave. Ben wanted to join Hank and Ina. Zing, of course, wanted to go wherever Hassan decided to go. Bruce and I were having this major decision forced upon us. Zing asked Bruce to go with her, and Ben asked me to go with him. The positive side of this was that all 6 of us would still be together, wherever we ended up. We packed our bags, stored as much food and water as possible, and began the trek to the eastern shores of Atlantis, some 75 miles away. 4,000 of us left together for the eastern coast. Several hundred were walking and sledding in the opposite direction, west. It was sad, in a way, as everyone was splitting up and going on separate paths. We barely had gotten to know each other, and off we were, going to meet whatever destinies awaited us. The average temperature here is 10 degrees below zero, what I wouldn't give for a space heater or a hot bath.
Victoria stopped reading at this point, slamming the diary closed. She walked alone down the beach. I fast-walked after her and put my arm around her waist. "Are you okay?"
"No, I'm not. Here we are on New Earth. It's 80 degrees. Our technology and conveniences are being recreated before our eyes, while our children and grandchildren are struggling to survive in a frozen wasteland. Reading this diary is very painful."
"Victoria, I feel the same way, but it is what it is. There are 2 choices. Either throw the book back into the sea or keep reading. Whatever you decide, I'll support you." Victoria smirked at me.
"You know that I am not going to throw my granddaughter's diary into the sea."
We had a 3-day break before Victoria regained her nerve and opened the book again. Picking up where she had left off, Victoria began to read aloud. We were all happy that Victoria read more than 1 page at a time, as she had threatened to do. This time we had a smaller group of listeners. Jake, Lola, the triplets, Preela, and I were the sole audience. It was late morning that Victoria had chosen as her reading time.
"It has been 2 months since my last entry. We all made it safely across to the eastern shore of Atlantis. As we reached the frozen sea some 400 miles from Portugal and Spain, we suddenly seemed to get a burst of renewed energy. The defender must still occasionally inhabit our dog, as Trey led us right to 300 Alaskan huskies seemingly waiting for us to arrive by the shoreline. Hank and Bruce built sleds to cross the ice and, with the power of 12 dogs to pull us, we made it across to Europe in less than 10 days. Trey sat with the human passengers as he literally barked out orders to the other dogs. Ben has frostbite on his toes and the tips of his fingers, so we stopped often to build a fire so he could thaw out. Zing massaged Ben's fingers and toes by the fire to get the blood flowing properly. When we finally reached mainland Europe, we noticed much more game than we had on Atlantis. Wild boars were roaming all about. Bruce was accurate with his spear and merciless with his knife. We have never eaten so well. We have just met our first humans of this age. They were wearing garments made out of a variety of animal skins. Some are covered in what look like mammoth hides. The people have not been aggressive towards us. They speak in monosyllabic words and seem curious and anxious to learn. I have been working with one particular clan, trying to teach them English words like food or water, so the rest of us could understand them. I was also successful in teaching them the words fire and friend. One evening we had a dinner of wild boar that Bruce had killed while traveling with 2 of the clan members. We shared the feast with the entire clan, and it helped us cement our new friendship. They knew how to make a fire, but using flints was considerably faster than rubbing 2 sticks together, so the clan's leader was very impressed. One day Hank used a long stick match to light the fire. It was at this point that the clansmen began to view Hank as a god. We were joined by more of the Stone Age humans as our trek east and then south continued. 2 of the clans who joined up with our party began fighting amongst themselves one day. I noticed that each clan had a different animal totem hanging on cords around their necks. Our clan members had the tiger tooth, while the second clan we encountered had bear claw pendants. Hank, frustrated by the clan's two leaders' inability to get along, broke up the fight and challenged the leaders of the two clans to fight him. After activating his body shield, Hank allowed himself to be hit repeatedly by each of them with a large stick. After several whacks with no effect by each clan leader, they submitted to him. In a gesture of surrender, the clan leaders bowed their heads and handed Hank their clubs and necklaces. It was official. Hank was now the leader of both the Tiger-Tooth clan and the Bear-Claw clan. Hank also had Bruce fight the clan leaders. When Bruce easily won these fights, he became Hank's top lieutenant. The clans now obeyed both of them. Zing's advanced star compass showed our location and direction as we turned south through Spain and headed for Morocco. Originally, we wanted to head north into France, but it was so cold that everyone decided to just keep heading south. There was more game to hunt in the warmer temperatures, so this decision to continue on a southerly course was logical. When we finally reached the African continent, we headed east along the rim. To our shock and surprise, the Sahara Desert was green. Upon reaching Africa, many of our fellow Atlanteans headed farther south, looking for even warmer temperatures. Still others of the Atlantis travelers were tired and decided to settle along the shores of the Mediterranean. Hank put our clansmen to work, sending them off to find firewood, food, or water. The temperature on the rim of Africa was approximately 45 degrees Fahrenheit, but it felt like 85 degrees to us. Victoria suddenly stopped reading at this point, as a hooded stranger was blocking the morning sunlight she was using to read. It was our defender. He had returned in the form of Victor Kartoff to offer Victoria and all of us a fascinating option. Victoria, if you had the choice between reading the rest of Dawn's diary or being allowed to visit your friends and family for one last time in Earth's past, which would you choose? Without a hint of hesitation, Victoria responded with enthusiasm. Why, going to see our friends and family in the past, of course. Do you all feel that way? The defender asked as he made eye contact with each of us. Preela was cleeing me that she was in complete agreement with Victoria. I spoke up for our group. Yes, absolutely. Very well. In 12 hours, 6 of you will be teleported to Earth of the past. View this as one final chance for each of you to say goodbye. You will have 24 hours with your new family before you are returned to this exact location on New Earth. I will allow you to take anything you wish back to Earth's past. At this point, the defender leaned over and took the diary from Victoria's hand. I don't want you reading about your visit to the past in Dawn's diary before it happens. The defender smiled. I then asked him, what are you going to do with the diary? Raising an eyebrow, the defender responded, I was going to return it to where it was buried, but I am open to suggestions. Why not hide it somewhere on New Earth, like the alien races did with the Galactic History book? That's a possibility. I'm curious, did your boss give you the authority to return us to the past? Vito, I'm so far out on a limb right now. I quipped, so you're on double secret probation? The defender laughed, something like that. Victoria interjected, wait a minute. You mentioned that there would be 6 of us returning to the past. Who is the 6th person? It is someone who has been curious how Hank and Ina are doing for a very long time. I will return in 12 hours. Decide carefully what you wish to take back with you. Don't wait until the last minute, Vito. The defender disappeared. Victoria laughed. I think the defender just zinged you. Gee whiz, it wasn't just the kids and my woman who liked to razz me. Now I had a supreme being doing it. Picnic in the Sahara. We had 12 hours to decide what we should bring back to make life a bit easier for our loved ones in the past. We couldn't help them too much because we had limited supplies ourselves on New Earth. Each of us was totally focused on the task at hand, and naturally we all came up with different lists of items to take. I filled the tiny spaces in my carrying bag with matches, pens, and dental floss.
Victoria's thinking was to bring 6 king-sized inflatable airbeds, warm clothing, makeup, a stun gun, tampons, and toilet paper. I asked Victoria, "Why the stun gun?" She said, "I don't know, in case a tiger or lion was charging and you didn't want to kill it." I just shook my head. Next I asked softly, "And the makeup?" "Darling, it is always a confidence builder to look your best. Our girls living in those brutal conditions will welcome the creams and lotions, believe me." Lola packed thermal underwear, all the crop seeds she could find, and a solar-powered oven that the Elkin had brought to us on New Earth. Shirley had agreed to watch the triplets while she was gone. I asked Lola if she needed to tell Joe where we were going. Lola laughed. "Joe has no sense of time. I'll be back before he knows I'm gone." I read Joe's mind this morning. He went deep into the woods to cut down a tree so he could whittle a new baseball bat. I should be back before he's finished. Jake was able to procure an Elkin solar cell, which could heat a 10 by 10 area for 14 hours at a time before needing to be recharged. He was also taking his bodysuit. I packed a large fishing net, 6 pairs of sunglasses, and hundreds of cans of tuna fish, and a can opener. I also hid my .44 Magnum revolver with 200 rounds of ammunition in my backpack. As the hour of our scheduled departure arrived, who did I see walking towards us? It was Gina. I hadn't seen my third wife in several years. "Gina, how are you? What are you doing here?" After we exchanged hugs, Gina said, "You know, Vito, it is the strangest thing. All morning long, a voice in my head kept telling me to walk in this direction down the beach. I've been walking for hours, and I have no idea why." It quickly dawned on me that Gina was to be our 6th time and space traveler. "I think I can explain, Gina. Let me ask you a question. Would you like to see Hank and Ina for one last time?" "Are you kidding? I'd love that. I haven't been able to stop thinking about them. Is there any truth to the rumors that 50,000 humans were sent back in time to ancient Earth?" "All true. In fact, Hank and Ina are leading our ancestors out of the Stone Age." Gina's eyes opened wide. "Get out! Our kids?" "Yup, no shit." Victoria spotted Gina and walked over to hug her. Jake, Lola, and Preela followed in greeting her too. "Wow, Jake and Lola, you're so grown up. Preela, it is so good to see you again too." Preela put her hand over her heart in a touching gesture to indicate she was happy to see Gina alive and well too. My best idea came 5 minutes before transport. I called out urgently to our group, "Everyone, get a bicycle and sit on it. Maybe the Defender will allow us to bring them back with us." Victoria jumped on this idea. "This could work. As there are 6 of us and 6 of our loved ones in the past, let's hope the Defender is in an agreeable mood." When the Defender returned to look at all of us propped up on our bikes, he smiled and said, "It doesn't look like you've forgotten to take anything. Are you all ready?" Gina asked, "Ready? Ready for what?" I asked the Defender to give us a minute while I more fully explained to Gina what exactly was about to happen. We sat down on the beach together. "That supreme being who created the orb that saved Hank and Ina's lives when they were children, well, that's him over there." I pointed in the direction of the Defender. "As I told you, Hank and Ina are living in Earth's past some 17,000 years ago. That's where we're going." Gina dropped her head and said, "What? Vito, if this is another one of your fucking practical jokes, there is no place on this planet your balls will be safe." I chuckled. I forgot how verbally illuminating your words could be. "Gina, I swear this is no joke." "Shit!" Gina exclaimed. "What am I supposed to do? I can't chicken out now in front of everyone." I grabbed Gina's hand. "Just come with us. In 24 hours you'll be right back here, I promise." Gina slightly bobbed her head and finally agreed. "Okay." Of course, Gina had no time to pack anything, as our departure was just minutes away. At this point, Freddie Weiner and Ted Robbie spotted me as they strolled down the beach. Ted asked me, "What's happening? You guys look like you're going on a trip." "We are. We'll be back in 24 hours. Freddie's sixth sense detected something unusual was about to take place. "What planet are you going to now?" Freddie inquired. Victoria responded, "We're going to see how the kids are doing in Earth's past." Victoria then hugged Freddie goodbye. Freddie seemed to understand what was about to happen to us.
On the other hand, Ted was as confused as ever. He eyed the Defender suspiciously as he tried to warn me. "I don't see any spaceship. You sure this dude isn't selling you tickets to a bogus ride?" The next thing we knew, the 6 of us were on a grassy knoll somewhere in the Sahara Desert on Earth. The Defender joined us within a minute of our arrival. He was laughing when he materialized before us. I said, "Let me guess, Ted said something bizarre when he saw us all disappear." The Defender commented, "Your friend does have a tendency to come to incorrect yet entertaining conclusions." After you all vanished before his eyes, he said to me, "Wow, you have an invisibility machine? Where can I get one of those?" Freddie rolled his eyes, grabbed Ted, turned him around 180 degrees, and began to guide him away. "Okay, the 24-hour clock starts when your family arrives, which should be in about 30 minutes. Their contingent will come over the ridge to the west," he said, pointing in that direction. "Vito, check your watch when you meet up. You will all be transported back to New Earth precisely 24 hours after you make contact. Have fun." Once again, the Defender dissolved into thin air. Just as the Defender had stated, 30 minutes later we saw our family come over the hill, heading straight towards us. Victoria had laid out several large picnic blankets with plenty of food and drink. We were all wearing warm clothing as the temperature was in the high 40s at midday. I was wearing sunglasses and the black leather jacket that I have owned since I was a teenager. I had to really suck in my gut to zip it up, but otherwise it still fit. Preela and I were the first to make contact. Preela sent a Klee to Dawn informing her that we were on Earth to visit them. I was able to hear Preela's Klee and Dawn's response. Dawn was so excited she kept telepathically repeating, "Holy shit!" over and over again. The eager excitement of Dawn's thoughts gave me chills of joy. As our family drew closer, we were madly waving to them, and they were waving back at us. Dawn, Hank, and Ina started running towards us, with Ben, Bruce, Zing, and Trey close behind. Victoria led the charge on our side to meet them halfway. Hank reached me first. Out of breath and speaking quickly, the only word that could escape his lips was, "How?" I comically stated, "We entered the Tour de France and made a wrong turn." I then grabbed Hank in my arms, almost crushing him. Everyone was grabbing someone else to hug. Conversations overlapped as people were being kissed and hugged. My kids were stunned but thrilled to see Gina, too. They exchanged an affectionate hug, which warmed my heart. I'd never gotten over the feeling that Gina had grabbed the short end of the stick in our relationship when she left and lost all contact with the kids. Watching them together now eased my pain, and Gina's too. Even seeing our dog again brought tears to my eyes. I loved that dog. Trey was madly jumping up from the ground, trying to lick my face as I knelt down to him. Before any of us could really get comfortable by sitting down to talk, over the hill came dozens of Alaskan huskies, running free and right toward us. Behind the dogs were our ancestors, walking quickly in our direction. Hank assured us, "Don't worry, the dogs are all friendly, and these 2 clans approaching us now view me as their leader." This had to be a scene for the ages. Victoria laid out several more blankets for our extra guests to sit on. I popped open 15 cans of tuna fish and handed out apples and plastic forks to everyone, including the clansmen under Hank's leadership. We passed the cans of tuna around in a circle. Everyone was supposed to use their plastic forks to eat the tuna fish. However, the clansmen kept stabbing each other with them. Dawn tried to show them what the forks were supposed to be used for, but for those first few hours we were entertained by the Three Stooges type of humor. One of the clan members saw a bicycle and pointed to it, asking with gestures if he could sit on it. Hank nodded his head in approval and laughed. This should be interesting. The male, in his 20s, looked like the stereotypical caveman due to his long hair and unshaven face. He straddled the bike but kept falling right off. Victoria felt sorry for him, so she got on the bike and showed him how to pedal. She spent a good deal of time teaching him, in the hope that he would figure it out. Finally, with Victoria holding onto the back of the bike to support him, he was able to ride the bicycle for a few seconds before panic forced him to repeatedly crash. The clansmen shouted to each other in their language, yet somehow Lola and Jake understood them. Lola started laughing. I asked her, "What's so funny?" "He's telling the other members of the clan that because he was able to ride the magic sloth, he is now joined with the gods, us.
Hank spoke up. Boy, we sure could use you guys to help us translate and communicate with these people. He paused and then continued. So Lola, you had triplets, huh? What are their names? The oldest is Adam, then Judith, and the youngest is Micah. They are nearly 8 months old now. I wanted you to be their godfather, but time and space made that impossible. I would have been honored, Hank replied with sadness. As dusk approached, we shared with our friends and family what we had brought back from the future. It was show and tell as each item was revealed. Zing was rather animated at times, saying things like, "Wow, we sure could use one of those." She was most excited about the solar oven and solar cell we brought from New Earth. Dawn and Ben were thrilled about the king-size airbeds. Jake had snuck a few solar-powered flashlights and a pair of binoculars into his backpack. Those were also big hits. As each hour passed, however, we became more somber, knowing that our time together was slipping away. We could see in the eyes of our loved ones, who were now living in this reality, that they may have preferred to return to New Earth with us, if given the choice. Victoria didn't help the situation as she described our perfect weather and explained how the Elkin and Kraz were helping build our new world. Preela became truly despondent as the hours passed. She loved Dawn so much that the thought of having to leave her again was really too much for her. Dawn felt the same way. Jake was handling the emotional side of this equation a bit better, but he missed his daughter and best friends, Hank and Ina, too. Zing had made the right decision in returning to the past with her son, Ben. As it turned out, Zing was the one person of our group who hadn't left any family blood behind. We exchanged stories of what had happened to each of us since we last saw each other. When Victoria told Dawn that the Defender had brought her diary for us to read, Dawn was flabbergasted. "Are you serious? You've been reading my diary?" Victoria nodded. "Yes, right up to the point that we traveled back to see you." "No offense, Grandma, but I'm a little freaked out by this." Victoria put her hand on Dawn's leg. "I understand. I would be too in your place. The Defender just wanted us to know what had happened to all of you." Dusk was upon us, so we made a large fire, gathering any wood we could find. I started the campfire with my torchlighter, which totally fascinated the clansmen and women. The large flames and the crackling wood had a soothing, mesmerizing effect as night fell. As our comic relief, the clansmen were taking turns attempting to ride the bicycles by firelight. Bruce had a good line when he said, "Even the Wright brothers didn't get off the ground the first few times." I was sitting on a blanket scratching Trey's stomach by the firelight when I noticed his birthmark. Suddenly I realized that it was a perfect replica of New Earth. When I showed this to Jake and Victoria, they were shocked by this revelation. Trey's planetary birthmark had been a clue the Defender had given us as to what our future had in store, yet none of us had realized it until now. We all thought that we'd spend our time together laughing, but the opposite was true. In the crackling silence, all we were thinking about was having our family separated once again in a matter of just a few hours. Suddenly, a thought entered my head. I wasn't sure if this idea was my own or if it came from Trey, who had just been staring into my eyes. I took out a pad and pen and tore off 12 sheets of paper. Everyone had to vote. The question was, if you had a choice, would you prefer to stay here in the past or return to New Earth? The vote was interesting, to say the least. When our votes were tallied, only Gina and Lola from the New Earth Party wanted to return to New Earth. The only member of the Atlantis group who changed her mind and now wanted to go to New Earth was Dawn. The balloting set off an argument. That had certainly not been my original intention. Ben said, "Well, if Dawn's leaving, so am I." Zing then added, "We made our decision many months ago to come back here. Besides, Vito's question is hypothetical, isn't it?" I was now at the center of the storm I had created. "Yes, totally hypothetical," I mumbled. We changed the subject quickly. Everyone wanted to move on. As we ate dinner by the fire, watching one clansman after another try to ride the bicycles, we finally realized how much these primitive humans needed our help and guidance. Hank was able to show them how to ride the bike, use the can opener, and plant seeds. As morning broke, Victoria and I awoke to Trey staring us both in the face. We then exchanged glances and had the same simultaneous thought.
we were going to ask the Defender if he would allow us to stay in Earth's past with our kids. It occurred to us that we would prefer living with our entire family in the distant past, rather than live out our remaining years in the greater wealth and comfort which awaited us back on New Earth. But we didn't know if the Defender would allow us to make this choice for ourselves or not. I walked over to Trey, who was still staring up at me with a sly smile on his face. It dawned on me that the Defender knew all along that we were going to make this decision to rejoin our family. I didn't mention this out loud to anyone until I knew for sure that this was a real possibility. As the 24 hours of our visit to Earth's past were about to end, we all hugged and kissed each other. As I held his shoulders, I told Hank, "Keep your fingers crossed."
Our final frontier. The next thing we knew, the Defender had returned the 6 of us to New Earth. Gina said goodbye to all of us and thanked the Defender personally by means of a kiss on his cheek for allowing her to see Hank and Ina for one last time. After Gina said her farewells, she walked away down the beach looking happy. At this point, the Defender turned to all of us and asked, "You must decide quickly if you wish to remain on this planet or be returned to Earth's past to rejoin the rest of your family." I smiled at the Defender. "You knew all along that we were going to want to remain on Earth, even before you sent us back, didn't you?"
"I suspected."
Lola was suddenly concerned about Joe and her children.
"What if Joe doesn't think it would be safe for the babies to come back with us?"
Victoria, the voice of calm, spoke softly.
"Go ask him, sweetheart. No one can predict what Joe will say or do. Just tell him the temperature was in the low 50s when we went back, and that I said the babies should be fine. Besides, if he gives you any resistance, just tell him that he can be the one to invent baseball."
Lola ran off excitedly in search of her husband. I asked the Defender, "Any chance we could vacation on New Earth twice a year if we go back?"
"Sorry, Vito. All sales are final."
"Then could I ask you a favor?"
"What is it?"
"I'd like to say goodbye to Sheltalk, if you could work that out." The Defender smiled and nodded in agreement as he gestured with his index and middle finger on his right hand pointing off to his right. Sheltalk appeared out of thin air on the beach right next to us.
"How did I get here?"
Sheltalk asked with great curiosity. "I just asked the Defender to bring you to me so we could say our goodbyes. We are going to return to Earth's distant past to join our children and friends. I'll really miss you, big guy." Sheltalk and I shared a long hug.
"Vito, my good friend, words cannot convey what you and your family have done for me, and for the Kraz people, too. You will never be forgotten."
The Defender told everyone to be ready in 2 hours for transport. He also asked Sheltalk to stay with us on New Earth until we left. In those next 2 hours, we packed the rest of our belongings, 6 more airbeds, 6 more bicycles, and all the tuna fish cans I could find. The most important medical invention of all time, Band-Aids, and of course, more toilet paper, soap, and razor blades were taken back with us. I was able to grab 30 minutes on the beach tanning myself before transport, as I knew my bathing suit days were soon to be over. Freddie and Ted spotted us packing up, and were told the whole story of what had happened to us and what was about to happen to us. Freddie understood and wished us all the best of luck. Ted, well, he was still talking about trying to get his hands on an invisibility machine. We left Freddie with the unenviable job of trying to explain all of this to Ted. My only true regret in leaving New Earth was leaving Gerald behind. I was waiting until those last minutes to tell him that I would never see him again. I considered inviting G to join us, but I knew Claire would never go for it. Besides, Gerald was needed here because he was one of the architects of the New Earth Constitution. I called G on our walkie-talkie and asked him to come join us on the beach. This wasn't a conversation I was looking forward to. When G arrived, he saw all the bags and equipment we were gathering.
"What's going on? Are you going somewhere?"
I put my hand on G's shoulder. "G, we're going to Atlantis to join the kids. We won't be coming back." Gerald looked past me to see the Defender standing behind me.
"Really? But you're my best friend. I'm really going to miss you."
G was almost crying, which got me going too. Looking into Gerald's puppy dog brown eyes, I decided to make the offer. "Come with us. Bring the family." After a brief moment of thought, G responded, "Nah, like you said, Claire and the girls in the Ice Age, their bitching would be endless." We shared a quick laugh. Gerald then made his final plea directly to the Defender. "Can you beam him back to see me once in a while?" The Defender smiled but said nothing. G knew the answer to his own question. Next, Victoria and I showed Freddie, Gerald, and Shirley where we had hidden our gold reserves on New Earth. We were fortunate that Flinneron was present on New Earth at the time, so we could say goodbye to him, too. When we explained to Flinneron where and when we were going, he was totally fascinated. There were so many loose ends which we couldn't properly tie up as we were running out of time. I looked down the beach to see Lola and Joe pushing a wide baby carriage which Joe had recently built. As they tried to navigate the soft sand, I was grinning from ear to ear. Joe and the triplets would certainly add a new dimension to our family adventure. He was carrying a small suitcase and was wearing a backpack, with his newly carved baseball bat, a couple of gloves, and a few baseballs tucked inside. Lola was out of breath by the time they reached us, but she was visibly excited.
"Joe wants us all to go. He really wants to go."
Even the Defender smiled at Lola's exuberance. And then I asked Joe, "Will your mom be okay with you leaving and taking her grandchildren away?" "Are you kidding? Mom's happier than a kid on Christmas morning. She's cooking for hundreds of people. She's made 1 million new friends, and she's going to teach them all how to play canasta. Besides, she told me to go. Mom's always been the independent type. She usually seemed happier when I wasn't around, for some reason. She'll miss the babies, but she'll be fine." The Defender then handed Lola a box of reusable diapers as a going-away present. It would seem that Joe and Lola's children would be raised in the past after all. An hour or so later, Sheltock, Flinneron, and Gerald gathered on the beach to see us off. Flinneron was honored to finally meet the Defender in human form, personally. Victoria walked over to Sheltock, handing him the scanner copier from the future and a suitcase filled with government paper.
"Sheltock, take this, just in case your fleet commanders need a little more convincing."
Sheltock was appreciative.
"Thank you. It may also come in handy for my re-election campaign."
Moments before we were to be transported back to Earth, we witnessed the Defender handing copies of Dawn's diary to Sheltock, Flinneron, and Gerald. Each of them would be entrusted to keep a copy of the history of what was going to happen to all of us in Earth's past, some 17,000 years ago. I asked the Defender, "Any chance we can get a quick look at that book before we leave?" The Defender smiled.
"Vito, this book is your family's legacy. Knowing the future is a burden and a responsibility that you do not want. Trust me. If you knew in advance what lays ahead, your actions would be driven by the book instead of your more than capable instincts. Besides, it would take all the fun out of living day by day."
"This book will be cherished by me forever,"
Sheltock said, clutching his copy.
"I will tell my family the tale of our adventures together."
Victoria sensed something.
"Family? Anything you want to tell us?"
Sheltock smiled.
"You are most perceptive. Tessa is with child."
We all hugged and congratulated Sheltock. Flinneron added,
"This diary will be required reading in our Elkin School's Earth History classes."
Gerald spoke last.
"Vito, I will treasure this book for the rest of my life. Thank you for giving me a copy of Dawn's diary, Mr. Defender."
Joe asked Gerald,
"Mr. Finkelstein, could you read the diary to my mom once in a while so she can hear about what happened to us?"
G responded,
"Of course, Joe."
Using his index finger and touching the upper arm of each of us returning to Earth's past, the Defender inoculated us, including the triplets, with the Krauss antibodies.
"This will protect your family from all Earthborne diseases. Getting to know your families in these past 115 years has been an honor and a learning experience for me. You are all people of great character and determination. You have inspired me to confront long-standing galactic statutes, if they lack logic or compassion. Good luck to all of you."
After saying our final goodbyes, we stood amid our suitcases, backpacks, and the assorted items piled at our feet. We were returned to the northern Sahara Desert where Hank, Ina, Zing, Bruce, Ben, and Dawn were waiting for us. As far as our family in the Earth's past was concerned, we had been gone for only a second or two. Within an hour of our arrival, Joe was showing one of the clansmen how to catch a baseball, which put a grin on my face from ear to ear. Joe was also able to utilize his unique talent for slowing down time to become an expert hunter. The animals he targeted with his bow and arrow seemed to be moving in slow motion as Joe took aim and fired. Joe rarely missed his target. Lola had knitted Detroit Tiger sweaters for the triplets, and they looked adorable. The Elkin solar cell would keep the babies warm at night. We made our home on the northern coast of Africa, facing the Mediterranean. The temperature was creeping up, reaching a high of 53 degrees at midday. Life was by no means easy here, but we got by. We planted Lola's seed crops. Bruce and Zing were proficient hunters, as were Hank's clansmen. And my fishing net was extremely effective at catching the many species of fish that swarmed our coasts. Hank had returned my .44 Magnum revolver to me. One day while walking along the shoreline with several clansmen, a wild boar charged us. I pulled out my gun, stood my ground, and shot and killed the boar from 10 feet away. Suddenly I knew how Hank and Bruce felt. I was now idolized by the clan for killing the beast with a loud noise, as they called it. One of them pulled the teeth from the boar and strung a necklace for me. Jake was the one laughing this time, as he translated what the clan leader said to me when he placed the boar tooth-studded necklace over my head. "You are the biggest boar," was Jake's translation. He was laughing hysterically. Jake had a great time telling everyone that I was the biggest boar. In any event, we certainly ate well that evening. I certainly missed the 80-degree temperatures, but things could have been far worse. We may have left all of our financial wealth behind, but money finished a distant second to the satisfaction we all felt having the whole family together again. As Trey sat on my lap staring up at me, a few more pieces of the Defender's puzzle fell into place in my mind. The Defender knew I would not have survived the chilling cold in those first months on Atlantis, so he waited until the kids reached the warmer climate of North Africa to offer us the choice to join our children in Earth's past. I was relaxing in my air chair, staring out into the Mediterranean on the north coast of what is to become Libya, watching our ancestors riding bicycles at full speed into the sea. Eventually they'll figure out that the magic sloth only works on land. I pondered what my father would have said about living out our lives in Earth's distant past. I don't think even he would have had a comeback line for this situation. I have no idea what's waiting for us around the corner, but the future of our past is looking brighter every day. This has been 2052, written by Eddie Upnick, narrated by David Dersch for B Audio. Copyright 2012 by Eddie Upnick. Production copyright 2012 by Eddie Upnick.